Section 1 of The Spirit of Islam, a history of the evolution and ideals of Islam with the life of the Prophet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. سخن کز بحر گویی چه هیبرانی چه سوریانی مکان کز بحر حق جویی چه جبل کا چه جبل سا. What matters it whether the words thou utterest in prayer are Hebrew or Syrian, or whether the place in which thou seekest God is Jabal Ka or Jabal Sa? Sandi. Preface. In the following pages, I have attempted to give the history of the evolution of Islam as a world religion, of its rapid spread, and the remarkable hold it obtained over the conscience and minds of millions of people within a short space of time. The impulse it gave to the intellectual development of the human race is generally recognized, but its great work in the uplifting of humanity is either ignored or not appreciated. Nor are its rationale, its ideals, and its aspirations properly understood. It has been my endeavor in the survey of Islam to elucidate its true place in the history of religions. The review of its rationale and ideals, however feeble, may be of help to wanderers in quest of a constructive faith to steady the human mind after the strain of the recent cataclysm. It is also hoped that to those who follow the faith of Islam, it may be of assistance in the understanding and exposition of the foundations of their convictions. My outline of the life and ministry of the Prophet is based on the Siratul Rasul of Ibn Hisham, who died in 213 AH, 828 or 9 AC, barely 200 years after the death of the Prophet, supplemented by, among other works, Ibn Ulathir's monumental history, the Chronicles of Tabari, the Insan al-Uyun of al-Halabi, commonly known as Sirat al-Halabiyya. 2 new chapters have been added in this edition, one on the Imamate, the apostolical succession, the other on the idealistic and mystical spirit in Islam. Considerable new matter has also been included in the introduction and Chapter 10, Part 2. I take this opportunity of expressing my gratitude to my esteemed friend, Professor E.G. Brown of Cambridge, one of our foremost Orientalists, for his most valuable criticisms on the last chapter, and to Mr. Muhammad Iqbal, Government of India research scholar at Cambridge, for his careful revision of the proofs and the compilation of the index. I also desire to express my acknowledgments to Mr. Abdul Qayyum Malik for transcribing for the printers the Arabic quotations for the new chapters and verifying the Quranic references, and to the publishers for their unvarying courtesy and patience over a difficult publication. The work has been carried through the press under heavy pressure of public duties, and I claim on that ground the indulgence of my readers for any mistake that may have passed uncorrected. N.B. A few words are necessary to explain the system of transliteration adopted in this work. I have tried to adhere with small modification to the system I have pursued in my previous publications. The letter th, pronounced by the Arab with a lisp like th in thin, to a non-Arab conveys a sound almost identical with s in sin, and he accordingly pronounces it as such. Nor, unless an Arabic scholar, does he perceive any difference between th and sin or sod. He pronounces them all alike. Similarly, dhal, zay, dod, pronounced by the Arab something like tad, and da convey to the non-Arab almost identical sounds. Certainly he cannot help pronouncing them identically. He also perceives no difference between ta, soft t, and ta, or between the hard aspirate ha in Ahmed, Muhammad, Mahmud, etc., and the softer used in Harun. I have therefore not attempted to differentiate these letters by dots or commas, which, however useful for purposes of translation into Arabic, Persian, Turkish, or Urdu, is only bewildering to the general reader unacquainted with the Arabic alphabet and pronunciation. I have given the words as commonly pronounced by non-Arabs. In the case of words spelt with a th in common use in India and Persia, such as hadith, masnavi, isna ashariya, etc., I have not considered it necessary to denote the Arabic pronunciation with a th. The ordinary fatha I have represented by a, pronounced as u in kat or but, excepting in such words as are now commonly written in English with an e, as Seljuk, pronounced Saljuk, Marwan, pronounced Marwan, etc. The ordinary zamma by u, pronounced like you in Pul or in Buldan. The ordinary kasra with the letter I, as in Misr. Alif with the fatha is represented by a, as in had. Alif with the zamma by you, as in Abdul Muttalib, with a kasra by I, as in Ibn Abil Jawari. Waw with a zamma by o, and sometimes by o circumflex. Although, like Kufa and several other words, the last syllables in Mahmud, Harun, and Ma'mun are spelled with a waw, to have represented them by an o, or o circumflex, would have conveyed a wholly wrong notion of the pronunciation, which is like u. I have therefore used u to represent waw in such words. Waw with a fatha I have represented by a u, as in Maudud. Ya with a kasra, when used in the middle of a word, I have represented by I, as in Arish, but in Amir I have kept the classical and time-honored double E. Ya with a fatha, similarly situated by AI, as in Zaid. Ya with a fatha at the beginning of a word is represented by YE, as in Yazid, with a zamma by YU, as in Yusuf. Excepting such names as are commonly known to be spelled with an ayn, as in Abd, in Abdul Malik, Abdul Rahman, Arab, Abbas, Aziz, Iraq, etc., I have used the inverted comma to denote that letter. With regard to names which have become familiar in certain garbs, I have made no alteration, such as Kaaba, Amar, Abdullah, Basra, spelled with a sod, etc. Ghain is represented by GH, but I have not attempted to differentiate between kaf and qaf, and made no alteration in the time-honored spelling of the Quran. The common g, the Persian gaf, and p have no place in the Arabic alphabet, and therefore the Persian g and p are transformed in Arabic into j and k and b or ph, f, as in Atabek and Isfahan. Kha is represented by kh. The L of L, when occurring before certain letters, technically called Shamsiyya, is assimilated with them in sound, as Ash-Shams, Ad-Din, Ar-Rida, As-Salat, etc. I have used the word Muslim, M-O-S-L-E-M, in preference to Muslim, M-U-S-L-I-M, as most Europeans unacquainted with Arabic pronounce the U in Muslim as in public. End of section 1. Section 2 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Introduction. ای که در هیچ جا نداری جا، بلعجب مانده‌ام که در هر جایی. کافر و دین هر دو در رهت پویان، وحده لا شریک له گویان. O thou who hast no place in any place, wonder-struck am I that thou art at every place. Faith and no faith are both engaged in thy search, both crying aloud, He is the one, He is the all alone. The continuity of religious progress among mankind is a subject of enthralling interest to the student of humanity. The gradual awakening of the human mind to the recognition of a personality, of a supreme will overshadowing the universe, the travails through which individuals and races have passed before they arrived at the conception of an universal soul pervading, regulating, and guiding all existence, furnish lessons of the deepest import. The process by which humanity has been lifted from the adoration of material objects to the worship of God has often been retarded. Masses of mankind and individuals have broken away from the stream of progress, have listened to the promptings of their own desires, have given way to the cravings of their own hearts. They have gone back to the worship of their passions, symbolized in the idols of their infancy. But though unheard, the voice of God has always sounded the call to truth, and when the time has arrived, His servants have risen to proclaim the duties of man to himself and to his Creator. These men have been the veritable, quote, messengers of heaven, end quote. They came among their people as the children of their time. They represented the burning aspirations of the human soul for truth, purity, and justice. Each was an embodiment of the spiritual necessities of his age. Each came to purify, to reform, to elevate a degraded race, a corrupted commonwealth. Some came as teachers of a smaller culture to influence a smaller sphere. Others came with a worldwide message, a message not confined to one race or nation, but intended for all humanity. Such was Muhammad. His mission was not to the Arabs alone. He was not sent for one age or clime, but, quote, for all mankind to the end of the world, end quote. The advent of this great teacher, whose life from the moment of his ministry is a verifiable record, was not a mere accident, an unconnected episode in the history of the world. The same causes, the same crying evils, the same earnest demand for a quote-unquote assured trust in an all-pervading power, which led to the appearance on the shores of Galilee in the reign of Augustus Caesar of a prophet whose life is a tragedy, operated with greater force in the 7th century of the Christian era. The beginning of the 7th century, as has been rightly said, was an epoch of disintegration, national, social, and religious. Its phenomena were such as have always involved a fresh form of positive faith to recall all wandering forces to the inevitable track of spiritual evolution, quote, towards the integration of personal worship, end quote. They all pointed to the necessity of a more organic revelation of divine government than that attained by Judaism or Christianity. The holy flames kindled by Zoroaster, Moses, and Jesus had been quenched in the blood of man. A corrupt Zoroastrianism, battling for centuries with a still more corrupt Christianity, had stifled the voice of humanity and converted some of the happiest portions of the globe into a veritable Akeldama. Incessant war for supremacy, perpetual internecine strife, combined with the ceaseless wrangling of creeds and sects, had sucked the lifeblood out of the hearts of nations, and the people of the earth, trodden under the iron heels of a lifeless sacerdotalism, were crying to God from the misdeeds of their masters. Never in the history of the world was the need so great, the time so ripe, for the appearance of a deliverer. In order, therefore, to appreciate thoroughly the achievement of Muhammad in the moral world, it is necessary to take a rapid survey of the religious and social condition of the nations of the earth previous to and about the time of the Islamic dispensation. The high tableland of Bactria, appropriately styled by Arab geographers ul-Bilad, or Mother of Countries, is supposed to be the cradle of humanity, the original birthplace of creeds and nations. Through the faint and shadowy light which comparative ethnology throws on the infancy of mankind, we perceive groups of families congregated in this primeval home of the human race, gradually coalescing into clans and tribes, and then forced by the pressure of increasing population, issuing in successive waves to people the face of the globe. The Hamitic branch were apparently the first to leave their ancient habitations. They were followed by the Turanians, or, as they are sometimes called, the Ugro-Finnish tribes, supposed to be an offshoot of the Japhetic family. Some of them apparently proceeded northwards, and then, spreading themselves in the east, founded the present Mongolian branch of the human race. Another section proceeded westward and settled in Azerbaijan, Hamadan, and Yilan, countries to the south and southwest of the Caspian, better known in ancient history as Media. A portion of these, descending afterwards into the fertile plains of Babylonia, enslaved the earlier Hamitic colonies, and in course of time, amalgamating with them, formed the Akkadian nation, the Cushites of the Jewish and Christian scriptures. This composite race created Babylon and gave birth to a form of religion which, in its higher phases, was akin to natural pantheism. In its lower phases, with its pan-demonism, its worship of the sun gods and moon gods, closely associated with the phallic cult and the sexual instinct, the sacrifice of children to Baal and Moloch, of virginity to Beltis and Ashtoreth, it marks an epoch when high material civilization was allied to gross licentiousness and cruelty was sanctioned by religion. The Semites were the next to leave the primeval home. They also, following in the footsteps of the Turanians, migrated towards the west, and apparently settled themselves in the northern part of the Mesopotamian delta. Increasing in numbers and strength, they soon overthrew the Babylonian kingdom and founded a far-reaching empire which wielded its sway over all of the neighboring states. In their seat of power between the two great rivers of Western Asia, the Assyrians at times rose to a positive monotheistic conception. Their system of celestial hierarchy furnishes indications of a distinct recognition of one supreme personality. Whilst the main body of the Semitic colony was developing itself in the upper parts of the delta, a small section had penetrated far into a district called Ur, within the boundaries of the Chaldean monarchy. The patriarch of this tribe, whose self-imposed exile and wanderings have passed into the religious legends of more than one creed, became the father of the future makers of history. Footnote: in the Arabian traditions, the father of Abraham is called Azar, which is evidently the same name as Ashur, and the beautiful idols of Azar are frequently referred to in Muslim literature. These traditions confirm the belief that Abraham was of Assyrian origin. End of footnote. The Japhetic family seems to have tarried longest in its ancient habitation. whilst the other races which had broken away from the original stock were forming empires and evolving creeds, the Japhetic branch underwent a development peculiar to itself. But the march of nations once set on foot was never to cease, actuated by that spirit of unrest which works in barbarous tribes, or influenced by the pressure of population and the scarcity of space in their old haunts for the pursuit of their pastoral avocations, tribe after tribe moved away towards the west. Among the first were the Pelasgians and the Celts. Other tribes followed, until the Aryans proper were left alone in their old haunts. One section apparently had its abode near Badakhshan, the other towards Balkh proper, where for centuries they lived almost isolated from the neighboring nations, unaffected by their wars or their movements. The light of history which has dawned on the Western races, the founders of kingdoms and civilizations, also falls upon these ancient dwellers of the earth, and reveals, though indistinctly and as though through a mist, several clans gathered together on that plateau. Just emerged from the savageness into barbarism, they are becoming alive to the sense of an universal ideality. Innumerable idealities are taking the place of the natural objects hitherto worshipped with fear and trembling. With some of them, the host of abstractions and personifications of the powers of nature are subordinated to two comprehensive principles, light and darkness. The sun, the bright harbinger of life and light, becomes the symbol of a beneficent divinity, whose power, though held in check, is eventually to conquer the opposing principle of evil and darkness. With others, the idealities which they now impress on the fetish they worshipped before merge in each other, at one time standing forth as distinct personal entities, at another time resolving themselves into a hylozoic whole. Gradually the clouds lift, and we see the tribal and clan formations giving way to monarchical institutions, agriculture taking by slow degrees the place of pastoral avocations, primitive arts being cultivated, the use of metals gaining ground, and, above all, the higher conception of a supreme personality forcing itself upon the yet unopened mind. Kayumurs, Hoshang, and the other old kings of whom Firdusi sings with such wondrous power are types of an advancing civilization. The introduction of the monarchical institutions among the Aryans proper seems to be coeval with that religious conflict between the two branches of the Aryan family, which led to the expulsion of the eastern branch from their Bactrian home. A powerful religious revolution had been inaugurated among the Western Aryans by a teacher whose name has been preserved in the literature of his religion as Sittama Zarathustra. The sharp religious conflict which resulted from this movement has left its mark in the deep imprecations heaped by the Vedic hymn-singers on the enemy of their race and creed, the Dhyaradashti of the Vedas. The attitude of the Vedic hymn-singers towards the Reformed faith, even more than the extraordinary coincidence in names, furnishes the strongest proof that the religious divergence was the immediate cause of the split between the two branches of the Aryans proper. In this, probably the first religious war waged among mankind, the Western dualistic clans were successful in driving their half-polytheistic, half-pantheistic brethren across the Paropamisadae. The Eastern Aryans burst into India, driving before them the earlier black races, massacring and enslaving them, treating them always as inferior beings, dasyus and sudras, slaves and serfs. The difference between the Vedic and the Zoroastrian religions was, however, purely relative. Zoroastrianism substituted for the worship of the phenomena the adoration of the cause. It converted the gods of the Vedas into demons and the Deva worshippers into infidels, whilst the Vedic hymn singer on his side called the Ahura of the Avesta an evil god, and Asura a power hostile to the gods, and heaped burning maledictions on the head of Dhyaradashti. Whilst the place and time of the early Zoroaster's birth are enwrapped in mystery, under Darius Hystaspes arose another teacher, who under the same name revived, organized, and enlarged the basis of the ancient teachings. Retracing our steps for a moment, we see the tide of Aryan conquest in India flowing eastward and southward for centuries. The old Aryan religion which the invaders had brought from their ancient homes consisted chiefly in the worship of the Manes and the adoration of the powers of nature symbolized in visible phenomena. In the land of the 5 rivers, the spiritual conception developed further. We can read in the Vedas the march of progress until we arrive at the zenith of Hindu religious ideas in the Upanishads, which often in the intensity of spiritual yearning approach the highest monotheism. The Upanishads dwell not only on the immanence of God, a conception which gave birth in later times to the material pantheism of India, but also teach that the Supreme Spirit is the protector of all beings and sovereign over all creation, that he dwells in the hearts of men, and finally absorbs the individual soul in infinity, quote, as the ocean absorbs the river, end quote. When that absorption takes place, the human soul loses all consciousness of its experience in the earthly frame. But these interesting records of human progress contained within themselves unquestioned germs of spiritual decadence, which soon reversed the process of evolution. And thus, instead of observing a further uplifting, we see a progressive declension. The Upanishads make way for the Puranic cults, which again succumb to the power of the Tantric worship. The idea to which the Upanishads frequently give expression, that the Supreme Spirit manifests himself in various forms, gave rise to the conception of the avatars or incarnations. Just as in the Western pagan world, philosophy failed to satisfy the craving of the popular mind for a personal God who had dwelt among mankind and held familiar discourse with them, the theistic aspirations of the Upanishads did not appeal to the heart or touch the emotions of the masses of India. And a hero god was soon found in a member of the warrior caste, who came before long to be identified with the Supreme Spirit and to be regarded in his earthly existence as an incarnate god. The development of the Krishna cult, like that of its rival, the worship of the quote-unquote dread mother, illustrates forcibly not merely the religious welter which prevailed in India in the 7th century of the Christian era, but also the gulf which divided the minds of the philosophers who composed the Upanishads and the Bhagavad Gita, the Song of Faith, from the thoughts and feelings of the populace. Footnote: a recent writer remarks that the Bhagavad Gita no doubt shows traces of theism, but this theism is blended with other and non-theistic elements. End of footnote. It is abundantly clear that long before they burst into Hindustan proper, the Aryan settlers in the Punjab, or their priests and religious teachers, made the most stringent rules to prevent the intermixture of the invaders and their descendants with the races they had conquered and enslaved in their steady and prolonged march towards the east. The touch of the latter, who were turned into the lower and servile caste, was pollution. All the religious rites peculiar to the 3 higher castes were strictly forbidden to them. Among all the flow and ebb of Aryan Hindu thought in the region of pantheism, The worship of the Manes had always clung to the Hindu mind as an essential part of his religious-social system. The Sudra was permitted to offer oblations to his dead ancestors, but no Brahman could officiate at the rites without incurring the heaviest penalties. If a Sudra overheard a Brahman reciting the Vedas, he was to be punished by having molten lead poured into his ears. If he happened to sit on the same bench with the Brahman, he was liable to be branded, whilst unions, legitimate or illegitimate, between the quote-unquote twice-born, as the three superior castes were called, and the Sudras were interdicted under the cruelest penalties. No legislation, however, could prevent their religious ideas and practices being influenced by the primitive beliefs. In the course of time, the divinities of the pre-Aryan tribes and races were incorporated into the Hindu pantheon, and their worship became part of the Hindu daily ritual. The amalgamations of diverse beliefs of unequal growth and varying tendencies had their inevitable result in the debasement of the complex and abstruse pantheism the philosophers were endeavoring through ages to evolve. Before the followers of Islam lifted the veil behind which India had lived enshrouded in mystery for thousands of years, she possessed no history. It is impossible to say when Vasudeva Krishna lived or to judge of his personality. There are innumerable legends which verge on the absurd and puerile, legends evidently manufactured by the priests who had become the equals, if not the superiors, of the gods, and whose interest it was to keep the minds of the vulgar fascinated and enthralled. The place which Vasudeva Krishna occupies in the Hindu pantheon is that of the incarnation of Vishnu, and as such he forms the central figure of the devotional part of the Bhagavad Gita. He is evidently a composite divinity, one of the man-gods associated with him being the gay hero who lived among the cowherds of Gokul and disported himself in the famous groves of Vrindavan with his merry companions. Footnote: Krishna is usually called the Gopala Krishna or cowherd Krishna. His female companions are called the Gopis, the milkmaids. Many a pretty legend is woven round the adventures of this hero god of the Ahirs, the cowherd caste of Upper India. Krishna had been somewhat inaptly called the Apollo of the Hindus, though it is difficult to clothe him with the poetry which generally envelops the Greek god. End of footnote. The cult of Vasudeva Krishna inculcated absolute dharma, or faith, as the key to salvation. The believer in this incarnate Vishnu, whatever his conduct in life, was assured of eternal happiness. The doctrine of perfect faith gave birth to practices and beliefs which are still current in India. As righteousness consists in the concentration of the mind in one's self as identical with the Supreme Spirit represented in Krishna, the gymnosophic ascetic practices acquired in the eyes of the people a superlative merit. To sit for years in the forest with the eyes fixed on one spot of the human body and the mind on Krishna, to stand for years on one leg, to be swung round by hooks fixed in the flesh, were acts of devotion which cured all sins. To expiate a sin or to fulfill a vow, a man might be employed to measure by the length of his body the distance from the abode of the penitent to the temple of the deity. To read the Bhagavad Gita with true faith, or to bathe in the Ganges or any holy pool, absolved every man or woman from all breaches of the moral laws. It is difficult to tell when Saktism acquired the predominant hold it now possesses on large masses of the Hindu population. The Sakti is the female half and active creative side of each Hindu deity. The Sakti, or spouse of Shiva, is the dread goddess known under various names, such as Parbati, Bhavani, Kali, Mahakali, Durga, Chamunda. The worship of this goddess, as described in the drama of Bhavabhuti, written apparently in the 7th century of the Christian era, was celebrated with human sacrifices and other revolting rites. There is nothing of the, quote, Mater Dolorosa, end quote, in the spouse of Shiva, by whatever name she is invoked or in whatever form she is worshipped. She possesses none of the attributes of human pity or sympathy with human suffering the Alexandrian worshipper associated with Isis, quote, the goddess of myriad names, end quote. This awe-inspiring, not to say awful concept of a decadent religious mind, evidently borrowed from the pre-Aryan races, who delights in human blood and revels in human misery, has few parallels in the paganism of the world. For even Cybele, the magna mater of the Romans, was not so merciless or took so much pleasure in inflicting pain as the Sakti of the quote-unquote god of destruction, Shiva. This deity is worshipped according to the ritual of the Tantras, which may be regarded as the Bible of Saktism. Many of the Tantric hymns are imbued with considerable devotional spirit, and the invocations addressed to the goddess often appeal to her pity. But whatever mystical meaning the Tantras may possess for the philosopher, the people commonly accept the worship in its most literal sense. Footnote: there are two chief divisions of Tantric worshippers, the Dakshinachari and Vamachari, or right and left-hand ritualists. The worship of the former is public and not otherwise noticeable than as addressed to other goddesses such as Lakshmi or Mahalakshini, the Sakti of Vishnu. In the left-hand worship, specially called Tantrika, the exclusive object of adoration is Kali. This worship is private and is said to be celebrated with impure practices. This particular cult has an enormous number of followers all over India and branches into various subdivisions. In the season of the Durga Puja, which is usually celebrated in the month of August, the image of Durga is carried about seated on a throne. In Upper India she is painted as yellow of complexion. In Bengal she is represented as absolutely black, with 4 hands, seated on a tiger. In the temple of Kalighat, from which Calcutta derives its name, dripping skulls might be seen hanging from her neck. In one of the temples at Jaipuri, the goddess may be seen with her head twisted round. The tradition is that the lady turned her face in disgust when a goat was offered to her in sacrifice instead of a human being. End of footnote. From the 2 great epics, one of which tells the story of the war between the Pandus and the Kurus, and the other the legend of the abduction of Sita by the king of Ceylon, we can form a fairly accurate idea of the popular creeds of the time. Both represent a developed society and considerable material progress combined with great moral decadence. Thus, long before the appearance of Gautama, the founder of Buddhism, religious worship among the masses of India had sunk into mere mechanical performance of sacrifices and oblations, at which the ability of the ministering priest, without whose services their observance was not permissible, to perform the quote-unquote God-compelling rites with the appropriate incantations, rather than the conduct or piety of the worshipper, supplied the test of merit. The revolt of Gautama and of Mahavira, Mahabir, represented the natural uprise of the Hindu mind against a selfish sacerdotalism. Both deny a creative principle and the existence of a supreme intelligence governing and regulating the universe. Both affirm the eventual annihilation of individual life. Both dwell on the merit of work in bringing about this blissful consummation. But whilst Jainism has hung onto the skirts of Brahmanism and is now practically a Brahmanical sect, Buddhism struck out boldly a new path for itself. It placed karma in the forefront of its scheme of salvation, and its great teacher tried to fulfill its claims in his own life. Its conception of the destiny of man after death was quite opposed to Brahmanical doctrines, and its occult mysticism soon passed into other creeds. But in the land of its birth, after a short but glorious existence, Buddhism met with a cruel fate, and the measure of punishment that was meted out to it by a triumphant Brahmanism is depicted on the temples of southern India. It must be admitted, however, that in its pristine garb, Buddhism did not possess the attractions Hinduism offered to its votaries. It never claimed to be a positive religion, and its quote-unquote rewards and sanctions, its promise of bliss in a future existence, its penalties for failure to perform duties in this life, were too shadowy to stir the heart of the masses. It had soon to abandon its contest with the outside world, or to arrive at a compromise with the religion it had tried to supplant. And it was not long before the religion that Buddha preached had to allow its lay votaries to substitute prayer wheels for pious work, or to take to tantrism to supplement its own barren efforts. Its failure under the most favorable circumstances in the land of its nativity sealed its fate as a rousing religious system, although in some of its mystical aspects it exercised considerable influence on the philosophies of Western Asia and Egypt. On the expulsion of Buddhism from India, Brahmanism regained its supremacy. The long shadow under which it had lived whilst the religion of Buddha dominated the country had brought no improvement to its spiritual conceptions, and the lifeless formalism against which Buddha had revolted was now re-established on a stronger foundation. The lives of men and women were under the restored Brahmanical regime regulated more closely than ever by a sacrificial cult which appealed to their senses, perhaps to their emotions, rather than to their spiritual instincts. Among the masses, religious worship became a daily round of meaningless ritual. For them, quote, the chief objects of worship were the priests, the manis, and, for form's sake, the Vedic gods. End quote. Fetishism, as a part of the aboriginal belief, was never eradicated from the Indian continent by philosophical Hinduism or by practical Buddhism. It now entered into the inner life of all castes. Trees, stones, and other natural objects, along with the idols in which the family gods, the household Penates, and the ancient divinities were symbolized, shared the adoration of the populace. The great code of Manu, of which Hinduism is justly proud, and which became in later centuries the model for the legal doctrines of other Eastern races, represents a legislation for a state of society where a great advance in material civilization was combined with the absolute domination of the priestly caste and an astonishing moral decadence among the masses. Like the priest, the king was now a divinity. In the 2nd century of the Christian era, whilst Manu's code was still held in reverence and treated as the final authority, its place was taken by the commentary of Yajnavalkya, the contemplative master. To him caste was as iron-bound as to Manu, and the Sudra as impure as in early times. Female infanticide, as among the pagan Arabs, was common. There is no record when widow burning was first introduced, but it must have been common in the 7th century of the Christian era. To the widow, death, however terrible, must have been a welcome release, for unless she was the mother of children, her lot was one of dire misery. A woman was debarred from studying the Vedas or participating in the oblations to the manis or in the sacrifices to the deities. The wife's religion was to serve her lord. Her eternal happiness depended on the strict performance of that duty. And the faithful wife, who sacrificed herself on the funeral pyre of her dead spouse, found a niche in the hearts of all the votaries of Hinduism as one of the best and noblest of her sex, and often became herself the object of worship. Whilst thinking minds saw in the puerile practices of the religion a deeper meaning, whilst their souls floated far above the ceremonialism of the creed they professed, not one philosopher or priest viewed with horror the cruel immolations of the hapless widow, usually no more than a child. Religious associations, generally composed of both sexes and not always remarkable for austerity of life, had already sprung up, and numerous celibate brotherhoods worshipping different divinities had come into existence. They invariably congregated in monasteries into which women were admitted as lay members. Among them, as among the mendicant fraternities that were established about the same time, the professed celibacy was more nominal than real, honored in its breach rather than in its observance. Large numbers of the mendicant brotherhoods lived in comfort and ease in temples and mutts. Others, like the begging friars of the Middle Ages and the vulgar cynics of the Flavian period, wandered in search of merit from the doors of the devout. Their sole recommendation to the charity of the pious consisted in their matted locks, their unkempt beard, the ochre-coloured shirt that hung over their shoulders, the ash-covered naked bodies, and the inevitable beggar's gourd and staff. As the divinities loved music and dancing, a large number of dancing girls were attached to the temples who were by no means vestal, and whose services were at the disposal of the ministrants of the cult. Women occupied a very inferior position in early Hindu legislation, and Manu's extreme denunciation of the sex can be compared only to the fanatical pronouncement of the Christian saint Tertullian. Women, says Manu, have impure appetites. They show weak flexibility and bad conduct. Day and night they must be kept in subjection." End quote. As regards the Sudras, he declared, almost in the words of the Pandects, that the Creator has made them slaves, and that a man belonging to that caste, even when he is emancipated by his master, cannot be free, for bondage being natural to him, who can deliver him from it? Such, in brief, was the religious and social condition among the people of one of the most gifted sections of the Aryan race at the time when the Prophet of Islam brought his message to the world. End of section 2. Section 3 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Introduction continued. Let us now turn to Persia, a country which, by its proximity to the birthplace of Islam and the powerful influence it has always exercised on Mohammedan thought, not to speak of the character and tone it communicated to Judaism and Christianity, deserves our earnest attention. Consolidated into a nation, and with a new spiritual development, the Western Aryans soon burst their ancient bounds and spread themselves over the regions of modern Persia and Afghanistan. They appear to have conquered or destroyed most of the Hamitic and Kushite races inhabiting those tracts, and gradually reached the confines of the Caspian, where they found the more tenacious and hardy Turanians settled in Media and Susiana. Before, however, they had succeeded in subjugating the Turanians, they themselves fell under the yoke of a foreign invader, Kushite or Assyrian, more probably the latter, under whose iron sway they remained for a considerable time. Footnote: according to the Persian tradition, Zahak ruled over Iran for over 1,000 years, and this is supposed by several scholars to represent the exact period of Assyrian domination. The rise of the Faridun would, according to this view, be synchronous with the downfall of Nineveh. End footnote. With the expulsion of the foreigners commenced that conflict between Iran and Turan, which lasted with varying fortunes for centuries, and ended with the partial subjugation of the Turanians in Media and Susiana. The frequent contact of the followers of Afrasiab and Kaikawus in the field and the whole exercised a lasting effect on the Persic faith. The extreme materialism of the Turanians did not fail to degrade the yet undeveloped idealism of their Iranian rivals and neighbors, who, whilst they succeeded in superimposing themselves on the ancient settlers of Media, had partially to incorporate Turanian worship with their own, and thus, whilst in Persia Ormuzd alone was adored and Ahriman held up to execration, in Media the good and the evil principle were both adored at the altars. Naturally, the Turanian population was more inclined to worship their ancient national god than the deity of their Aryan conquerors, and in the popular worship Ahriman or Afrasiab took precedence of Ormuzd. The Assyrian Empire had fallen before a coalition, the first of its kind known in history, of the Medes and the Babylonians, but the religion of Ashur, from its long domination over many of the parts occupied by the Aryans, left an ineffaceable mark on the conceptions of the Zoroastrians. The complex system of celestial coordination and the idea prevalent among the Assyrians of a divine hierarchy engrafted itself on Zoroastrianism. Ormuzd was henceforth worshipped as a second Ashur, and the Persian symbol of the god of light, the all-beneficent power, became a winged warrior with bow and lifted hand enclosed in the world circle. Their symbol of growth also, the tree with the candelabra branches ending upwards in the pine cone, was converted into the Persian fir cone. Before the rise of Cyrus in Farsistan and his consolidating conquests, the symbolic worship in vogue among the early emigrants and settlers became degraded among the masses into pyrolatry, or took the form of Chaldeo-Assyrian Sabaism. The city of Ashur, which had ruled Western Asia up to the confines of India for nearly 1,000 years, and almost wrested from the pharaohs the empire of Egypt, the city of the mighty Sargon and the great Sennacherib, had fallen before the combined forces of the Babylonian and the Mede, never again to raise its head among the nations of the world. Babylon, which after its early rivalry with Nineveh had been reduced to a dependency of Assyria, became again the center of Asiatic civilization. She gathered up the arts and sciences of 1,000 years of growth, and the product of, quote, interfused races and religions, temples and priesthoods, quote, and supplied the connecting link between the inorganic faith of antiquity and the modern beliefs. Assyria had, with the civilization and literature of the early Akkadians, also borrowed much of their religion. Babylon, rising into more potent grandeur from the ashes of Nineveh, centered in herself the essence of the Assyrian and Chaldean cults. Under Nebuchadnezzar, the empire of Babylonia attained the zenith of its power. Judea fell, and the flower of the nation was carried into captivity to lament by the waters of Babylon the downfall of the kingdom of Jehovah. The mighty conqueror penetrated into Arabia and overwhelmed and nearly destroyed the Ishmaelites. He smote the Tyrians and broke the power of the Egyptian pharaoh. In spite of the maledictions heaped upon her head by the Hebrew patriot, Babylon was by no means such a hard taskmaster as Egypt. The Israelites themselves bear testimony to the generosity of their treatment. Not until the Redeemer was nigh with his mighty hosts, marching to the conquest of the doomed city, did the children of Israel raise their voice against Babylon. Then burst forth the storm of imprecations, of predictions of woe, which displayed the characteristics of the race in its pristine savagery. Quote, "By the rivers of Babylon there we sat down, yea, we wept when we remembered Zion. O daughter of Babylon, happy shall be he who dashes thy little ones against the stones." End quote. Psalm 137. Under Nebuchadnezzar, Babylon was undisputably the center of all existing civilizations, and the influence wielded by her priesthood did not cease with the empire of Babylonia. The mark of the Babylonian conceptions is traced in unmistakable characters in both the Judaical and Christian systems. The long exile of the Jews among the Chaldean priesthood, the influence which some of the Hebrews obtained in the court of the Babylonian king, and the unavoidable interfusion of the two peoples tended to impart a new character to later Judaism. They were carried to Babylon in a state of semi-barbarism. They returned to Zion after their long probation in the land of exile, a new people, advanced in faith and doctrine, with larger aspirations and their political vision extended. With the conquest of Babylon begins a new era in religious development. Henceforth, the religion of dualism holds the empire of Asia. The grand toleration which Cyrus extended towards the Jews naturally led to his exaltation as, quote-unquote, the Messiah, the Redeemer, quote, the anointed Savior of the world, end quote. The captivity of the Hebraic tribes and their enforced settlement near the seat of Persian domination, and their subsequent intermixture under Cyrus with the Persians, most probably gave impetus to that religious reform among the Zoroastrians which occurred during the reign of Darius Hystaspes. There was mutual action and reaction. The Israelites impressed on renovated Zoroastrianism a deep and abiding conception of a divine personality overshadowing the universe. They received from the Iranians the notion of a celestial hierarchy and the idea of duality of principles in the creation of good and evil. Henceforth, it is not the Lord who puts a lying spirit into the mouth of evildoers. Satan, like Ahriman, from this time takes a prominent part in the religious and moral history of the Hebrews. The reign of Cyrus was one of conquest, hardly of organization. The reign of Darius was one of consolidation. Stern worshipper of Ormuzd, to whom he ascribes all his victories, he endeavored to purify the faith of Zoroaster of all its foreign excrescencies, to stamp out the magism of the Medes from its stronghold, and to leave Aryan Persia the dominant power of the civilized world. Nothing, however, could arrest the process of decay. Before 100 years had gone by, Zoroastrianism had imbibed to the full the evils which it had fought against in its infancy. The scourgers of idolatry, the uncompromising iconoclasts, who in their fiery zeal had slaughtered the Egyptian Apis and overturned its shrine, soon absorbed into the worship of Ormuzd the Semitic gods of their subject states. The old Magian element worship was revived, and Artaxerxes Mnemnon, one of the immediate successors of Darius, introduced among the Zoroastrians the worship of that androgynous Mithra, the Persian counterpart of the Chaldean Mylitta or Anitis, with its concomitant phallic cult. The development of this Mithra cult into the gorgeous worship of the beautiful sun god is one of the marvels of history. The resplendent sun ascending over the cleft mountains, chasing the bull into its lair and with its blood atoning human sins, is a conception which has left its ineffaceable mark on one of the dominant religions of the world. This worship of Mithra was carried by the Roman legionaries from the valley of the Euphrates to the furthest corners of Europe, and in the reign of Diocletian it became the state religion of Rome. Never was the condition of woman so bad, never was she held under greater subjection, a slave to the caprice of man, than under the Mago-Zoroastrians. The laws of Manu imposed certain rules of chastity, and the stringency of primitive exogamy exercised a restraining effect upon human passions. The Persian, in the relations of the sexes, recognized no law but that of his own will. He could marry his nearest kindred and divorce his wives at his pleasure. The system of female seclusion was not confined to the Persians alone. Among the Ionic Greek, women were confined within the gynaikonitis, often kept under lock and key, and never allowed to appear in public. But the Greek gynaikonomoi were not, until later times, mutilated specimens of humanity. In Persia, the custom of employing eunuchs to guard the women prevailed from the remotest antiquity. As in Greece, concubinage was a recognized social institution, and was interwoven with the foundations of society. The Persian, however, never allowed lewdness to be incorporated with the national worship. He worshipped no Aphrodite Pandemos, nor was Zoroastrian society tainted with that quote-unquote moral pestilence, the most degrading of all vices, which was universal in Greece, which spread itself afterwards in Rome, and was not even rooted out by Christianity. With the downfall of the Achaemenian Empire ended the vitality of Zoroastrianism as a motive power in the growth of the world. The swarms of conquerors who swept like whirlwinds over the face of Persia destroyed all social and moral life. The Macedonian conquest, with the motley hordes which followed on its footsteps, the influx of all the dregs of Lesser Asia, Cilicians, Tyrians, Pamphylians, Phrygians, and various others, half Greeks, half Asians, obeying no moral law, the hasty and reckless temper of the conqueror himself, all led to the debasement of the Zoroastrian faith. The Mobeds, the representatives of the national life, were placed under the ban of persecution by the foreigner, the aim of whose life was to Hellenize Asia. Alexander's career was splendidly meteoric. Shorn of the legends which have surrounded his life and turned it into an epopee, he stands before us a man of gigantic conceptions and masterly purposes, possessed of a towering ambition, a genius which overpowered all opposition, and a personality which enabled him to mold the minds of all around him according to his own will. He was a nature full of contradictions. A disciple of Aristotle, who aimed at the Hellenization of Asia, with himself as the central figure in the adoration of the world. An associate of philosophers and wise men, his life was disgraced by excesses of a revolting type. Quote, "The sack of Tyre and the enslavement of its population, the massacres and executions in India and Bactria, the homicide of Clitus, the death warrants of Philotas and the faithful Parmenio, the burning of Persepolis, and the conflagration of its splendid library at the instigation of a courtesan, are acts, says an apologist and an admirer, for which no historian has found a palliation." With the conquest of Alexander and the extinction of the Achaemenian dynasty, Zoroastrianism gave way to Hellenism and the worst traditions of Chaldean civilization. The extreme partiality of the hero of many legends towards Babylon and his anxious desire to resuscitate that city and make it the center of a mightier and more complete civilization led him to discourage all creeds and faiths, all organizations, religious or political, which militated with his one great desire. Under the Seleucidae, the process of denationalization went on apace. Antiochus Epiphanes, the cruel persecutor of the worshippers of Jehovah, won for himself from them as well as the Zoroastrians the unenviable designation of Ahriman. Even the rise of the Parthian power tended to accelerate the decline and ruin of Zoroastrianism. The Seleucidae ruled on the Tigris and the Orontes. The Parthians formed for themselves a kingdom in the middle portion of the Achaemenian Empire. The Greco-Bactrian dynasties were in possession of the eastern tracts, viz. Bactria and the northern part of Afghanistan. The state religion of the Seleucidae was a mixture of Chaldeo-Hellenism. The Jews and Zoroastrians were placed under the ban and ostracized. Under the Parthians, Mazdism, though not actually extinguished, was compelled to hide itself from the gaze of the rulers. In quiet and settled parts, Zoroastrianism became mixed with the old Sabaism of the Medes and the Chaldeans. Or, were kept alive in its pristine character, it was confined to the hearts of some of the priests who had taken refuge in the inaccessible recesses of their country. But with Parthia enlarged into an empire, and the Parthian sovereigns aspiring to the title of Shahanshah, persecution gave way to toleration, and Mago-Zoroastrianism again raised its head among the religions of the world. And the rise of the Sassanids gave it another spell of power. The founder of the new empire placed the Mobeds at the head of the state, last sad representatives of a dying faith. Around them clustered the hopes of a renovated religious existence under the auspices of the Sassanid dynasty. How far the brilliant aspirations of Ardeshir Babekan, Artaxerxes Longimanus, the founder of the new empire, were realized is a matter of history. The political autonomy of Persia, its national life, was restored, but the social and religious life was lost beyond the power of rulers to revive. The teachings of yore lived perhaps in books, but in the hearts of the people they were as dead as old Gushtasp or Rustam. Under the Sassanids, the Zoroastrians attained the zenith of their power. For centuries they competed with Rome for the empire of Asia. Time after time they defeated her armies, sacked her cities, carried away her Caesars into captivity, and despoiled her subjects of their accumulated riches. But the fire of Zoroastrianism as a moral factor was extinct. It burnt upon the high altars of the temples, but it had died out from the heart of the nation. The worship of the true God has given place to a Chaldeo-Magian cult, and the fierce intolerance with which Ardeshir and his successors persecuted rival creeds failed to achieve its purpose. The Persian Empire, under the later Sassanids, only rivaled in the turmoil of its sects and the licentiousness of its sovereigns, in the degeneration of its aristocracy, and the overweening pride of its priesthood, the empire of the Byzantines. The kings were gods. They were absolute masters over the person and property of their subjects, who possessed no rights and were virtual serfs. The climax of depravity was reached when Mazdak, in the beginning of the 6th century of the Christian era, preached the communism with which modern Europe has now become familiar, and, quote, bade all men to be partners in riches and women, just as they are in fire, water, and grass. Private property was not to exist. Each man was to enjoy or endure the good and bad lots of this world. End quote. The lawfulness of marriages with sisters and other blood relations had already been recognized by Mago Zoroastrianism. The proclamation of this extreme communism revolted the better minds even among the Persians. The successor of Zoroaster, as Mazdak styled himself, was put to death, but his doctrines had taken root, and from Persia they spread over the West. All these evils betokened a complete depravity of moral life and foreshadowed the speedy extinction of the nation in its own iniquities. This doom, though staved off for a time by the personal character of Kesra Anushirvan, became inevitable after his death. But a master had already appeared, destined to change the whole aspect of the world. 11 centuries had passed over the Jews since their return from the Babylonian captivity, and witnessed many changes in their fortunes. The series of disasters which one after another had befallen the doomed nation of Moses had culminated in the wars of Titus and Hadrian. Pagan Rome had destroyed their temple, and stamped out in fire and blood their existence as a nation. Christian Constantinople persecuted them with an equally relentless fury, but the misfortunes of the past had no lessons for them in the future. Their own sufferings at the hands of ruthless persecutors had failed to teach them the value of humanity and peace. The atrocious cruelties which they committed in the cities of Egypt, of Cyprus, and Cyrene, where they dwelt in treacherous harmony with the unsuspecting natives, take away all sense of pity for their future fate. The house of Israel was a total wreck. Its members were fugitives on the face of the earth, seeking shelter far and wide, but carrying everywhere their indomitable pride, their rebellious hardness of heart, denounced and reprehended by an endless succession of prophets. The Jews, in their safe retreats in foreign lands, reenacted the scenes of past times. The nation lived in hope, but the hope was mixed with rigid, uncompromising bigotry on one hand, and a voluptuous Epicureanism on the other. Jesus had come and gone, without producing any visible effect upon them. The child of his age, he was imbued with the messianic ideas floating in the atmosphere in which he lived and moved. The book of Daniel, written during one of the greatest travails of the nation, with its hopes and aspirations, could not but make a deep impression on the mind of the teacher mourning over the sight of his stricken people. The fierce intolerance of the zealots seated in their mountain homes, the lifeless ceremonialism of the Sadducees, the half-hearted liberalism of the Pharisees, the dreamy hopefulness of the Essenes, with one hand extended towards Alexandria and the other towards Buddhistic India, the preachings and denunciations of the wild dervish, whose life became a sacrifice to the depravity of the Herodian court, all appealed to the heart of Jesus. But the eagle's talons were clutched on the heart of Judea, and its legions crushed out all hope of a violent change. The quietism of Jesus and his earnest anticipation of a kingdom of heaven, to be ushered in by the direct instrumentality of God, were the outcome of his age. Among a nation of furious and relentless bigots, he had come as the messenger of universal brotherhood and love. In the midst of a proud and exclusive race, he trod the path of humility and meekness. Kind and gentle to his immediate followers, devoted to the cause of all, he left behind him the impress of an elevated, self-denying spirit. Among the powerful, the rich, and the ruling classes, he had roused only feelings of hatred, fear, and opposition. Among the poor, the despised, the ignorant, and the oppressed, the deep compassion of the great teacher had awakened sentiments of gratitude and love. One bright sunny morning he had entered the stronghold of Jewish fanaticism, full of hope in his ministry as the promised Messiah. Before a fortnight had run out, he was sacrificed to the vested interests of his day. Amidst the legends which surround his life, so much at least is clear. Born among the poor, his preachings were addressed to the poor. Deeply versed in the rabbinical lore, his short ministry was devoted almost exclusively to the humble denizens of the countryside, the poverty-stricken peasantry and the fishermen of Galilee. His disciples were poor, ignorant folk. In spite of their credulous natures and the vivid, not to say weird, effect exercised on their imaginations by the untimely disappearance of the Master, they never regarded him as anything more than a man. It was not until Paul adopted the creed of him whose execution he had witnessed that the idea of an incarnate God or angel was introduced into Christianity. In spite of the promise attached to the, quote, effusion of the Holy Ghost, it was found necessary, says the historian of ecclesiasticism, that there should be some one defender of the gospel, who, versed in the learned arts, might be able to combat the Jewish doctors and the pagan philosophers with their own arms. For this purpose Jesus himself, by an extraordinary voice from heaven, had called to his service a 13th apostle, whose name was Saul, afterwards Paul, and whose acquaintance both with Jewish and Grecian learning was very considerable." End quote. The Mago-Zoroastrian believed in an angel deliverer, in the Surush, who was to appear from the east, the Buddhist in an incarnate God born of a virgin. The Alexandrian mystic inculcated the doctrine of the Logos and the Demiurge. The esoteric conceptions regarding the birth, death, and resurrection of Osiris, the idea of the Isis Ceres, the Virgin Mother, quote, holding in her arms the newborn sun god Horus, end quote, were in vogue both in Egypt and Syria. And Paul the Pharisee and the scholar was deeply imbued with these half-mystical, half-philosophical notions of his time. A visionary and enthusiast by nature, not free from physical ailments, as Strauss suggests, he, who had never come in actual contact with the Master, was easily inclined to attach to him the attributes of a divinity, of an angel incarnate. He infused into the simple teachings of Jesus the most mysterious principles of Neo-Pythagoreanism, with its doctrine of intelligences and its notion of the triad borrowed from the Far East. The jealousy between the home and the foreign, the Judaical and the anti-Judaical party, was shown in the curious, though well-known antipathy of the two apostles, Peter and Paul. The Ebionites most probably represented the beliefs of the original companions of the Prophet of Nazareth. He had conversed with them familiarly and, quote, in all the actions of rational and animal life, end quote, had appeared to them as of the same nature as themselves. They had marked him grow from infancy to youth, and from youth to manhood. They had seen him increase in stature and wisdom. Their belief was tempered by their knowledge of him as a man. The deprivation of ideas from this original faith, through various intermediate phases like those of the Dacites, the Marcionites, the Patripassians, and various others down to the decisions of the Council of Nice in 328, forms a continuous chain. Footnote: the Dacites believed Jesus to be a pure God. The Marcionites regarded him as a being, quote, most like unto God, even his Son Jesus Christ, clothed with a certain shadowy resemblance of a body, that he might thus be visible to mortal eyes, end quote. The Patripassians believed that the Father suffered with the Son on the cross. End of footnote. The prevalent belief in aeons and emanations predisposed all classes of people, especially those who had never beheld the Prophet, observed his humanity, or noted his everyday life, to accept his divinity without any question. At the time Jesus began his preaching, the Empire of Rome stretched over more than half Europe and included almost the whole of northern Africa and a large part of Western Asia. This vast area, by an accident, became in the coming centuries the seed ground of Christianity and the battlefield of contending sects. Exactly a century before the Phrygian Cybele was brought to Rome, Ptolemy Soter, the most fortunate and probably the most far-sighted of Alexander's generals, had become master of Egypt. Footnote: the worship of Cybele has a very close analogy to the cult of the famous Hindu goddess Durga or Kali. End of footnote. With the object of fusing the Egyptians and Greeks into a homogeneous nation by the unifying bond of a common religion, he conceived the design of establishing a worship in the practice of which the two peoples would join hands. The same idea occurred to Akbar some 2,000 years later. But where the great Akbar failed, Ptolemy succeeded, for all the conditions were in his favor. The Greeks worshipped Zeus, Demeter, and Apollo or Dionysus, the Egyptians Osiris, Isis, and Horus. The Trinitarian belief was common to both. The Egyptian faith revolved round the passion and resurrection of Horus, the sun, the Greek in the passion and resurrection of Dionysus. The Greek had his Eleusinian mysteries, with all the mystic rites of initiation and communion. The Egyptian Hierophant, the mysteries of Isis, with similar rites and similar significance. To neither it mattered under what names the gods were worshipped or the rituals were conducted. So long as the main idea was maintained, they were indifferent to mere names. Thus was born the great cult of the Serapeum. Serapis took the place of Zeus among the Greeks, of Osiris among the Egyptians. Isis, who became quote-unquote the Mater Dolorosa of the votaries of the Alexandrian cult, displaced Demeter, and Horus Hippocrates absorbed the adoration hitherto rendered to Dionysus. This deity does not seem, however, to have lost his hold among the inhabitants of the seaboard of Asia Minor, and the prevailing belief that a god had lived among mankind, had suffered and died and risen again, made easy in later centuries the spread of Christianity. The worship of Isis, whose glory had overshadowed the personality of her consort, was brought to Rome, it is said some 80 years before the birth of Jesus. It seized at once the fancy both of the populace and of the cultivated classes. Its gorgeous ritual, its tonsured, clean-shaven priests, the young acolytes in white carrying lighted tapers, the solemn processions in which nothing was wanting to stimulate the emotions, the passionate grief at the suffering and death of Osiris Horus, the frenzied joy at his resurrection, the mysteries with all their mystical meanings, the initiation, above all the promise of immortality, appealed vividly to a world whose old gods were mute, and which yearned for a closer touch with the eternal problem of the universe. It is not surprising that Isis took a strong hold on the heart of the Roman people. Although the worship of Isis, quote, the bestower on the wretched the sweet affection of a mother, never lost its power on their emotions, the more virile cult of Mithra, the beautiful sun god, with all its mystic rites, its doctrine of atonement, its insistence on the direct touch of its god with humanity, was held in special favor among the Roman soldiers, and wherever the legionaries were quartered, they appear to have left the memorials of their worship. To form a just estimate of the superlative and exclusive claim advanced by Christianity to enroll under her banner and to dominate the conscience of all mankind, it is necessary to bear in mind the causes that helped in the diffusion of the Galilean faith before the accession of Constantine to the throne. The promise of the second advent of Jesus, with the immediate ushering in of the quote-unquote kingdom of God, when the poor would be exalted and Lazarus would take the place of Dives in the enjoyment of heavenly gifts, created among the humble folk a wild excitement. The fervent anticipations of the immediate disciples and followers of Jesus naturally communicated themselves to the neighboring peoples, and as the missionaries of the faith multiplied, they carried this vivid belief far and wide. The religion that held forth the promise of an early adjustment of inequalities and redress of wrongs and injustice received a ready acceptance among the masses. So strong a hold did the belief in the establishment of the kingdom of God with the second advent acquire among the populace that, although the fulfillment of the promise, which was assured to take place within the lifetime of the early disciples, receded as decades went by into dim futurity, the anticipations and hopes to which it gave birth did not lose their force until the final collapse of the Crusades. After 1,000 years, first of travail and later of success, the warriors of Christianity went forth to destroy the professors of another faith in the full belief that the second coming of their Lord was nigh. Besides this, there were other causes equally potent which helped the diffusion of Christianity in the shape it assumed after the death, or, according to Ebionite and Muslim belief, the disappearance of the Master. As already observed, among all the peoples of Asia Minor, Syria, and the Mediterranean littoral, excepting the Jews, the idea of a God who had died and risen again, and of a divine Trinity was universal. It was an essential part of the Serapian cult, and with the spread of Isis worship, every part of the Roman world was permeated by the Trinitarian conception. There was no difficulty arising from sentiment or religious predilection to the acceptance of the principal doctrines of post-Jesus Christianity. The philosophers at the same time, albeit unconsciously and without the intention of helping Christianity, even without any knowledge of its tenets, furthered its cause. Their speculations with regard to the nature of God and of a life after death undermined the faith of many thinking pagans in the mysteries of Isis and Mithra, and in the rites and practices of the old cults. And yet the hold of the Alexandrian divinities and of the sun god on the hearts of the cultivated classes, who looked askance at the revolutionary doctrines of the new cult, was so strong that for nearly 3 centuries the spread of Christianity was confined to the ignorant and uneducated. Not until the Christian Church had incorporated with its theology and ecclesiastical system many dogmas borrowed from its great and fascinating rivals, and almost all their rites and ceremonialism, and practices and institutions, did it make any headway among people of culture. And when these, under the stress of religious persecution or imperial pressure, began entering the fold, they brought with them all the elements that have gone to mold modern Christianity with its multitudinous sects. Relentless persecution lasting for centuries secured, however, in the early period of its growth, a certain uniformity of faith and doctrines. Among the masses, Isis worship was transformed into Mariolatry, and Mary, the mother of Jesus, became, instead of the Egyptian goddess, quote, the haven of peace and the altar of pity, end quote. Thenceforth she was worshipped, as she still is among the Latin races, as the Madre de Dios. Asceticism was a favored institution among the votaries of the Alexandrian divinities. It was practiced by the Pythagoreans and Orphics, who had derived much of their inspiration from the hierophants of the Gangetic Delta, among whom it was a common practice. The Christian Church adopted and sanctified this institution for both sexes. From the simple immersion used by John the Baptist, baptism under the influence of the cult devices grew into a mystical and cumbrous rite. Communion took the place of initiation, and even the dogma connected with the mysteries of Isis regarding the change of wine into the blood of the mourned god was absorbed into the Christian system. In the tonsured, clean-shaven, pale-clad priests, the white-robed acolytes, in the gorgeous rituals, in the form of the sacraments in the periods of the fasts and festivals of the Christian Church, looking back through the vista of ages, one is forcibly reminded of the older cults, and the religions which Christianity displaced rise before us in all their pomp and pageantry. We seem to hear once more in the litanies of the Church the beautiful, touching hymns sung to the Alexandrian goddess, the Mater Dolorosa of the Western pagan world, by 1,000 white-robed boys and girls, and it requires but little effort of fancy to carry back the imagination from St. Peter's or St. Paul's to the Serapeum. The religion of Jesus, as taught by his chief disciples, had, besides these borrowed and adventitious recommendations, distinct and independent claims to draw to itself the homage of those who, in the welter of spiritual conceptions and religious beliefs, were groping in semi-darkness for a resting place where high and low, ignorant and educated, should stand on the same plane. In its higher phases, it appealed to the nobler instincts of mankind, if not more forcibly than the Isaic or Mithraic creeds, certainly with greater assurance. Its promise of life after death was less veiled in mysteries. Its doctrines were more positive and concrete than the abstract speculations of the philosophers. It brought solace and comfort to the downtrodden and held forth a promise, not yet fulfilled, of equality and brotherhood among mankind, with an assured trust in future salvation to rich and poor alike among those who accepted its doctrines. Whilst the dogmaticism of its preachers, often assisted by secular force, silenced questioning minds, it satisfied the yearnings of those who, turning from the mysticism of the older cults, or fleeing from the hidden indecencies associated with nature worship, hungered for an assurance that the existence on earth was but part of a larger life. The whole of the Western pagan world was, in short, in an expectant mood, waiting for a positive and direct revelation, and all the teachings of the past had attuned its mind to the reception of a call. The Galilean faith seized the opportunity, and after appropriating and absorbing the ritual and doctrinal legacies left by its quote-unquote forerunners and rivals, gradually monopolized the homage of the peoples who had been subjected by Rome. Whether this adaptation of the simple teachings of Jesus to make them more readily acceptable was a development or the reverse must remain for the present unanswered. But the charge that the Muslims make against his followers that they corrupted his faith can hardly be said to be altogether unwarranted. End of section 3. Section 4 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Introduction continued. The early cessation of the ministry of Jesus and the absence of any organic teaching, whilst it allowed a freer scope to imagination, perhaps a freer latitude of faith and practice, as shown in the lives of even the early Christians, furnished an open ground for contending factions to dispute not only about doctrines and discipline, but also as to the nature of their teacher. The expulsion of the Jews and the Christians from Jerusalem, which abounded in so many traditions relating to Jesus as a man, the intermixture of his followers with the non-Judaic people who surrounded them on all sides, and among whom the Neo-Pythagorean or Platonic ideas as to the government of the universe were more or less prevalent, the very vagueness which surrounded the figure of Jesus in the conception of his followers soon gave birth to an infinite variety of doctrines and sects. And age after age, everything human, everything not purely ideal, was smoothed away from the adored image of an incarnate God. The essentially pathetic history of Jesus was converted into a fairy tale, and his life so surrounded with myths that it is now impossible for us to know what he really was and did. The fantastic shapes assumed by Christianity in the centuries which preceded the advent of Muhammad are alike interesting and instructive. The Gnostic doctrines, which were wholly in conflict with the notions of the Judaic Christians, are supposed to have been promulgated towards the end of the 1st century, almost simultaneously with the capture and destruction of Jerusalem by Hadrian. Cerinthus, the most prominent of the Gnostic teachers of this century, inculcated among his followers the dual worship of the Father and the Son, whom he supposed to be totally distinct from the man, Jesus, quote, the creator of the world, end quote. The narrowness of Pauline Christianity and its futile endeavors to reconcile its doctrines with the philosophy of the Alexandrian schools gave birth about the same time to the Neoplatonic eclecticism of Ammonius Saccas, adopted afterwards by Origen and other leading Christians. This versatile writer, whose impress is visible in the writings of almost all the prominent thinkers of Christendom in the earlier centuries, endeavored to bring about a general concordance among all the existing creeds and sects. In some respects, Ammonius was the prototype of Mani, or Manes, and was undoubtedly above the level of his contemporaries. He succeeded in forming a school, but his teachings never regulated the morals or influenced the faith of a community. The 2nd century of the Christian era was ushered in strife and disorder. Divisions and heresies were rife throughout the Christian Church. Gnosticism was in great force, and left its character indelibly impressed on Christianity. Some of the sects which came into prominence in this century deserve a passing notice, as they show not only the evils which flowed from the teachings of the Church, but also the influence exercised upon Christianity by Zoroastrianism, Neo-Pythagoreanism, and the ancient Sabaeism of the Chaldeans. The Marcionites, who were perhaps the most important of the early Gnostics, believed in the existence of two principles, the one perfectly good and the other perfectly evil. Between these there existed the demiurge, an intermediate kind of deity, neither perfectly good nor perfectly evil, but of a mixed nature, who administered rewards and inflicted punishments. The demiurge was, according to the Marcionite doctrines, the creator of this inferior world, and engaged in perpetual conflict with the principle of evil, mark the impress of Zoroastrian ideas. The supreme principle, in order to terminate this warfare and to deliver from their bondage the human souls, whose origin is celestial and divine, sent to the Jews, quote, a being most like unto himself, even his Son, Jesus Christ, end quote, clothed with a certain shadowy resemblance of a body, that thus he might be visible to mortal eyes. The commission to this celestial messenger was to destroy the empire, both of the evil principle and of the author of this world, and to bring back wandering souls to God. Quote, "On this account he was attacked with inexpressible violence and fury by the principle of evil," and by the demiurge, but without effect, since, having a body only in appearance, he was thereby rendered incapable of suffering. The Valentinians, whose influence was more lasting, taught that, quote, "the supreme God permitted Jesus, his Son, to descend from the upper regions to purge mankind of all the evils unto which they had fallen, clothed not with a real but with a celestial and aerial body." The Valentinians believed Jesus to be an emanation from the divine essence come upon earth to destroy the dominion of the Prince of Darkness. The Ophites, who flourished in Egypt, entertained the same notions as the other Egyptian Gnostics concerning the eons, the eternity of matter, the creation of the world in opposition to the will of God, the tyranny of the demiurge, and, quote, "the divine Christ united to the man Jesus in order to destroy the empire of this usurper." They also maintained that the serpent by which Adam and Eve were deceived was either Christ himself or Sophia disguised as a serpent. Whilst the Gnostic creeds were springing into existence under the influence of Chaldean philosophy, the Greeks on their side endeavored to bring about a certain harmony between the Pauline doctrine concerning, quote, "the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost, and the two natures united in Christ," and their own philosophical views as to the government of the world. Praxeas was the first of these sophistical preachers of Christianity, and he set the ball rolling by denying any real distinction between the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, and maintained that the Father was so intimately united with the man Christ, his Son, that he suffered with him the anguish of an afflicted life and the torments of an ignominious death. These sects, says Mosheim, were the offspring of philosophy. A worse evil was to befall the Christian Church in the person of Montanus, a native of Phrygia." This man, who disdained all knowledge and learning, proclaimed himself the Paraclete promised by Jesus. He soon succeeded in attaching to himself a large body of followers, the most famous of whom were Priscilla and Maximilla, the prophetesses, quote, "ladies more remarkable for their opulence than for their virtue." They turned northern Asia into a slaughterhouse, and by their insensate fury inflicted terrible sufferings on the human race. Whilst the Marcionites, Valentinians, Montanists, and the other Gnostic sects were endeavoring to spread their doctrines throughout the Empire of Rome, there arose in Persia a man whose individuality has impressed itself in ineffaceable characters on the philosophy of the two continents. Mani was, to all accounts, the most perfect embodiment of the culture of his age. He was an astronomer, a physicist, a musician, and an artist of eminence. The stories relating to his art gallery have passed into a proverb. Thoroughly acquainted with the Jewish Kabbalah and the teachings of the Gnostic masters, imbued with the ancient philosophy and mysticism of the East, a Magi by birth and Christian by education, he rose in revolt against the jarring discord which surrounded him on all sides, and set himself to the task of creating, from the chaos of beliefs, an eclectic faith which would satisfy all demands, the aspirations of all hearts. The audacity with which Mani applied himself to undermine the current faiths by an outward profession, joined to a subtle criticism which destroyed all foundations of belief in the neophyte, a process afterwards imitated by his congeners, the Ismailias, and his assertion, like the Batanis, of an esoteric insight into all religious doctrines, armed against him every creed and sect, and naturally, wherever he or his disciples appeared, they were persecuted with unparalleled ferocity. The doctrine of money was a fantastic mixture of the tenets of Christianity with the ancient philosophy of the Persians and the Chaldeans. According to him, matter and mind are engaged in perpetual strife with each other. In the course of this conflict, human beings were created by the principle of matter, endowed with two natures, one divine, the other material, the former being a part of the light or spirit which had been filched from heaven. In order to release the struggling divine soul from the prison in which it was confined, the Supreme God sent from the solar regions an entity created from his own substance, which was called Christ. Christ, accordingly, appeared among the Jews clothed with the shadowy form of a human body, and during his ministry taught mortals how to disengage the rational soul from the corrupt body, to conquer the violence of malignant matter. The Prince of Darkness having incited the Jews to put him to death, he was apparently, but not in reality, crucified. On the contrary, having fulfilled his mission, he returned to his throne in the sun. The Manichaean Christ thus could neither eat, drink, suffer, nor die. He was not even an incarnate God, but an illusory phantasm, quote, the all-pervading light element imprisoned in nature, striving to escape matter without assuming its forms, end quote. However blasphemous and irrational these doctrines may seem, they appear hardly more so to Muslims than the doctrine of transubstantiation, the changing of the Eucharistic elements into the actual flesh and blood of the deity. Manes divided his disciples into two classes, one the quote-unquote elect, and the other the quote-unquote hearers. The elect were compelled to submit to rigorous abstinence from all animal food and intoxicating drink, to abjure wedlock and all gratification of the senses. The discipline appointed for the hearers was of a milder kind. They were allowed to possess houses, lands, and wealth, to feed upon flesh, to enter into the bonds of conjugal relationship. But this liberty was granted them with many limitations, and under the strictest conditions of moderation and temperance. Manes or Mani was put to death by Bahram Ghor, but his doctrines passed into Christianity and were visible in all the struggles which rent the Church in later times. About the middle of the 3rd century arose the sect of the Sabellians, which marked a new departure in the religion of Jesus. They regarded Jesus as only a man, and believed that a certain energy proceeding from the Supreme Father had united itself with the man Jesus, thus constituting him the Son of God. This peculiar doctrine, which Gibbon regards as an approach to Unitarianism, was the cause of serious disorders in the Christian Church, and led to the promulgation in the early part of the 4th century by Origen of the doctrine of 3 distinct personalities in the Godhead. Tritheism was only a modification of the ancient paganism suited to the character of the people who had adopted the creed of Jesus. Polytheism was ingrained in their nature, and tritheism was a compromise between the teachings of Jesus and the ancient worship of a number of personalities. In the course of time, tritheism merged into the doctrine of the Trinity, but not before it had given birth to the most philosophic sect of Christianity. The rise of Arianism is due principally to the revolt of the human intellect from the irrational teachings of the Church. In Alexandria, which was at that time the most fanatical of Christian cities, Arius had the boldness to preach, in opposition to his own bishop, that Christ was not of the same essence with God. Arianism soon spread itself in Egypt and northern Africa, and in spite of violent and frequent persecution, kept its hold on these parts as well as Spain until his followers were taken into the fold of Islam. Footnote: in the latter part of the 16th century of the Christian era, Satsianus of Siena in Italy revived and amplified the doctrine of Arius. The Unitarians of the present day are the direct spiritual descendants of the Socinians, who denied the divinity of Jesus. They also repudiated the doctrine of original sin and atonement. To them, God alone was the object of adoration. End of footnote. The troubles generated by the schism of Arius induced Constantine in AC 325 to assemble the Council of Nice in Bithynia. In this general council, after many violent efforts on both sides, the doctrine of Arius was condemned and, quote, Christ was declared consubstantial with the Father, end quote. Whatever may have been the condition of the Christian Church before, henceforth its history presents a constant and deplorable record of trouble and violence, of internecine strife and wrangling, of fearful and cruel persecutions, of bitter hatred, and a perpetual endeavor to crush out reason and justice from the minds of men. The vices of the regular clergy assumed monstrous proportions, and the luxury, arrogance, and voluptuousness of the sacerdotal order became the subject of complaint on all sides. The asceticism of the early times had given place to monasticism, and the licentiousness of the monks became a byword. They were the free lance of the Church, always foremost in fomenting tumults and seditions, and the streets of Constantinople, Alexandria, and Rome frequently ran with blood in consequence of their unruliness and turbulence. The disputes of Nestorius with Cyril, the murderer of Hypatia, forms a prominent chapter in the history of Christianity. The Second Council of Ephesus was convoked partly with the object of conciliating the various parties which had sprung up in the Church. But, quote, the despotism of the Alexandrian Patriarch, says Gibbon, again oppressed the freedom of debate. The heresy of the two natures was formally condemned. May those who divide Christ be divided with the sword. May they be hewn in pieces. May they be burned alive, were the charitable wishes of a Christian synod. End quote. At the Council of Chalcedon, which was convened at the instance of the Bishop of Rome, the doctrine of the incarnation of Christ in one person but in two natures was definitely settled. The Monophysites and Nestorians, revolting from the doctrine of incarnation, endeavored to make a stand against the decree of Chalcedon, but they succumbed under the furious onslaught of the Orthodox, who had succeeded in solving the mystery of their teacher's nature. Jerusalem was occupied by an army of monks. In the name of one incarnate nature, they pillaged, they murdered. The sepulchre of Christ was defiled with blood. The Alexandrian Christians who had murdered a woman did not hesitate to massacre their patriarch in the baptistry, committing his mangled corpse to the flames and his ashes to the wind. About the middle of the 6th century, the drooping fortunes of the Monophysites revived under the guidance of one of their leaders, Jacob, Bishop of Edessa. Under him and his successor, they acquired overwhelming predominance in the Eastern Empire, and by their unrelenting persecution of the Nestorians and their bitter quarrels with the Orthodox or the Chalcedonians, plunged the Christian Church into internecine warfare and bloodshed. To a non-Christian, the doctrines of the Monophysites, who taught that, quote, the divine and human nature of Christ were so founded as to form only one nature, yet without any change, confusion, or mixture of the two natures, end quote, seem to be in no way different from those laid down by the Council of Chalcedon. Yet this distinction without a difference was the cause of untold misery to a large number of the human race. At last, in 630 A.C., Heraclius tried to allay the disorders by starting a new sect, that of the Monothelites, whose doctrines were no less monstrous and fantastical. The Monothelites maintained that, quote, Christ was both perfect God and perfect man, and that in him were two distinct natures, so united as to cause no mixture or confusion, but to form by their union only one person, end quote. Instead, however, of bringing peace into the bosom of the Church of Jesus, the rise of this sect intensified the evil, and Western Asia, Northern Africa, and various parts of Europe continued to be the scene of massacres and murders and every kind of outrage in the name of Christ. Such was the religious condition of Christendom during the centuries which preceded the advent of Islam. With the apparent conversion of Constantine, Christianity became the dominant power in the Roman Empire. The fate of paganism was sealed. Its downfall, though staved off for a time by the greatest and most sincere of the Roman emperors, had become inevitable. After the extinction of paganism, says Gibbon, the Christians, in peace and piety, might have enjoyed their solitary triumph. But the principle of discord was alive in their bosom, and they were more solicitous to explore the nature than to practice the laws of their founder. End quote. Footnote: the Emperor Julian, the so-called apostate, is reported to have said, "No wild beasts are so hostile to man as Christian sects in general are to one another." End of footnote. The whole of Christian Europe was immersed in absolute darkness, and the Church of Jesus was rent with schisms and heresies. The religious conception of the masses had not advanced beyond the pagan stage. The souls of the dead were worshipped in numbers, and the images of those who were honored in life were objects of adoration. Relic and saint worship had become universal. Christianity had reverted to heathenism. The social and political condition of the nations subject to the sway of Christianity was equally deplorable. Liberty of thought and freedom of judgment were crushed out from among mankind, and the reign of Christ was celebrated by the sacrifice of heretics who ventured to differ from any idea which predominated for the time. In the streets of Alexandria, before the eyes of the civilized world, the noblest woman of antiquity was slaughtered with nameless horrors by a Christian who bears the title of saint in the annals of Christendom, and who in modern times has found an apologist. The eloquent pages of Draper furnish a vivid account of the atrocious crime which will always remain one of the greatest blots on Christianity. A beautiful, wise, and virtuous woman, whose lecture room was full to overflowing with the wealth and fashion of Alexandria, was attacked as she was coming out of her academy by a mob of the zealous professors of Christianity. Amidst the fearful yelling of those defenders of the faith, she was dragged from her chariot, and in the public street stripped naked. Paralyzed with fear, she was haled into an adjoining church, and there killed by the club of a quote-unquote saint. The poor naked corpse was outraged and then dismembered. But the diabolical crime was not completed until they had scraped the flesh from the bones with oyster shells and cast the remnants into the fire. Christendom honored with canonization the fiend who instigated this terrible and revolting atrocity, and the blood of martyred Hypatia was avenged only by the sword of Amru. Footnote: Amru ibn al-Asi, or As, of Arabian history. End of footnote. The condition of Constantinople under Justinian, the Christian and the glorified legislator, is the best index to the demoralized and degraded state of society all over Christendom. Public or private virtue had no recognition in the social conceptions. A harlot sat on the throne of the Caesars and shared with the emperor the honors of the state. Theodora had publicly plied her trade in the city of Constantine, and her name was a byword among its dissolute inhabitants. And now she was adored as a queen in the same city by grave magistrates, orthodox bishops, victorious generals, and captive monarchs. The empire was disgraced by her cruelties, which recognized no religious or moral restraint. Seditions, outbreaks, and sanguinary tumults, in which the priesthood always took the most prominent part, were the order of the day. On these occasions every law, human or divine, was trampled underfoot. Churches and altars were polluted by atrocious murders. No place was safe or sacred from depredations. The bonds of society were rent asunder, and revolting outrages were perpetrated in broad daylight. Nothing, however, can equal the horrors which were inflicted upon this unholy city during the Nika riots of the 5th year of Justinian's reign. The horrible anarchy of the circus, with its incessant bloodshed and sensuality, stimulated to its worst excesses by the support and encouragement which the imperial champions of orthodoxy extended to the most barbarous of the factions, was unparalleled in any heathen land. As compared with Constantinople at this period, Persia was a country of order and law. Humanity revolts from the accounts of the crimes which sully the annals of Christian Constantinople. Whilst the Prophet of Islam was yet an infant, one of the most virtuous emperors who ever ascended the throne of Byzantium was massacred, with his children and wife, with fearful tortures at the instance of a Christian monarch. The emperor was dragged from his sanctuary, and his 5 sons were successively murdered before his eyes. And this tragic scene closed with the execution of the emperor himself. The empress and her daughters were subjected to nameless cruelties, and then beheaded on the very ground which had been stained with the blood of the poor Emperor Maurice. The ruthless treatment meted out to the friends, companions, and partisans of the imperial victim serves as an index to the morality of the Byzantine Christians. Their eyes were pierced, their tongues were torn from the root, their hands and feet were amputated. Some expired under the lash, others in the flames, others again were transfixed with arrows. A simple, speedy death, says Gibbon, was a mercy which they could rarely obtain. The Byzantine Empire, slowly bleeding unto death, torn by political and religious factions, distracted with theological wranglings, and, crazed by an insane desire to enforce uniformity of religious belief, offered a wretched spectacle of assassinations, dissoluteness, and brutality. Footnote: Milman thus describes the Christianity of those days. The Bishop of Constantinople was the passive victim, the humble slave, or the factious adversary of the Byzantine Emperor, rarely exercised a lofty moral control upon his despotism. The lower clergy, whatever their more secret, beneficent, or sanctifying workings on society, had sufficient power, wealth, and rank to tempt ambition or to degrade to intrigue, not enough to command the public mind for any great salutary purpose, to repress the inveterate immorality of an effete age, to reconcile jarring interests, to mold together hostile races. In general, they ruled, when they did rule, by the superstitious fears rather than by the reverence and attachment of a grateful people. They sank downward into the common ignorance, and yielded to the worst barbarism, a worn-out civilization. Monasticism withdrew a great number of those who might have been energetic and useful citizens into barren seclusion and religious indolence. But except when the monks formed themselves, as they frequently did, into fierce political or polemic factions, they had little effect on the conditions of society. They stood aloof from the world, the anchorites in their desert wildernesses, the monks in their jealousy-barred convents, and secure, as they supposed, of their own salvation, left the rest of mankind to inevitable perdition. End of footnote. The countries included in Asiatic Turkey westward of the Euphrates, devastated alternately by the Parthians and the Romans, and then by the Persians and the Byzantines, presented a picture of utter hopelessness. The moral misery of the people was surpassed by their material ruin. The followers of Jesus, instead of alleviating, intensified the evil. Mago-Zoroastrianism combating with a degraded Christianity in Mesopotamia, the Nestorians engaged in deadly conflict with the Orthodox party, the earlier contests of Montanus and the prophetesses had converted Western Asia into a wilderness of despair and desolation. The whirlwinds of conquest which had passed over Africa, the massacres, the murders, the lawlessness of the professors and teachers of the Christian religion had destroyed every spark of moral life in Egypt and in the African provinces of the decaying empire. In Europe, the condition of the people was, if possible, still more miserable. In the open day, in the presence of the ministers of religion and the people, Narses, the benefactor of his country, was burnt alive in the marketplace of Constantinople. In the streets of Rome, under the eyes of the exarch, the partisans of rival bishops waged war and deluged churches with the blood of Christians. Spain exhibited a heart-rending scene of anarchy and ruin. The rich, the privileged few, who held the principal magistracies of the province under the emperors, or who were dignified with the title of magistrates, were exempt from all burdens. They lived in extreme luxury in beautiful villas, surrounded by slaves of both sexes, spending their time in the baths, which were so many haunts of immorality, or at the gaming table when not engaged in eating and drinking. The sight of this luxury and opulence offered a terrible contrast to the miseries of the masses. The middle class, the free population of the cities and the villages, were ground to the earth by the tyranny of the Romans. Agrarian slavery had disappeared. Its place was taken by the colonists, occupying an intermediate position between freedom and slavery. They were in some respects happier than the slaves. They could contract valid marriages. They obtained a limited share of the produce of the lands they cultivated, and their patrons could not take their goods and chattels from them. But in all other respects they were the slaves of the soil. Their personal services were at the disposal of the state. They were liable to corporal chastisement like the domestic slaves. Footnote: 300 lashes was the usual allowance for trivial faults. End of footnote. Slaves not of an individual, but of the soil, they remained attached to the lands they cultivated by an indissoluble and hereditary tie. The condition of the slaves, who formed the bulk of the population, was miserable beyond description. They were treated with pitiless cruelty, worse than cattle. The invasion of the barbarians brought with it a dire punishment upon the ill-fated land. In their wake followed desolation, terrible and absolute. They ravaged, they massacred, they reduced into slavery the women, children, and the clergy. A vast number of Jews were settled in the peninsula for centuries. The terrible persecutions which they suffered at the hands of the ecclesiastics in the reign of the Visigoth Sisebut in the year 616 A.C. lasted until Islam brought emancipation to the wretched victims of ignorance and fanaticism. It was Islam which rendered possible for Judaism to produce such men as Maimonides, or Ibn Jibral. End of section 4. Section 5 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Introduction continued. Let us now turn to Arabia, that land of mystery and romance, which has hitherto lain enwrapped in silence and solitude, isolated from the great nations of the world, unaffected by their wars or their polity. The armies of the Khosrows and the Caesars had for centuries marched and remarched by her frontiers without disturbing her sleep of ages. And though the mutterings of the distant thunder, which so frequently rolled across the dominions of the Byzantine and the Persian, often reached her ears, they failed to rouse her from her slumber. Her turn, however, was come, and she found her voice in that of the noblest of her sons. The chain of mountains which, descending from Palestine towards the Isthmus of Suez, runs almost parallel to the Red Sea, down to the southern extremity of the Arabian Peninsula, is designated in the Arabic language Hijaz, or barrier, and gives its name to all the country it traverses until it reaches the province of Yemen. At times the mountains run close to the sea. At times they draw far away from the coast, leaving long stretches of lowland, barren, desolate, and inhospitable, with occasional green valleys and rich oases formed in the track of the periodical rain torrents. Beyond this range and eastward stretches the steppe of Najd, the quote-unquote highland of Arabia, a vast plateau with deserts, mountain gorges, and here and there green plantations refreshing to the eye. In Hijaz, the barrier land, lie the holy cities Mecca and Medina, the birthplace and cradle of Islam. This vast region is divided into 4 tolerably well-defined countries. First, to the north lies Arabia Petria, including the countries of the ancient Edomites and the Midianites. Then comes Hijaz proper, containing the famous city of Yathrib, known afterwards in history as the city of the Prophet, Medinatun Nabi, or Medina. South of Hijaz proper lies the province of Tihama, where are situated Mecca and the port of Jeddah, the landing place of the pilgrims of Islam. The fourth and the southernmost part is called Asir, bordering on Yemen. Yemen, properly so called, is the country forming the southwestern extremity of the Arabian Peninsula, bounded on the west by the Red Sea, on the south by the Indian Ocean, on the north by Hijaz, and on the east by Hadramaut. The name of Yemen is often applied to southern Arabia generally. It then includes, besides Yemen proper, Hadramaut and the district of Mahra to the east of Hadramaut. Beyond Mahra, at the southeast corner of the peninsula, is Amman, and to the north of this is El Bahrain, or El Aqsa, on the Persian Gulf. This latter country is also called Hijr, from the name of its principal province. Najd, the highland, is the large plateau which, commencing westward on the eastern side of the mountains of Hijaz, occupies the whole of central Arabia. That portion of Najd which borders on Yemen is called the Najd of Yemen, and the northern part simply Najd. These 2 divisions are separated by a mountainous province called Yemama, famous in the history of Islam. North of Najd stretches the Syrian desert, not really a part of Arabia, but where the Arab tribes now roam, free and wild, leading a nomadic life like their ancient Aramean predecessors. Northeast are the deserts of Iraq, Barriyatul Iraq, bordering the fertile territory of Chaldea on the right bank of the Euphrates, and separating it from the cultivated portions of Arabia. Eastward, Najd is separated from Al-Aqsa by one of those strips of desert called Nafut by the Arabs. Towards the south lies the vast desert of Dakhna. It separates Najd from Hazramaut and Mahra. This vast region, which embraces an area twice the size of France in the height of its power, was then as now inhabited by two different types of people, quote-unquote, the people of the town and the dwellers of the desert. The virtues and the defects of the Badawi, his devotion to his clan, his quixotic sense of honor, with his recklessness and thirst for revenge, and his disregard for human life, have been portrayed in vivid and sympathetic colors by eminent writers like Burton and Poole. But whatever the difference between the Bedouin and the citizen, the Arab is peculiarly the child of the desert. His passionate love of freedom and his spiritual exaltation are the outcome of the free air which he breathes and of the wide expanse which he treads, conscious of his own dignity and independence. In spite of the annual gatherings at Mecca and Ukaz, the tribes and nationalities which inhabited the soil of Arabia were far from homogeneous. Each was more or less distinct from the other in development and religion. This diversity was mainly due to the diversity of their origin. Various races had peopled the peninsula at various times. Many of them had passed away, but their misdeeds and their prowess were fresh in the memory of successive generations, and these traditions formed the history of the nation. The Arabs themselves divide the races who have peopled the peninsula into three grand subdivisions, viz. 1. The Arab ul-Ba'ida, the extinct Arabs, under which are included the Hamitic colonies, Kushites, which preceded the Semites in the work of colonization, as also the Aramean population of Syria, Phoenicia, and other parts. 2. The Arab ul-Ariba, or Muta'ariba, original Arabs, true Semites, whom tradition represents to be descended from Kahtan or Yoktan, and who, in their progress towards the south, destroyed the aboriginal settlers. The Yaktanite Arabs, nomads by nature, superimposed themselves in those countries on the primitive inhabitants, the Hamitic astral worshippers. Their original cradle was the region whence also came the Abrahamites, and is precisely indicated by the significant names of two of the direct ancestors of Yoktan, Arphaxad, quote-unquote, border of the Chaldean, and Eber, quote-unquote, the man from beyond the river, in reference to Babylon, or the district now called Iraq Arabi, on the right bank of Euphrates. 3. The Arab al-Musta'ariba, or quote-unquote naturalized Arabs, Abrahamitic Semites who either as peaceful immigrants or as military colonists introduced themselves into the peninsula, and who intermarried and settled among the Yaktanite Arabs. These three names, Ariba, Muta'ariba, and Musta'ariba, are derived from the same root, and by the modification of their grammatical form indicate the periods when these races were naturalized in the country. Footnote. Cossin de Perceval regards the Ba'ida as the same as Ariba, and puts the Muta'ariba as forming the second group. In the following pages I adopt his classification. End of footnote. Among the Arab ul-Ariba, the races which require special mention in connection with the history of Islam are the Bani Ad, the Amalika, the Bani Thamud, and Bani Jadis. The Thamudians and Jadisites of Diodorus Siculus and Ptolemy. Footnote. The Adites are said to have been overwhelmed, conquered, and destroyed by the Yoktanite Arabs. The Thamudites, quote, that strange race of troglodytes, and quote, by the Assyrians under Kedorlaomer, Khazar el-Ahmar. End of footnote. The Bani Ad, Hamitic in their origin, were the first settlers and colonists in the peninsula, and they were established principally in that region of Central Arabia, which is called by Arab historians and geographers the Ahsaf ur-Ramal, contiguous to Yemen, Hadramaut, and Oman. They appeared during one period of their existence to have formed a powerful and conquering nation. One of the sovereigns of this race, Shaddad, whose name is preserved in the Quran, seems to have extended his power even beyond the confines of the Arabian Peninsula. He is said to have conquered Iraq and even approached the borders of India. This tradition probably points to the invasion of Babylonia or Chaldea by the Arabs more than 2,000 years before Christ, and possibly might be referred to the same event, which in Persian traditions is called the invasion of Zahak. The same Shaddad, or one of his successors bearing the same name, carried his arms into Egypt and farther west. This invasion of Egypt by the Arabs has been identified with the eruption of Hyksos into that country, and the way in which the nomadic invaders were ultimately driven out of Africa by a combination of the princes of the Thebaid, with the assistance of their Ethiopian or Kushite neighbors towards the south, gives some degree of corroboration to the theory. The bulk of the Adites are said to have been destroyed by a great drought which afflicted their country. A small remnant escaped and formed the second Adite nation, which attained considerable prosperity in Yemen. These later Adites, however, were engulfed in the Yoktanide wave. The Bani Amalika, supposed by Lenormand to be of Aramean origin, who are undoubtedly the same as the Amalekites of the Jewish and Christian scriptures, the Shashu of the Egyptian monuments, expelled from Babylonia by the early Assyrian sovereigns, entered Arabia and gradually spread themselves in Yemen and Hijaz, as well as Palestine and Syria. They appear to have penetrated into Egypt and gave her several of her pharaohs. The Amalika of Hijaz were either destroyed or driven out by the Bani Jurhum, a branch of the Bani Kahtan, who had originally settled in the south and subsequently moving northwards overwhelmed the Amalika. The Bani Thamud, who like the Bani Ad were Kushite or Hamitic, inhabited the borders of Edom and afterwards the country named Hijr, situated to the east of Arabia Petria and between Hijaz and Syria. These people were troglodytes and lived in houses carved in the side of rocks. Sir Henry Layard, in his early travels, has described the ruins of these rocky habitations, and one can fix the exact location of the Thamudites by comparing the Arabian traditions with the accounts of modern travelers and the results of recent discoveries. As the quote-unquote indispensable middleman of the commerce between Syria and Najd or Hijaz, the Thamudites attained a high degree of prosperity. They were ultimately in great part exterminated by Chedorlaomer, Khuzar al-Ahmar, the great Elamite conqueror, in the course of his victorious campaigns in Syria and Arabia. The terrible fate which overtook these ancient cave-dwellers, who in their solid habitations considered themselves safe from divine wrath, is often referred to in the Quran as a warning to the Qurayshites. After this disaster, the rest of the Bani Thamud retreated to Mount Seir on the north of the Elamitic Gulf, where they lived in the times of Isaac and Jacob. But they soon disappeared, doubtless absorbed by their neighboring tribes, and their place was taken by the Edomites who held Mount Seir for a time. These Edomites were apparently succeeded in their possessions by a body of Arabs driven from Yemen by the Bani Kahtan. In the days of Diodorus Siculus, under the same name as their predecessors, they furnished contingents to the Roman armies. Leaving the Tasm and Jadis and other small tribes as too unimportant to require any specific mention, we come to the Bani Jurhum, who also are classed under the head of Arab ul Ariba, and who appear to have overwhelmed, destroyed, and replaced the Amalika in Hijaz. There seem to have been two tribes of that name, one of them the most ancient and contemporaneous with the Adites, and probably Kushite in their origin, the other descendants of Kahtan, who, issuing from the valley of Yemen in a season of great sterility, drove out the Amalekite tribes of Hijaz and established themselves in their possessions. The eruption of the Bani Jurhum, of Kahtanite origin, is said to have taken place at a time when the Ishmaelitic Arabs were acquiring prominence among the Amalika, in whose country they had been long settled. The Ishmaelites entered into amicable relations with the invading hordes and lived side by side with them for a period. Before the advancing tide of the descendants of Ishmael, the Jurhumites began gradually to lose their hold over the valley, and before a century was well over, the dominion of Hijaz and Tihama passed into the hands of the Abrahamitic Arabs. The development of the Mustariba Arabs suffered a temporary check from the inroads of the Babylonian monarch, but, as we shall see later, they soon recovered their vitality and spread themselves over Hijaz, Najd, and the deserts of Iraq and Mesopotamia, where they finally absorbed the descendants of Kahtan, their predecessors. The Arab al-Mutariba were tribes sprung from Kahtan, son of Eber, and were chiefly concentrated in Yemen. The descendants of Kahtan had burst into Arabia from its northeast corner, and had penetrated down into the south, where they lived for a time among the Adites of the race of Kush, subject to their political supremacy, and at last became the governing power. The population sprung from Kahtan was not, however, exclusively confined to southern Arabia. Their primitive cradle lay in Mesopotamia. In moving southward from that locality to Yemen, the Kahtanite tribes must have passed through the whole length of the Arabian Peninsula, and no doubt left some settlements behind them along their route. According to the Arab historians, the wave which entered the peninsula at this period was headed by two brothers, Kahtan and Yaktan, the sons of Eber or Heber, and it was the son of Kahtan, Yareb, whom they regard as the first prince of Yemen, who gave his name to all his descendants and to the whole of the peninsula. Yareb is said to have been succeeded by his son Yeshad, founder of Mareb, the ancient capital of the realm, and father of the famous Abdus Shams, surnamed Sabah. This surname, which means capture, was given to him on account of his victories. The posterity of Sabah became the progenitors of the various tribes of Kahtanite descent, famous in Arab traditions. Sabah left two sons, Himyar, which means red, from the red mantle which he used to wear in imitation of the pharaohs, and Kuhlan. The former succeeded to his father's throne, and it was after him that the dynasty of Saba was called Himyari or Himyarite. Footnote: the Himyarite sovereigns of Yemen, who were styled Tabas, seem to have been from the earliest times in communication both with Persia and Byzantium. End of footnote. His descendants and those of Kuhlan, his brother and successor, alternately ruled Yemen until the century before Muhammad. To this dynasty belonged the great Dhul-Qarnayn and the celebrated Bilqis, who went to Jerusalem in the time of Solomon. Footnote: there is considerable doubt as to the identity of Dhul-Qarnayn. Several Mohammedan historians have thought that the Dhul-Qarnayn referred to in the Quran is identical with Alexander of Macedon. This opinion, however, is open to question. Dhul-Qarnayn, in its primitive sense, means the Lord of Two Horns. When we remember the headdress worn by the ancient Sabaean sovereigns, the crescent-shaped moon with its two horns, borrowed probably from Egypt about the period of this king, there can be little room for doubt that the reference in the Quran is to some sovereign of native origin, whose extensive conquest became magnified in the imagination of posterity into a worldwide dominion. Lenormand thinks that Shaddad, Dhul-Qarnayn, and Balkis were all Kushites. Judaism was strongly represented among the subjects of the Himyarite sovereigns, and in the year 343 AC, at the instance of an ambassador sent to Yemen by the Emperor Constantine, several Christian churches were erected in their dominions, but the bulk of the nation adhered to the primitive Semitic cult. Towards the end of the 5th century, Dhu-Nawas, known to the Byzantines as Dimian, made himself the master of Yemen and its dependencies, after slaying the ferocious usurper Dhu-Shinatir. His cruel persecution of the Christians, under the instigation of the Jews, whose creed he had adopted, drew upon him the vengeance of the Byzantine emperor. Instigated from Constantinople, an Abyssinian army under the command of Harith or Aryat landed on the shores of Yemen, defeated and killed Dhu-Nawas, and made themselves masters of Yemen. This occurred about 525 AC. Shortly afterwards, 537 AC, Aryat was killed by Abraha al-Ashram, who subsequently became the Abyssinian viceroy. It was under Abraha that the Christian Abyssinians made their abortive attempt to conquer Hijaz. Yemen remained under the Abyssinian domination for nearly half a century, when Mahdi Karib, the son of the famous Saif dhul Yazan, whose heroic deeds are sung up to the present day by the Arabs of the desert, restored the Himyarite dynasty, 573 AC, with the help of an army furnished by Kesra Anushirwan. On Mahdi Karib's assassination by the Christians in 597, Yemen came under the direct domination of Persia and was ruled by viceroys appointed by the court of Ctesiphon. Wahraz was the first Marzban. Under him, Yemen, Hazarmaut, Mahra, and Amman were added to the Persian Empire. The last of these viceroys was Bazan, who became Marzban under Khusru Parviz towards the year 606. It was during the viceroyalty of Bazan that Islam was introduced into Yemen, and he himself accepted the faith. The Persian domination of Yemen was extremely mild. All religions enjoyed equal toleration, and the chiefs of the different tribes exercised their authority in their different tracts, subject to the control of the Marzban. And a footnote. The traditions respecting the early Ishmaelite settlement in Arabia relate back to the time of Abraham and his expulsion or expatriation from Chaldea. The descendants of Ishmael prospered and multiplied in Hijaz until they, with their allies the Jurhumites, were overwhelmed and almost destroyed by the formidable king of Babylonia, Nebuchadnezzar, who, of all the monarchs that endeavored to attack the heart of Arabia, was alone successful in wounding it seriously. The foundation of Mecca was apparently coeval with the establishment of the Abrahamitic Arabs in the peninsula, for, according to the Arab tradition, a Jurhumite chief named Megas ibn Amr, whose daughter was married to the progenitor of the Mustariba Arabs, Ishmael or Ismail, was the founder of the city. About the same time was built the temple which gave Mecca an overwhelming predominance over the other cities of Arabia. Built by Abraham, that, quote, Saturnian father of the tribes, and, quote, in the remotest antiquity, the Kaaba ever remained the holiest and most sacred of the temples of the nation. Here were ranged the 360 idols, one for each day, round the great god Hubal, carved of red agate, the two ghazales, gazelles of gold and silver, and the image of Abraham and of his son. Here the tribes came, year after year, quote, to kiss the black stone which had fallen from heaven in the primeval days of Adam, and to make the 7 circuits of the temple naked. End quote. Mecca was thus from the earliest times the center not only of the religious associations of the Arabs, but also of their commercial enterprises. Standing on the highway of the commerce of antiquity, it gathered to itself the wealth and culture of the neighboring countries. Not even the Babylonian monarch could touch her mercantile prosperity, for from the necessity of their situation, the Arabs of Hijaz became the carriers of the nations of the world. Mecca was the center of the commercial activity which has distinguished the Arabs at all times from the other nations of the East. From Mecca irradiated the caravans which carried to the Byzantine dominions and to Persia the rich products of Yemen and the far-famed Ind, and brought from Syria the silks and stuffs of the Persian cities. But they brought with them more than articles of trade. In the train of these caravans came all the luxurious habits and vices which had corroded the very heart of the neighboring empires. Grecian and Persian slave girls, imported from Syria and Iraq, beguiled the idle hours of the rich with their dancing and singing, or ministered to their vices. The poet, whose poems formed the pride of the nation, sang only of the joys of the present life, and encouraged the immorality of the people, and no one bethought himself of the morrow. The Arabs, and especially the Meccans, were passionately addicted to drinking, gambling, and music. Dancing and singing, as in other Eastern countries, were practiced by a class of women occupying a servile position, who were called Kiyan, or in the singular Kaina, and whose immorality was proverbial. And yet they were held in the highest estimation, and the greatest chiefs paid public court to them. Footnote: the moral depravity of the people is evidenced by the fact that these women used to give receptions, which were attended by all the men of light and leading in the city. The town Arab was so passionately addicted to dice that he would frequently, like the Germans of Tacitus, stake away his own liberty. It was on account of these evils and the immoralities associated with their practice that Muhammad wisely prohibited to his followers gambling, dancing, and drinking of wine. The Umayyads revived all the 3 evils. They represented, in fact, the uprise of the old paganism, which had been stamped out with such labor by the great prophet. End of footnote. As among the Hindus, polygamy was practiced to an unlimited extent. A widow, other than the mother, was considered an integral part of her deceased husband's patrimony and passed into the use of the son, and the atrocious and inhuman practice of burying female infants was universal. The Jews, chased successively from their native homes by the Assyrians, the Greeks, and the Romans, had found among the Arabs safety and protection. But they had brought with their religion that bitter spirit of strife which was perhaps the cause of the greater portion of their misfortunes. They had succeeded, however, in gaining in Arabia a considerable body of proselytes. And at the time when Muhammad proceeded to announce his mission, Judaism was professed in Yemen by a notable fraction of the descendants of Himyar and Kinda, issue of Kuhlan, at Khaybar and at Yathrib by the Qurayza and the Nazir, tribes of Ishmaelite origin, but naturalized as Arabs from very ancient times. The Nestorians and the Jacobite Christians had also founded colonies in Arabia. The deadly rivalry between these 2 creeds to dominate over Arabia occasioned sanguinary wars in the most fertile provinces. Christianity had commenced to introduce itself among some families of the race of Rabia, son of Nizar, such as the Taglibites established in Mesopotamia and the Bani Abd ul-Qais, who were settled in al-Bahrain. It flourished at Najran among the Bani al-Harith ibn Ka'b, in Iraq among the Ibad, in Syria among the Ghassanids and some Kuzaid families, at Dumat ul-Jandal among the Sakoni and Bani Kalb, and some of the tribes who roamed over the desert that lay between Palestine and Egypt were also Christians. Magism and Sabaism had also their representatives among the Arabs, and especially among the Himyarites. The Bani Asad worshipped Mercury, the Judham Jupiter, the Bani Tai Canopus, the descendants of Qais Aylan Sirius. A portion of the Quraysh, the three moon goddesses, Al-Lat, the bright moon, Al-Manat, the dark, and Al-Uzza, the union of the two, who were regarded as the daughters of the high god, Banatullah. Mecca was at this time the center of a far-reaching idolatry, ramifications of which extended throughout the tribes of the peninsula. The Kinana, closely allied to the Quraysh politically and by blood, besides the star Aldebaran, served the goddess Uzza, represented by a tree at a place called Nakhla, a day and a half's journey from Mecca. The Hawazin, who roamed towards the southeast of Mecca, had for their favorite idol the goddess Lat, located at Taif. Manat was represented by a rock on the caravan road between Mecca and Syria. The worship of these idols was chiefly phallic, similar in character to that which prevailed among the ancient Semites, the Phoenicians, and the Babylonians. But the majority of the nation, especially the tribes belonging to the race of Mazar, were addicted to fetishism of a very low type. Animals and plants, the gazelle, the horse, the camel, the palm tree, inorganic matter like pieces of rocks, stones, etc., formed the principal objects of adoration. The idea of a supreme divinity, however, was not unrecognized, but its influence was confined to an inappreciable few, who, escaping from the bondage of idolatry, betook themselves to a philosophical skepticism, more or less tinged with the legendary notions, religious and secular, of their neighbors, the Sabaeans, the Jews, or the Christians. Among these, some distinctly recognized the conception of the supreme Godhead, and, revolting at the obscenities and gross materialism of their day, waited patiently for the appearance of a deliverer, who they felt in their hearts would soon appear. Among some tribes, in the case of death, a camel was sacrificed on the tomb or allowed to die from starvation, in the belief that it would serve as a conveyance for the deceased in a future existence. Some believed that when the soul separated itself from the body, it took the shape of a bird called Hama or Sada. If the deceased was the victim of a violent death, the bird hovered over the grave, crying, "Askoni, give me drink," until the murder was avenged. Belief in jinns, ghouls, and oracles rendered by their idols, whom they consulted by means of pointless arrows called aslam or kidah, was universal. Each tribe had its particular idols and particular temples. The priests and hierophants attached to these temples received rich offerings from the devotees, and often there arose sanguinary conflicts between the followers or the worshippers of rival temples. Footnote: among others, the temple of Dhul Khulasa in Yemen, belonging to the tribe of Bani Khatham, the temple of Arodha in Najd, belonging to the Bani Rabia, the temple of Dhu Sabat in Iraq, and that of Manat at Qudayd, not far from the sea, belonging to the tribe of Aus and Khazraj, domiciled at Yathrib, were the most famous. End of footnote. But the prestige of Kaaba, the chapel of Abraham and Ishmael, stood unimpeached among all. Even the Jews and the Sabaeans sent offerings there. The custody of this temple was an object of great jealousy among the tribes, as it conferred on the custodians the most honorable functions and privileges in the sight of the Arabs. At the time of Muhammad's birth, this honor was possessed by his family, and his grandfather was the venerable chief of the theocratic commonwealth which was constituted round the Kaaba. Human sacrifices were frequent. Besides special idols located in the temples, each family had household penates which exacted rigorous observances. Such was the moral and religious condition of the Arabs. Neither Christianity nor Judaism had succeeded in raising them in the scale of humanity. After 5 centuries of Christian evangelization, says Muir, we can point to but a sprinkling here and there of Christians. The Bani Harith of Najran, the Bani Hanifa of Yemama, some of the Bani Tai at Taima, and hardly any more. Judaism, vastly more powerful, had exhibited spasmodic effort of proselytism under Dhu Nawas. But as an active and converting agent, the Jewish faith was no longer operative. In fine, viewed thus in a religious aspect, the surface of Arabia had been now and then gently rippled by the feeble efforts of Christianity. The sterner influences of Judaism had been occasionally visible in a deeper and more troubled current. But the tide of indigenous idolatry and of Ishmaelite superstition, setting from every quarter with an unbroken and unebbing surge towards the Kaaba, gave ample evidence that the faith and worship of Mecca held the Arab mind in a thraldom rigorous and undisputed." End quote. The divisions and jealousies of the tribes, combined with the antagonistic feelings which actuated one against the other from religious and racial differences, had enabled the Assyrians, the Babylonians, the Greeks, the Persians, the Abyssinians to become masters of various provinces in the north, in the east, and in the southwest. Footnote. These tribal jealousies and family feuds, which I shall have to describe later, were the causes which led to the ruin of the Arab Empire. End of footnote. The Abyssinians had even gone so far as to invade Hijaz with the intention of destroying the national temple, but their power was broken before Mecca by the sturdy patriotism of Abd al-Muttalib. After 20 years' oppression, they were driven out of Yemen with the assistance of Persia by a native prince, the son of the celebrated Syed Ameer. On his assassination by the Christians, the sovereignty he had enjoyed under the auspices of the great Anushirwan passed entirely into Persian hands, and Yemen became tributary to Persia. Besides the direct domination which the rival empires of Constantinople and Ctesiphon exercised over the various provinces of Arabia, 2 of the greatest chieftains, the kings of Ghassan and of Hira, divided their allegiance between the Caesars and the Khosrows. And in the deadly wars, profitless and aimless, which Persian and Byzantine waged against each other, sucking out the lifeblood of their people from mere lust of destruction, though oftener the right was on the side of the Zoroastrian than the Christian, the Ghassanid and the Hyrite stood face to face in hostile array, or locked in mortal combat. Footnote. The sedentary portion of the Arab population of Yemen, of Bahrain, and Iraq obeyed the Persians. The Bedouins of these countries were in reality free from all yoke. The Arabs of Syria were subject to the Romans. Those of Mesopotamia recognized alternately the Roman and Persian rule. The Bedouins of Central Arabia and of Hijaz over whom the Himyarite kings had exercised a more or less effective sovereignty, had nominally passed under Persian rule, but they enjoyed virtual independence. End of footnote. The heterogeneous elements of which the Arabian Peninsula was thus composed gave an extremely varied character to the folklore of the country. Among uncultured nations, the tendency is always to dress facts in the garb of legends. Imagination among them not only colors with a roseate hue, but magnifies distant objects. And the variety of culture multiplies legends more or less based on facts. The Hamitic colonies of Yemen and of the southwest generally, the true Semites who followed in their footsteps like the Aryans in the east, the Jews, the Christians, all brought their traditions, their myths, their legends with them. In the course of ages, these relics of the past acquired a consistency and character, but however unsubstantial in appearance, on analysis there is always to be found underlying them a stratum of fact. In the legend of Shaddad and his garden of Irem, we see in the hazy past the reflection of a mighty empire which even conquered Egypt, quote, of a wealthy nation, constructors of great buildings, with an advanced civilization analogous to that of Chaldea, professing a religion similar to the Babylonian, a nation, in short, with whom material progress was allied to great moral depravity and obscene rites. End quote. In the traditional, half-legendary, half-historic destruction of the Adites and the Thammudites, we see the destructive fate which overwhelmed the Hamitic races before the Semitic tide, Assyrian and Arab. The children of Jacob, flying from their ruthless enemies, brought their legends and traditions with them, and thus contributed their quota to the folklore of the peninsula. The last of the Semitic colonies that entered Arabia was acknowledged by themselves as well as their neighbors to be descended from Abraham, and tradition had handed down this belief and given it a shape and character. Manichaeism, stamped out from Persia and the Byzantine dominions, had betaken itself to Arabia. The early Docetes, the Marcionites, the Valentinians all had their representatives in this land of freedom. They all disseminated their views and traditions, which in course of time became intermixed with the traditions of the country. These Christians, more consistent in their views than their orthodox persecutors, believed that the God incarnate, or at least the Son of God, his Word, born in the bosom of eternity, an eon, an emanation issuing from the throne of light, could not, did not die on the cross. That the words of agony which Orthodox Christian traditions put into the mouth of Jesus did not and could not escape from his lips. In short, that the man who suffered on the cross was a different person from the divine Christ, who escaped from the hands of his persecutors and went away to the regions whence he had come. This doctrine, however fanciful, was more consistent with the idea of the sonship of Jesus, and in itself appears to have been based on some strong probabilities. The intense desire of Pilate, whom Tertullian calls a Christian at heart, to save Jesus, even the unwillingness of Herod to incur more odium by the murder of the prophet of Nazareth, the darkness of the short hours when that great benefactor of humanity was led forth for the consummation of the frightful scenes which had continued throughout the night, the preternatural gloom which overshadowed the earth at the most awful part of this drama. All these coincident circumstances lend a strong probability to the belief that the innocent escaped and the guilty suffered. Footnote: if anything could lend stronger probability to this curious belief, It ought to be the circumstantial account of Luke chapter 24, verse 36, et seq., about Jesus allowing himself to be touched and felt after the resurrection in order to calm his affrighted disciples who believed him to be a spirit, and his asking for quote-unquote meat and partaking of quote a broiled fish and of a honeycomb, end quote. Add a footnote. Before the advent of Muhammad, all these traditions, based on fact though tinged by the colorings of imagination, must have become fairly embedded in the convictions of the people and formed essential parts of the folklore of the country. Muhammad, when promulgating his faith and his laws, found these traditions current among his people. He took them up and adopted them as the lever for raising the Arabs and the surrounding nations from the depths of social and moral degradation into which they had fallen. The light that shone on Sinai, the light that brightened the lives of the peasants and fishermen of Galilee, is now aflame on the heights of Faran. Footnote. The tradition which I have paraphrased in English is as follows. جاء الله من سيناء وأشرق من سعير واستعلن من فاران. Sair, says Yakut in his geographical encyclopedia, quote, is a hill in Palestine, and Faran is the hill of Mecca, end quote. End of footnote. End of section 5. Section 6 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1. The Life and Ministry of the Prophet. Chapter 1. Muhammad the Prophet. بلغ العلا بكماله كشف الدجى بجماله حسن جميع خصاله صلوا عليه وآله. He attained the height of eminence by his perfection. He dispelled the darkness of the world by his grace. Excellent were all his qualities. Pray for blessings on him and his posterity. These lines, untranslatable in their beauty, do not in the least exaggerate the gentleness of disposition, the nobility of character of the man whose life, career, and teachings we propose to describe in the following pages. At the dawn of the 7th century of the Christian era, in the streets of Mecca, might often be seen a quiet, thoughtful man past the meridian of life, his Arab mantle thrown across his shoulders, his talaisan drawn low over his face, footnote, a scarf thrown over the head, usually covering the turban, and brought round under the chin and passed over the left shoulder, and a footnote. Sometimes gently sauntering, sometimes hurrying along, heedless of the passers-by, heedless of the gay scenes around him, deeply absorbed in his own thoughts, yet withal never forgetful to return the salutation of the lowliest, or to speak a kindly word to the children who loved to throng around him. This is El-Amin, the trusty. He has so honorably and industriously walked through life that he has won for himself from his compatriots the noble designation of the true and trusty. But now, owing to his strange preaching, his fellow townsmen are beginning to look suspiciously upon him as a wild visionary, a crazed revolutionist, desirous of leveling the old landmarks of society, of doing away with their ancient privileges, of making them abandon their old creeds and customs. Mecca was at this time a city of considerable importance and note among the townships of Arabia, both from its associations and its position. Situated in a low-lying valley stretching north to south, bordered on the west by a range of hills, and the east by high granite rocks, the Kaaba in its center, its regular and paved streets, its fortified houses, its public hall opening on to the platform of the temple, the city presented an unusual appearance of prosperity and strength. The guardianship of the Kaaba, originally an appanage of the children of Ishmael, had, in consequence of the Babylonian attack, passed into the hands of the Jurhumites. The combination of the secular and religious power enabled the chiefs of the Bani Jurhum to assume the title of Malik, or king. In the early part of the 3rd century, the Jurhumites were overwhelmed by the eruption of a Kehtenite tribe called the Bani Khuzaa, who, issuing from Yemen, possessed themselves of Mecca and the southern parts of Hijaz. In the meantime, the race of Ishmael, which had suffered so terribly at the hands of the Babylonian king, was gradually regaining its former strength. Adnan, one of the descendants of Ishmael who flourished about the 1st century before Christ, had, like his ancestor, married the daughter of the Jurhumite chief and established himself at Mecca, and his son Ma'ad became the real progenitor of the Ishmaelites inhabiting Hijaz and Najd. Fihr, surnamed Quraysh, a descendant of Ma'ad, who flourished in the 3rd century, was the ancestor of the tribe which gave to Arabia her prophet and legislator. The Khuzaites remained in possession of the temple and of all the preeminence it conferred on them for more than 2 centuries. Upon the death of Hulayl, the last of the Khuzaite chiefs, Qusay, a descendant of Fihr, who had married Hulayl's daughter, drove the Khuzaites out of Mecca and possessed himself of the entire power, both secular and religious, in the city, and thus became the virtual ruler of Hijaz. Footnote: Qusay was the 5th in descent from Fihr and was born about 398 AC. The word Quraysh is derived from Karash, to trade, as Fihr and his descendants were addicted to commerce. The next we hear of the Khuzaites is when the Quraysh invoked their assistance against the Prophet. And a footnote. We now arrive on absolutely historical grounds. Qusay appears to have made himself the master of Mecca about the middle of the 5th century of the Christian era, and he at once set himself to the task of placing the administration of the city upon an organized basis. Until Qusay's time, the different Qurayshite families had lived dispersed in separate quarters at considerable distances from the Kaaba, and the extreme sanctity they attached to the temple had prevented their erecting any habitation in its neighborhood. Perceiving the dangers to which the national pantheon was exposed from its unprotected condition, he induced the Quraysh to settle in its vicinity, leaving a sufficient space free on the 4 sides of the temple for the tawaf, circumambulation. The families to whom the lands were allotted dwelt in strongly fortified quarters. Qusay built for himself a palace, the door of which opened on the platform of the temple. This palace was called the Dar-un-Nadwa, the council hall, where under the presidency of Qusay public affairs were discussed and transacted. Footnote: This building, after having been renewed several times, was ultimately converted into a mosque under Abdul Malik II, one of the Umayyads. And a footnote. To this hall no man under the age of 40, unless a descendant of Qusay, could gain admission. Here also were performed all the civil functions. At the Dar-un-Nadwa, the Qurayshites, when about to engage in a war, received from the hands of Qusay the standard liwa. Qusay himself attached to the end of a lance a piece of white stuff, and handed it or sent it by one of his sons to the Qurayshite chiefs. This ceremony, called the Aiktul Liwa, continued in vogue from the time of its inauguration by Qusay until the very end of the Arab Empire. Another of Qusay's institutions endured much longer. By representing to the Quraysh the necessity of providing food for the poor pilgrims who annually visited Mecca, and by impressing on them the duties of hospitality, Qusay succeeded in making them submit to the payment of an annual poor tax called the Rafada, which he applied in feeding the poorer pilgrims during the Ayyam ul-Mina, the day of the sacrificial feast, and the 2 following days which they passed at Mina. Footnote: Mina, the I is pronounced very short, is a suburb of Mecca. End of footnote. This usage continued after the establishment of Islam, and was the origin of the distribution of food which was made at Mina each year during the pilgrimage, in the name of the caliphs and the sultans, their successors. The words Nadwa, Liwa, and Rifada denote the functions exercised by Qusay, being the right of convoking and presiding at the council of the nation, of bestowing the standard, the symbol of military command, and of levying imposts raised for the purpose of supplying food to the pilgrims. With these dignities, Qusay also held the administration of the water supplied by the wells in Mecca and its neighborhood, Sikaya, and the custody of the keys of the Kaaba, Hijaba, with the ministration to the worship of the gods. Qusay thus united in his own person all the principal religious, civil, and political functions. He was king, magistrate, and chief pontiff. His power, which was almost royal, threw great luster on the tribe of Quraysh, of whom he was the acknowledged chief, and from his time the Quraysh acquired a marked preponderance among the other descendants of Ishmael. Qusay died at an advanced age about the year 480 A.C. He had in his lifetime designated his eldest son, Abd-ud-Dar, as his successor, and after his death the son succeeded quietly and without dispute to the high position of his father. Upon the death of Abd-ud-Dar, serious disputes broke out between his grandchildren and the sons of Abd-Manaf, his brother. The various clans and their allies and neighbors ranged themselves on opposite sides. The dispute, however, was amicably settled for the time. By the compromise thus effected, the Sikaya and the Rifada were entrusted to Abd-Shams, the son of Abd-Manaf, whilst the Hijaba, Nadwa, and Liwa remained in the hands of the children of Abd-Dar. Abd-Shams, who was comparatively a poor man, transferred the duties which had been entrusted to him to his brother Hashim, a man of great consequence as well as riches among the Quraysh. Hashim was the receiver of the tax imposed on the Qurayshites by Qusay for the support of the pilgrims, and the income derived from their contributions, joined to his own resources, was employed in providing food to the strangers who congregated at Mecca during the season of the pilgrimage. Like the majority of the Meccans, Hashim was engaged in commerce. It was he who founded among the Qurayshites the custom of sending out regularly from Mecca 2 caravans, one in winter to Yemen and the other in summer to Syria. Hashim died in the course of one of his expeditions into Syria, in the city of Gaza, about the year 510 A.C., leaving an only son named Shaiba by a Yathribite lady of the name of Salma. The charge of the Rafada and the Sikaya passed upon his death to his younger brother Muttalib, who had won for himself a high place in the estimation of his compatriots and the noble designation of Al-Faid, the generous, by his worth and munificence. Muttalib brought Shaiba, the white-haired youth, from Yathrib to Mecca. Mistaking Shaiba for a slave of Muttalib, the Meccans called him Abdul Muttalib, and history recognizes the grandfather of the Prophet under no other name than that of Abdul Muttalib, the slave of Muttalib. Footnote: of the sons of Abdul Manaf, Hashim died first at Gaza, then died Abdul Shams at Mecca, then Muttalib at Ghazwan, and lastly Naufal, sometime after Muttalib, at Silman in Iraq. And a footnote. Muttalib died at Ghazwan in Yemen towards the end of 520 AC and was succeeded by his nephew Abdul Muttalib as the virtual head of the Meccan Commonwealth. The government of Mecca was at this time vested in the hands of an oligarchy composed of the leading members of the House of Qusay. After the discovery of the sacred well of Zemzem by Abdul Muttalib and the settlement of the disputes regarding its superintendence, the governing body consisted of 10 senators who were styled sharifs. These decemvirs occupied the first place in the state, and their offices were hereditary in favor of the eldest member or chief of each family. These dignities were 1. The hijaba, the guardianship of the keys of the Kaaba, a sacerdotal office of considerable rank. It had been allotted to the house of Abd-ud-Dar, and at the time when Mecca was converted to Islam, it was held by Osman, the son of Talha. 2. The Sikaya, or the intendants of the sacred wells of Zemzem and of all the water destined for the use of the pilgrims. This dignity belonged to the house of Hashim and was held at the time of the conquest of Mecca by Abbas, the uncle of the Prophet. 3. The Diyat, or the civil and criminal magistracy, which had for a long time belonged to the house of Taym ibn Murrah, and at the time of the Prophet's advent was held by Abdullah ibn Quhafa, surnamed Abu Bakr. 4. The Sifara, or legation. The person to whom this office belonged was the plenipotentiary of the state, authorized to discuss and settle the differences which arose between the Quraysh and the other Arab tribes, as also with strangers. This office was held by Omar. 5. The Liwa, or the custody of the standard under which the nation marched against its enemies. The guardian of this standard was the general-in-chief of all the forces of the state. This military charge appertained to the house of Umayyah, and was held by Abu Sufyan, the son of Harb, the most implacable enemy of Muhammad. 6. The Rifada, or the administration of the poor tax. Formed with the alms of the nation, it was employed to provide food for the poor pilgrims, whether travelers or residents, whom the state regarded as the guests of God. This duty, after the death of Abu Talib, upon whom it had devolved after Abdul Muttalib, was transferred to the house of Naufal, son of Abdul Manaf, and was held at the time of the Prophet by Harith, son of Amr. 7. The Nadwa, the presidency of the National Assembly. The holder of this office was the first counselor of the state, and under his advice all public acts were transacted. Aswad, of the house of Abdul Uzza, son of Qusay, held this dignity at the time of the Prophet. 8. The Khaimme, the guardianship of the council chamber. This function, which conferred upon the incumbent the right of convoking the assembly and even of calling to arms the troops, was held by Khalid, son of Walid, of the house of Yakhzum, son of Marra. 9. Khazina, or the administration of the public finances, belonged to the house of Hassan, son of Ka'b, and was held by Harith, son of Qais. 10. The Aslam, the guardianship of the divining arrows by which the judgment of the gods and goddesses was obtained. Safwan, brother of Abu Sufyan, held this dignity. At the same time, it was an established custom that the oldest member exercised the greatest influence and bore the title of Ra'is, or Sayyid, chief and lord par excellence. Abbas was at the time of the Prophet the first of these senators. In spite, however, of this distribution of privilege and power, the personal character and influence of Abd al-Muttalib gave him an undoubted preeminence. The venerable patriarch, who had, in accordance with the custom of his nation, vowed to the deities of the Kaaba the sacrifice of one of his male children, was blessed with a numerous progeny. Footnote: Abd al-Muttalib had 12 sons and 6 daughters. Of the sons, Harith, born towards AC 538, was the eldest. The others were Abdul Uzza, alias Abu Lahab, the persecutor of the Prophet; Abu Manaf, better known as Abu Talib, born in AC 540, died in 620 AC; Zubair and Abdullah, 545, born of Fatima, the daughter of Amr the Makhzumi; Dirar and Abbas, 566 to 652, born of Nutayla; Mukawim, Jaham, surnamed Al-Ghaidak, the liberal, and Hamza, born of Hala. The daughters were Atika, Umayma, Arwa, Barra, and al-Hakim, surnamed Al-Baida, the fair, by Fatima, and Safia, born of Hala, who married Awam, the grandfather of the famous Abdullah ibn Zubair, who played such an important part in the history of Islam. The names of the other 2 sons of Abd al-Muttalib are not known, probably because they left no posterity. End of footnote. And, in fulfillment of his vow, he proceeded to offer up to the inexorable gods of his temple the life of his best beloved son Abdullah. But this was not to be. The sacrifice of the human life was commuted, by the voice of Pythia attached to the temple, to 100 camels, thenceforth the fixed Wehrgeld, or price of blood. Abdullah was married to Amina, a daughter of Wahb, the chief of the family of Zuhri. The year following the marriage of Abdullah was full of momentous events. At the beginning of the year, the whole of Arabia was startled by an event which sent a thrill through the nation. Abraha al-Ashram, the Abyssinian viceroy of Yemen, had built a church at Sana'a and was anxious to divert into his own city the wealth which the sanctity of the Kaaba attracted to Mecca. The desecration of the church by a Meccan furnished him with an ostensible motive, and he marched a large army to the destruction of the temple, himself riding at the head of his troops on a magnificently caparisoned elephant. The sight of the huge animal striding solemnly in the midst of the vast force so struck the imagination of the Arabian tribes that they dated an era from this event, and named it as the Era of the Elephant, 570 AC. On the approach of the Abyssinians, the Quraysh, with their women and children, retired to the neighboring mountains, and from there watched the course of affairs, hoping all the while that the deities of the Kaaba would defend their dwelling place. The morning dawned brightly as the Abyssinians advanced towards Mecca, when, lo and behold, say the traditionists, the sky was suddenly overcast by an enormous flight of small birds, swallows, which poured small stones over the ill-fated army. These stones, penetrating through the armor of men and horses, created terrible havoc among the invaders. At the same time, the floodgates of heaven were opened, and there burst forth torrents of rain, carrying away the dead and dying towards the sea. Abraha fled to Sana'a covered with wounds, and died there soon after his arrival. Ibn Hisham, after narrating this prodigy, adds, quote, "It was in the same year that smallpox manifested itself for the first time in Arabia." End quote. This indication explains the miracle, says Cousin de Perceval. One can well understand the annihilation of Abraha's army by some terrible epidemic, similar to the fate which overtook Sennacherib, to which was joined perhaps one of those grand downpours of rain which often produce terrible inundations in the valley of Mecca. Shortly after this event, Abdullah died in the course of a journey to Yathrib in the 25th year of his age. Footnote: he was buried in the quarter occupied by the sons of Adi, his maternal uncles. End of footnote. And a few days later, the afflicted wife gave birth to a son who was named Mohammed. Mohammed was born on the 12th of Rabi I in the year of the elephant, a little more than 50 days after the destruction of the Abyssinian army, or the 29th of August 570. Footnote: towards the end of the 40th year of the reign of Kesra Anushirwan, and the end of the year 880 of the era of the Seleucidae. And a footnote. His birth, they say, was attended with signs and portents, from which the nations of the earth could know that the deliverer had appeared. The rationalistic historian smiles. The religious controversialist who, upon a priori reasoning, accepts without comment the accounts of the wise men following the star, scoffs at these marvels. To the critical student, whose heart is not devoid of sympathy with earlier modes of thought, and who is not biased with preconceived notions, quote-unquote, the portents and signs which the Muslim says attended the birth of his prophet, are facts deserving of historical analysis. We moderns perceive in the ordinary incidents in the lives of nations and individuals the current of an irresistible law. What wonder, then, that 1400 years ago they perceived in the fall of a nation's memorial the finger of God, pointing to the inevitable destiny which was to overtake it in its iniquity. In accordance with the custom of the Arabs, the child was confided during his early infancy to a Bedouin woman of the tribe of Bani Sa'd, a branch of the Hawazin. Footnote: in afterlife, when this poor Bedouin woman was brought by the Quraysh as a captive to Mecca, Muhammad recognized her with tears of joy, and obtained from his rich wife, an ample provision for her life. End of footnote. And upon being returned by her to his mother, was brought up by Amina with the tenderest care. But she died not long after, and the doubly orphaned child was thus thrown upon the care of his grandfather, Abdul Muttalib, who, during the few years that he survived the mother, watched his grandson with the utmost tenderness. But nothing could make up for the loss of that paternal care and love which are the blessings of childhood. His father had died before he was born. He was bereft of his mother when only 6 years of age, and this irreparable loss made a deep impression on the mind of the sensitive child. 3 or 4 years later, he lost his grandfather also. Abdul Muttalib died towards the year 579 A.C., shortly after his return from a journey to Sana'a, where he had gone as the representative of the Quraysh to congratulate Saif, the son of Dhul Yazan, on his accession to the throne of the Tabas with the help of the Persians. Footnote: Of the two duties of the Sikaya and Rifada held by Abd al-Muttalib, the Sikaya, with the custody of the Zamzam, passed to his son Abbas. The second devolved on Abu Talib, who enjoyed at Mecca great authority and consideration. Abu Talib, however, did not transmit the Rifada to his children. This dignity was transferred upon his death to the branch of Nawfal, son of Abu Manaf, and at the time Mecca surrendered to the Prophet, Harith, the son of Amr, and the grandson of Nawfal, exercised, as we have said before, the function of the Rifada. End of footnote. With the death of Abd al-Muttalib opens another epoch in the life of the orphan. On his deathbed, the old grandfather had confided to Abu Talib the charge of his brother's child, and in the house of Abu Talib, Muhammad passed his early life. We can almost see the lad with his deep, wistful eyes, earnest and thoughtful, looking as it were into futurity, moving about in the humble, unpretentious household of his uncle, or going often into the desert to gaze upon the beauteous face of nature. Sweet and gentle of disposition, painfully sensitive to human suffering, this pure-hearted child of the desert was the beloved of his small circle, and there ever existed the warmest attachment between uncle and nephew. Quote, "The angels of God had opened out his heart and filled it with light." End quote. His early life was not free from the burden of labor. He had often to go into the desert to watch the flocks of his uncle. The princely munificence of Hashim and Abd al-Muttalib had told upon the fortunes of their heirs, and the Hashemites, owing to the lack of means, were fast losing their commanding position. The duty of providing the pilgrims with food was given up to the rival branch of Umayyah, who had always entertained the bitterest jealousy towards the children of Hashim. Muhammad was but a child when the quote-unquote sacrilegious wars, the Ghazwat al-Fijar, which continued with varying fortunes and considerable loss of human life for a number of years, broke out at Okaz between the Quraysh and the Bani Kinana on one side and the Qais Aylan on the other. Ukaz lies between Taif and Nakhla, 3 short journeys from Mecca. At this place, famous in Arab history, was held a great annual fair in the sacred month of Dhul Qa'dah, when it was forbidden to engage in war or shed human blood in anger, quote, "a sort of God's truce." End quote. Other fairs were held at Majna near Mar uz-Zuhran, not far from Mecca, and at Dhul Majaz at the foot of Mount Arafat. But the gathering at Ukaz was the great national affair. Here, in the sacred month, when all enmity and tribal vendetta was supposed to lie buried for the time, flowed from all parts of Arabia and even more distant lands the commerce of the world. Here came the merchants of quote-unquote Araby the Blessed, of Hijaz, of Najd, the poet heroes of the desert, and the actors, often disguised from the avengers of blood in masks or veils, to recite their poems and win the applause of the nations gathered there. Ukaz was quote-unquote the Olympia of Arabia. Here they came, not for trade only, but to sing of their prowess, of their glory, to display their poetical and literary talents. The qasidas, which won the admiration of the assembled multitude, were inscribed in letters of gold, muzahabat, golden, and hung up in the national pantheon as a memorial to posterity. Footnote, hence also called the mu'allaqat, or suspended poems, and a footnote. During these weeks, Ukaz presented a gay scene of pleasure and excitement. But there was also another side to the picture. The dancing women, like their modern representatives, the Almas and Ghawazin of Egypt, moving from tent to tent, exciting the impetuous son of the desert by their songs and their merriment, the congregation of Corinthians, who did not even pretend to the calling of music, the drunken orgies frequently ending in brawls and bloodshed, the gaming tables at which the Meccan gambled from night till morning, the bitter hatred and ill-feeling evoked by the pointed personalities of rival poets, leading to sudden affrays and permanent and disastrous quarrels, deepened the shadows of the picture and made a vivid impression on the orphan child of Amina. During the interval between the first and second of those fratricidal wars, named sacrilegious from the violation of the sanctity of the month in which all quarrel was forbidden, Muhammad accompanied his uncle and guardian on one of his mercantile journeys to Syria. Footnote: Abu Talib, like his father and grandfather, carried on a considerable trade with Syria and Yemen. He transported to Damascus, to Basra, and other places in Syria the dates of Hijaz and Hijr and the perfumes of Yemen, and in return brought back with him the products of the Byzantine Empire. And a footnote. Here was opened before him a scene of social misery and religious degradation, the sight of which never faded from his memory. Silently and humbly, with many thoughts in his mind, the solitary orphan boy grew from childhood to youth and from youth to manhood. Deeply versed in the legendary lore of his nation, education in the modern sense of the term he had none. With all his affection for his people, in his ways and mode of thought he seemed far removed from them, isolated in the midst of a chaotic society, with his eyes fixed intently on the moving panorama of an effete and depraved age. The lawlessness rife among the Meccans, the sudden outburst of causeless and sanguinary quarrels among the tribes frequenting the fairs of Ukaz, the immorality and skepticism of the Quraysh, naturally caused feelings of intense horror and disgust in the mind of the sensitive youth. In the 25th year of his age, Muhammad traveled once more into Syria as the factor or steward of a noble Qurayshite lady named Khadija, a kinswoman of his. The prudence with which he discharged his duties made a favorable impression on Khadija, which gradually deepened into attachment. A marriage, which proved a singularly happy one, was soon arranged between Muhammad and his noble kinswoman, and was solemnized amidst universal rejoicings. In spite of the disparity of age between Muhammad and his wife, who was much the senior of her husband, there always existed the tenderest devotion on both sides. This marriage, quote, brought him that repose and exemption from daily toil which he needed in order to prepare his mind for his great work. But beyond that, it gave him a loving woman's heart that was the first to believe in his mission, that was ever ready to console him in his despair, and to keep alive within him the thin flickering flame of hope when no man believed in him, not even himself, and the world was black before his eyes. Khadija is a notable figure, an exemplar among the womanhood of Islam. The calumny which is leveled at Muhammad's system, that it has degraded the female sex, is sufficiently refuted by the high position which his wife and youngest daughter, our quote-unquote Lady of Light, occupy in the estimation of the Muslim. Khadija bore Muhammad several children, 3 sons and 4 daughters, but the sons all died in infancy, and their loss, which wrung the heart of the bereaved father so tenderly and devotedly attached to them, supplied the hostile Quraysh later with an abusive epithet to apply to the Prophet. Footnote: Al-Abtar, literally without a tail, in its secondary sense one without issue. End of footnote. The daughters long survived the new dispensation, with the exception of an occasional appearance in public when the exigencies of his position or the necessities of the city of his birth demanded it. The next 15 years after his marriage is a silent record of introspection, preparation, and spiritual communion. Since the death of Abd al-Muttalib, authority in Mecca had become more or less divided. Each of the senators enjoyed a somewhat limited authority, and among the different functions there was no such institution as a magistracy to ensure the peaceable enjoyment by individuals of their rights and property. The ties of blood and family esprit de corps afforded some degree of protection to every citizen against injustice and spoliation, but strangers were exposed to all kinds of oppression. They would often find themselves robbed not only of their goods and chattels, but also of their wives and daughters. A famous poet of the name of Hanzala of the tribe of Bani al-Kain, better known as Abu Tamahan, was publicly robbed in the streets of Mecca, notwithstanding that he had entered the city as a client of a Qurayshite notable, Abdullah ibn Judan. Another similar act of lawlessness brought matters to a crisis. At the instance of Muhammad, the descendants of Hashim and of Muttalib, and the principal members of the family of Zuhra and Taim, bound themselves by a solemn oath to defend every individual, whether Meccan or stranger, free or slave, from any wrong or injustice to which he might be subjected in Meccan territories, and to obtain redress for him from the oppressor. This chivalrous league received the name of the Hilful Fudul, or the Federation of the Fudul, in memory of an ancient society instituted with a similar object among the Jurhum, and composed of 4 personages named Fadl, Fadal, Mufaddal, and Fudail, collectively Fudul. Muhammad was the principal member of this new association, which was founded about 595 AC, shortly after his marriage. The League of the Fudul exercised efficient protection over the weak and oppressed, and during the first year of its institution, the simple threat of its intervention was sufficient to repress the lawlessness of the strong and to afford redress to the helpless. The League continued to exist in full force for the first half-century of Islam. It was some years after the establishment of the Hilful Fudul, and towards the commencement of the 7th century of the Christian era, that an attempt was made by Osman, son of Huwayrith, backed by Byzantine gold, to convert Hijaz into a Roman dependency. His attempt failed chiefly through the instrumentality of Muhammad, and Osman was obliged to fly into Syria, where he was subsequently poisoned by Amr, the Ghassanid prince. In 605 AC, when Muhammad was 35, the Quraysh took in hand the reconstruction of the Kaaba. In the course of this work, a dispute among the different families engaged in the building of the temple, which at one time seemed likely to lead to great bloodshed, was happily settled by the ready intervention of Muhammad. These are all we know of his public acts within these 15 years. His gentle disposition, his austerity of conduct, the severe purity of his life, his scrupulous refinement, his ever-ready helpfulness towards the poor and the weak, his noble sense of honor, his unflinching fidelity, his stern sense of duty, had won him among his compatriots the high and enviable designation of Al-Amin, the trusty. It was at this period that he tried to discharge some portion of the debt of gratitude and obligation he owed his uncle Abu Talib, by charging himself with the education of Ali, one of his sons. Abu Talib's endeavor to maintain the old position of his family had considerably straitened his circumstances. Muhammad, rich by his alliance with Khadija, and Abbas, the brother of Abu Talib, were the most opulent citizens of Mecca. During a severe famine which afflicted the country, Muhammad persuaded his uncle Abbas to adopt one of the sons of Abu Talib, whilst he adopted another. Thus Abbas took Ja'far, Muhammad, Ali, and Aqil remained with his father. Muhammad had lost all his sons in early infancy. In the love of Ali he found some consolation for their loss, and the future marriage of the son of Abu Talib with the youngest daughter of Muhammad, Fatima, sealed the bond of love and devotedness. Muhammad about this time set an example to his fellow citizens by an act of humanity which created a salutary effect upon his people. A young Arab of the name of Zayd, son of Harith, was brought as a captive to Mecca by a hostile tribe and sold to a nephew of Khadija, who presented the young lad to her. Muhammad obtained Zayd as a gift from Khadija and immediately enfranchised him. This kindness on one side gave rise to absolute devotion on the other, and the Arab boy could not be induced, even by his own father, to return to his tribe or forsake Muhammad. End of section 6. Section 7 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, Chapter 1, Muhammad the Prophet, continued. Thus passed the 15 years of trial and probation, years marked by many afflictions, and yet full of sympathy with human suffering and sorrow. Before him lay his country, bleeding and torn by fratricidal wars and intertribal dissensions, his people sunk in ignorance, addicted to obscene rites and superstitions, and with all their desert virtues lawless and cruel. His 2 visits to Syria had opened to him a scene of unutterable moral and social desolation, rival creeds and sects tearing each other to pieces, wrangling over the body of the god they pretended to worship, carrying their hatred to the valleys and deserts of Hijaz, and rending the townships of Arabia with their quarrels and bitterness. The picture before him was one of dreary hopelessness. The few who, abandoning their ancient beliefs, were groping in the dark for some resting place, represented a general feeling of unrest. Footnote: 4 men, Zayd, Waraka, son of Naufal, and a cousin of Khadija, and 2 others, Abdullah and Osman, abandoning the fetishism of their countrymen, had betaken themselves to a search for the true faith. Zayd was the principal person among them. Before the Prophet retired into the wilderness, like Jesus, to commune with God, he had come in contact with Zayd and learned to esteem his abhorrence of idolatry. When Zayd's cousin asked the Prophet in later times to supplicate divine mercy for him, Muhammad, who would not pray for his own grandfather as he had died in idolatry, willingly did so for Zayd. End of footnote. In their minds there was nothing capable of appealing to the humanity beyond themselves. Muhammad's soul was soaring aloft, trying to peer into the mysteries of creation, of life and death, of good and evil, to find order out of chaos. And God's words uttered to his soul became at last the life-giving power of the world. For years after his marriage it had been his wont to betake himself, sometimes with his family, at other times alone, for prayer and meditation to a cave on the Mount Hira, quote, a huge barren rock torn by cleft and hollow ravine, standing out solitary in the full white glare of the desert sun, shadowless, flowerless, without well or rill." Footnote: now called the Mount of Light. Ibn Hisham, Ibn al-Athir, and Abdul Fida mentioned the month of Ramadan as the month which Muhammad usually spent at Hira in prayer and the succor of the poor and famished wayfarers of the desert. Tabari mentions Rajab. End of footnote. Solitude had indeed become a passion with him. Here in this cave he often remained whole nights plunged in profoundest thought, deep in communion, at-tahannuth, with the unseen yet all-pervading God of the universe. Slowly the heaven and earth fill with predestined vision and command. A voice seems to issue even from the inanimate objects around him, the stones and rocks and trees, calling on him to fulfill the task an almighty power was directing him to undertake. Can the poetry of the soul go further? The mental visions and the apparitions of angels at these moments were the bright, though gradual, dawnings of those truths with which he was to quicken the world into life. Often in the dark and benighted pathways of concrete existence, the soul of every great man has been conscious of unrealized yet not unseen influences which have led to some of the happiest achievements of humanity. From Samuel, that ancient seer, wild and awful as he stands, deep in the misty horizon of the past, to Jesus in the wilderness, pondering over the darksome fate of his people and the magnitude of his work, listening to the gentle accents of the God of truth, from Jesus to Muhammad in the solitude of his mountain retreat, there is no break in the action of these influences. In the still hours of the night, in the calmness of the early dawn, in the depth of solitude, when no human sympathy is near, a voice comes to him from heaven, softly as the sough of the morning breeze, quote, "Thou art the man, thou art the prophet of God," end quote. Or when wrapped in thought it comes in mighty waves, quote, "Cry in the name of thy Lord," end quote. The overwrought mind at these moments raises a vision before the eye, a vision of the celestial ministrants who are believed to form the medium of intercommunication between the God of heaven and the man on earth. Quote, "The Father of truth chooses his own prophets, and he speaks to them in a voice stronger than the voice of thunder. It is the same inner voice through which God speaks to all of us. That voice may dwindle away and become hardly audible. It may lose its divine accent and sink into the language of worldly prudence. But it may also from time to time assume its real nature with the chosen of God, and sound in their ears as a voice from heaven." End quote. The natural relations of Muhammad's vast conception of the personality of God with the atmosphere of his age, says a great writer, is the only explanation of that amazing soberness and self-command with which he entertained his all-absorbing visions. End quote. And then adds, "It could not have been accidental that the one supreme force of the epoch issued from the solitudes of that vast peninsula round which the tides of empire rose and fell. Every exclusive prophetic claim at the name of a sovereign will has been a cry from the desert. The symbolic meaning given to Arabia by the withdrawal of the Christian apostle to commune with a power above flesh and blood, in Muhammad became more than a symbol. Arabia was itself the man of the hour, the prophet of Islam its concentrated word. To the child of her exalted traditions, driven by secret compulsion out into the lonely places of the starry night, his mouth in the dust, the desert spoke without reserve." End quote. One night, quote, "the the night of power and excellence, end quote, when a divine peace rests on creation and all nature is lifted up towards its Lord, in the middle of that night the book was opened to the thirsting soul. Whilst lying self-absorbed, he is called by a mighty voice, surging like the waves of the ocean, to cry. Twice the voice called, and twice he struggled and waved its call, but a fearful weight was laid on him, and an answer was wrung out of his heart. Cry, called out the voice for the third time. And he said, What shall I cry? Came the answer, Cry, in the name of thy Lord. When the voice had ceased to speak, telling him how from minutest beginnings man had been called into existence and lifted up by understanding and knowledge of the Lord, who is most beneficent, and who, by the pen, had revealed that which man did not know, Muhammad woke from his trance, and felt as if the words spoken to his soul had been written on his heart. Footnote: Surah 46, verse 1 to 5. Iqra is usually rendered into read, but I have preferred to follow the rendering suggested by Deutsch as more in accordance with the call to the Prophet. End of footnote. A great trembling came upon him, and he hastened home to his wife and said, O Khadijah, what has happened to me? He lay down, and she watched by him. When he recovered from his paroxysm, he said, O Khadijah, he of whom one would not have believed it, meaning himself, has become either a soothsayer, kahin, or one possessed, mad. Footnote: Diviners and soothsayers were his particular aversions. Most of them were attached to the temples. End of footnote. She replied, God is my protection, O Abul Qasim, a name of Muhammad derived from one of his boys. He will surely not let such a thing happen unto thee, for thou speakest the truth, dost not return evil for evil, keepest faith, art of a good life, and kind to thy relations and friends, and neither art thou a babbler in the marketplaces. What has befallen thee? Hast thou seen aught terrible? Muhammad replied, Yes. And he told her what he had seen. Whereupon she answered and said, Rejoice, O dear husband, and be of good cheer. He in whose hands stands Khadijah's life is my witness that thou wilt be the prophet of this people. Then she arose and went to her cousin Waraka, son of Naufal, who was old and blind, and, quote, knew the scriptures of the Jews and Christians. End quote. When she told him what she had heard, he cried out, Quddusun, Quddusun, holy, holy. Verily this is the Namus al-Akbar, who came to Moses and Jesus. He will be the prophet of his people. Tell him this, bid him be of brave heart. Footnote: The primary signification of the word Namus in Arabic is a messenger, one who communicates a secret message. It also means law, as the Greek nomos. In Talmudical phraseology, says Deutsch, it signifies the revealed law. In Waraka's mind, these different significations were combined. The messenger and the message, both divine, had come to Muhammad, even as they had come to Moses and Jesus. End quote. Add a footnote. In the midst of the wreck of empires and nations, in the wild turmoil of tribes and clans, there was a voice in the air, east and west, north and south, that God's message was close at hand. The shepherd was nigh who was to call back the erring flock into the Master's fold. It had spoken to the heart of Waraka. And when the two men met subsequently in the streets, the blind old reader of the Jewish and Christian scriptures, who had searched in them for consolation and found none, but who knew of the promise held out to mankind of a deliverer, spoke of his faith and trust. "I swear by him in whose hand Waraka's life is," said the old man. "God has chosen thee to be the prophet of this people. The Namus al-Akbar has come to thee. They will call thee a liar, they will prosecute thee, they will banish thee, they will fight against thee. Oh, that I could live to those days! I would fight for thee." And he kissed him on his forehead. These words of hope and trust brought comfort to the troubled soul. Footnote: Waraka died soon after this event, and a footnote. And then followed a period of waiting for the voice to come again, the inspiration of heaven to fall once more on the anxious mind. We can appreciate the spiritual throes, the severe mental conflicts, the doubts, hopes, and misgivings which alternately wrung the heart of Muhammad, when we are told that before he had himself realized his mission, he was driven to the verge of self-destruction, when the angel of God recalled him to his duty to mankind. It spoke to the poor, grieved heart, agitated by doubt and fear, of hope and trust, of the bright future when he should see the people of the earth crowding into the one true faith. Saved by the gracious monition, he hurried home from the desert, exhausted in mind and body, to the bosom of his devoted wife, praying only to be covered from the overwhelming presence. His was not the communion with God of those egoists who bury themselves in deserts or forests and live a life of quietude for themselves alone. His was the hard struggle of the man who is led onwards by a nobler destiny towards the liberation of his race from the bondage of idolatry. His destiny was unfolded to him when, wrapped in profound meditation, melancholy and sad, he felt himself called by that voice from heaven which had called those who had gone before him to arise and preach. O thou, enwrapped in thy mantle, arise and warn, and glorify thy Lord. And he arose and girded himself for the work to which he was called. Thenceforth his life is devoted to humanity. Preaching with unswerving purpose amidst unremitting persecution, insulted and outraged, he held on in his path of reproof and reform. Khadijah was the first to accept his mission. She was the first to believe in the revelation, to abandon the idolatry of her people, and to join with him in purity of heart in offering up prayers to the All-Merciful. Not only was she the first to believe in him and his divine message, but in the struggle which was to follow, she was his true consoler. And God, says tradition, comforted him through her when he returned to her, for she roused him up again and made his burden more light to him, assuring him of her own faith in him and representing to him the futility of man's babble. End quote. In the beginning, Muhammad opened his soul only to those who were attached to him and tried to wean them from the gross practices of their forefathers. After Khadijah, Ali was the next disciple. Often did the Prophet go into the depths of the solitary desert around Mecca with his wife and young cousin, that they might together offer up their heartfelt thanks to the God of all nations for his manifold blessings. Once they were surprised in the attitude of prayer by Abu Talib, the father of Ali. And he said to Muhammad, "O son of my brother, what is this religion that thou art following?" "It is the religion of God, of his angels, of his prophets, and of our ancestor Abraham," answered the Prophet. "God has sent me to his servants to direct them towards the truth. And thou, O my uncle, art the most worthy of all. It is meet that I should thus call upon thee, and it is meet that thou shouldst accept the truth and help in spreading it." "Son of my brother," replied Abu Talib, in the true spirit of the sturdy old Semite, "I cannot abjure the religion of my fathers, but by the Supreme God, whilst I am alive, none shall dare to injure thee." Then, turning towards Ali, his son, the venerable patriarch inquired what religion was his. "O father," answered Ali, "I believe in God and his Prophet, and go with him." "Well, my son," said Abu Talib, "he will not call thee to aught save what is good, wherefore thou art free to cleave unto him." Soon after, Zayd, the son of Harith, who, notwithstanding his freedom, had cast in his lot with Muhammad, became a convert to the new faith. He was followed by a leading member of the Qurayshite community of the name of Abdullah, son of Abu Kuhafa, who afterwards became famous in history as Abu Bakr. Footnote: De Verger, in a note, mentions that before his conversion to Islam, he was called Abdul Kaaba, servant of the Kaaba. End of footnote. A member of the important family of Taym ibn Murrah, a wealthy merchant, a man of clear, calm judgment, at the same time energetic, prudent, honest, and amiable, he enjoyed great consideration among his compatriots. He was but 2 years younger than the Prophet, and his unhesitating adoption of the new faith was of great moral effect. 5 notables followed in his footsteps, among them Osman, son of Affan, of the family of Umayyah, who afterwards became the 3rd caliph; Abdurrahman, son of Auf; Sa'd, son of Abi Waqqas, afterwards the conqueror of Persia; Zubair, son of Awam and nephew of Khadijah, presented themselves before the Prophet and accepted Islam at his hands. Several proselytes also came from the humbler walks of life. It is a noble feature in the history of the Prophet of Arabia, and one which strongly attests the sincerity of his character, the purity of his teachings, and the intensity of his faith and trust in God, that his nearest relations, his wife, his beloved cousin, and intimate friends were most thoroughly imbued with the truth of his mission and convinced of his inspiration. Those who knew him best, closest relations and dearest friends, people who lived with him and noted all his movements, were his sincere and most devoted followers. If these men and women, noble, intelligent, and certainly not less educated than the fishermen of Galilee, had perceived the slightest sign of earthliness, deception, or want of faith in the teacher himself, Muhammad's hopes of moral regeneration and social reform would all have been crumbled to dust in a moment. They braved for him persecution and dangers. They bore up against physical tortures and mental agony caused by social excommunication, even unto death. Would this have been so had they perceived the least backsliding in their master? But even had these people not believed in Muhammad with such earnest faith and trust, it would furnish no reason for doubting the greatness of his work or the depth of his sincerity. For the influence of Jesus himself was least among his nearest relations. His brother never believed in him, and they even went so far as once to endeavor to obtain possession of his person, believing him to be out of his mind. Even his immediate disciples were not firm in their convictions. Footnote: and these were the men whom Jesus called his mother and brethren, in preference to his own mother and brothers. End of footnote. Perhaps this unsteadiness may have arisen from weakness of character, or it may have resulted, as Milman thinks, from the varying tone of Jesus himself, but the fact is undeniable. Footnote: Sir W. Muir admits this in the most positive terms. He says, "The apostles fled at the first sound of danger." End of footnote. The intense faith and conviction on the part of the immediate followers of Muhammad is the noblest testimony to his sincerity and his utter self-absorption in his appointed task. For 3 weary long years he labored quietly, to wean his people from the worship of idols. But polytheism was deeply rooted among them. The ancient cult offered attractions which the new faith in its purity did not possess. The Quraysh had vested interest in the old worship, and their prestige was involved in its maintenance. Muhammad had thus to contend not only with the heathenism of his city, sanctified by ages of observance and belief, but also with the opposition of the oligarchy which ruled its destinies, and with whom, like the generality of their people, superstition was allied to great skepticism. With these forces fighting against him, little wonder that the life and death struggle of the 3 years drew only 30 followers. But the heart of the great teacher never failed. Steadfast in his trust in the Almighty Master, whose behests he was carrying out, he held on. Hitherto he had preached quietly and unobtrusively. His compatriots had looked askance at him, had begun to doubt the sanity of Al-Amin, thought him crazed or quote-unquote possessed, but had not interfered with his isolated exhortations. He now determined to appeal publicly to the Quraysh to abandon their idolatry. With this object he convened an assembly on the hill of Safa, and there spoke to them of the enormities of their crimes in the sight of the Lord, their folly in offering adoration to carved idols. He warned them of the fate that had overtaken the races which had passed unheeded the words of the preachers of bygone days, and invited them to abjure their old impious worship, and adopt the faith of love and truth and purity. But the mockers mocked his words, laughed at the enthusiasm of young Ali, and departed with taunts and scoffs on their lips, and fear in their hearts at the spirit of revolution which had risen in their midst. Having thus failed to induce the Quraysh to listen to the warnings of heaven, he turned his attention to the strangers visiting the city for trade or pilgrimage. To them he endeavored to convey God's words. But here again his efforts were frustrated by the Quraysh. When the pilgrims began to arrive on the environs of the city, the Qurayshites posted themselves on the different routes and warned the strangers against holding any communication with Muhammad, whom they represented as a dangerous magician. This machination led, however, to a result little expected by the Meccans. As the pilgrims and traders dispersed to their distant homes, they carried with them the news of the advent of the strange, enthusiastic preacher, who, at the risk of his own life, was calling aloud to the nations of Arabia to give up the worship of their fathers. If the Quraysh were under the impression that Muhammad would be abandoned by his own kith and kin, they were soon undeceived by a scathing denunciation hurled at them by Abu Talib. The old patriarch, who had refused with characteristic persistency to abandon his ancient creed or to adopt the new faith, rebelled at the injustice and intolerance of his compatriots towards the reformer, and with true desert chivalry he deplored, in a poem which lies embalmed in history, the enormities of the Quraysh towards one who was the benefactor of the orphan and the widow, Al-Amin, who never failed in word or deed, and declared that the children of Hashim and of Muttalib would defend the innocent with their lives. About the same time, an Yathribite chief wrote to the Quraysh of Mecca, and, holding up the examples of bygone ages, exhorted them not to embroil themselves with civil dissensions and warfare. He advised them to give a hearing to the new preacher. Quote, "An honorable man has adopted a certain religion. Why persecute him? For it is only the Lord of the heaven who can read the heart of man." End quote. His counsel had some effect, and occasioned a change of tactics among the Quraysh. For a time, accordingly, calumnies and vilifications, exasperating contumelies and petty outrages were substituted for open and violent persecution. The hostile Quraysh stopped the Prophet from offering his prayers at the Kaaba. They pursued him wherever he went. They covered him and his disciples with dirt and filth when engaged in their devotions. They incited the children and the bad characters of the town to follow and insult him. They scattered thorns in the places which he frequented for devotion and meditation. In this act of refined cruelty, the lead was always taken by ul-Jamil, the wife of Abu Lahab, one of Muhammad's uncles. She was the most inveterate of his persecutors. Every place which he or his disciples frequented for devotion, she covered with thorns. This exasperating conduct brought down upon her the designation of being, quote-unquote, the bearer of faggots, Hammalatul Hatab, to hell. Amidst all these trials, Muhammad never wavered. Full of the intensest confidence in his mission, he worked steadily on. Several times he was in imminent danger of his life at the hands of the Quraysh. On one occasion he disarmed their murderous fury by his gentle and calm self-control. But persecution only added to the strength of the new faith. The blood of the martyrs is the seed of the Church, is a truth not confined to one creed. The violence of the Quraysh towards Muhammad, their burning and bitter intolerance, led to the conversion of the redoubtable Hamza, the youngest son of Abdul Muttalib. This intrepid warrior, brave, generous, and true, whose doughty sword was held in dread by all the Quraysh, about this time came to the Prophet, adopted his faith, and became thenceforth a devoted adherent of Islam, and finally laid down his life in the cause. Amidst all this persecution, Muhammad never ceased calling to the nation, so wedded to iniquity, to abandon their evil ways and abominations. He threw his heart and soul into his preachings. He told them in burning words that seared into the hearts of the listeners the punishment which had alighted on the tribes of Ad and Thamud, who had heeded not the warnings of God's messengers, of the outpouring of heaven's wrath at the iniquities of Noah's people. He adjured them by the wonderful sights of nature, by the noonday brightness, by the night when she spreadeth her veil, by the day when it appeareth in glory, to listen to the warning before a like destruction came upon them. He told them of the day of reckoning, when the deeds done by men in this world shall be weighed before the eternal Judge, when the children who had been buried alive shall be asked for what crime they had been put to death, and when heaven and earth shall be folded up, and none be near but God. He spoke to them of the rewards and punishments of the hereafter, describing to his materialistic people the joys of paradise and the pains of hell, quote, with all the glow of Eastern imagery, end quote. He told them what the unbelievers were like, quote, they are like unto one who kindleth a fire, and when it hath thrown its light on all around him, God taketh away the light, and leaveth him in darkness, and they cannot see. Deaf, dumb, blind, therefore they shall not retrace their steps. They are like those who, when there cometh a storm cloud of heaven, big with darkness, thunder, and lightning, thrust their fingers into their ears because of the thunderclap for fear of death. God is round about the infidels. The lightning almost snatcheth away their eyes. So oft as it gleameth on them, they walk on in it. But when darkness closeth upon them, they stop. And if God pleased, of their ears and of their eyes would he surely deprive them. Verily, God is almighty. End quote. Quote, as to the infidels, their works are like the sarab on the plain, footnote, i.e. the mirage of the desert, and a footnote, which the thirsty traveller thinketh to be water, and then when he cometh thereto, he findeth it to be nothing. But he findeth God round about him, and he will fully pay him his account, for swift in taking an account is God. Or as the darkness over a deep sea, billows riding upon billows below, and clouds above, one darkness over another darkness. When a man stretcheth forth his hand, he is far from seeing it. He to whom God doth not grant light, no light at all hath he. End quote. The people were awestruck, and conversions grew frequent. The Quraysh were now thoroughly alarmed. Muhammad's preaching betokened a serious revolutionary movement. Their power and prestige were at stake. They were the custodians of the idols whom Muhammad threatened with destruction. They were the ministers of the worship which Muhammad denounced. Their very existence depended upon their maintaining the old institutions intact. If the predictions were fulfilled, they would have to efface themselves as a nation preeminent among the nationalities of Arabia. The new preacher's tone was intensely democratic. In the sight of his Lord, all human beings were equal. This leveling of all distinctions was contrary to all their traditions. They would have none of it, for it boded no good to their exclusive privileges. Urgent measures were needed to stifle the movement before it gained further strength. They accordingly decided upon an organized system of persecution. In order, however, not to violate their laws of vendetta, each family took upon itself the task of strangling the new religion within its own circle. Each household tortured its own members, or clients or slaves, who were supposed to have attached themselves to the new faith. Muhammad, owing to the protection of Abu Talib and his kinsmen, Abu Bakr and a few others who were either distinguished by their rank or possessed some influential friend or protector among the Quraysh, were for the time exempt from immediate violence. The others were thrown into prison, starved, and then beaten with sticks. The hill of Ramda and the place called Batha became thus the scenes of cruel tortures. The men or women whom the Quraysh found abandoning the worship of the idol gods were exposed to the burning heat of the desert on the scorching sand, where, when reduced to the last extremity by thirst, they were offered the alternative of adoring the idols or death. Some recanted, only to profess Islam once more when released from their torments. But the majority held firmly to their faith. Such a one was Bilal, the first muezzin of Islam. His master, Umayyah, son of Khalaf, conducted him each day to Batha when the heat of the sun was at its greatest, and there exposed him bare-backed with his face to the burning sun, and placed on his chest a large block of stone with the words, "There shalt thou remain until thou art dead or thou hast abjured Islam." As he lay half stifled under his heavy weight, dying with thirst, he would only answer, "Ahadun, Ahadun," one God, one. This lasted for days, until the poor sufferer was reduced to the verge of death, when he was ransomed by Abu Bakr, who had in like manner purchased the liberty of 6 other slaves. They killed with excruciating torments Yasar and Samia, his wife. They inflicted fearful tortures on Ammar, their son. Muhammad was often an eyewitness to the suffering of his disciples, sufferings borne with patience and fortitude as became martyrs in the cause of truth. And these were not the only martyrs in the early history of Islam. Footnote, e.g. Khubayb bin Adi, who, being perfidiously sold to the Quraysh, was by them put to death in a cruel manner by mutilation and cutting off his flesh piecemeal. In the midst of his tortures, Being asked whether he did not wish Muhammad in his place, he answered, "I would not wish to be with my family, my substance, and my children, on condition that Muhammad was only to be pricked with a thorn." End of footnote. Like the Pharisees tempting Jesus, the Quraysh came to Muhammad with temptations of worldly honor and aggrandizement to draw him from the path of duty. One day, says the chronicler, he was sitting in the Kaaba, at a little distance from an assembly of the antagonistic chiefs, when one of them, Utbah, son of Rabi'a, a man of moderate views, came to him and said, "O son of my brother, thou art distinguished by thy qualities and thy descent. Now thou hast sown division among our people, and cast dissensions in our families. Thou denouncest our gods and goddesses. Thou dost tax our ancestors with impiety. We have a proposition to make to thee. Think well if it will not suit thee to accept it." "Speak, O father of Walid," said the Prophet. "I listen, O son of my brother." Footnote: Walid being a son of Utbah. It was usual, and is so even now among the Arabs, to call a man as the father of so-and-so, instead of using his own name as a mark of consideration. End of footnote. Commenced Utbah, "If thou wishest to acquire riches by this affair, we will collect a fortune larger than is possessed by any of us. If thou desirest honors and dignity, we shall make thee our chief, and shall not do a thing without thee. If thou desirest dominion, we shall make thee our king. And if the spirit, demon, which possesses thee cannot be overpowered, we will bring thee doctors and give them riches till they cure thee." And when he had done, "Hast thou finished, O father of Walid?" asked the Prophet. "Yes," replied he. "Then listen to me." "I listen," he said. "In the name of the most merciful God," commenced the warner. "This is a revelation from the most merciful, a book, the verses whereof are distinctly explained, an Arabic Quran, for the instruction of people who understand, bearing good tidings and denouncing threats. But the greater part of them turn aside and hearken not thereto, and they say, Our hearts are veiled from the doctrine to which thou invitest us, and there is a deafness in our ears, and a curtain between us and thee. Wherefore act thou as thou shalt think fit, for we shall act according to our own sentiments. Say, Verily I am only a man like you. It is revealed unto me that your God is one God. Wherefore direct your way straight unto him, and ask pardon of him for what is past. And woe be to the idolaters who give not the appointed alms, and believe not in the life to come." Footnote: Whilst hospitality was regarded as a great virtue, charity was considered a weakness among the Arabs, and a future life an old woman's fable. End of footnote. But as to those who believe and work righteousness, they shall receive an everlasting reward. When the Prophet finished this recitation, he said to Utbah, "Thou hast heard. Now take the course which seemeth best to thee." Profoundly afflicted by the sufferings of his disciples, whose position, as time went on, became more and more unbearable, he advised them to seek a refuge in the neighboring Christian kingdom of Abyssinia, where ruled a pious sovereign, till God in his mercy wrought a change in the feelings of the Quraysh. He had heard of the righteousness of this Christian king, of his tolerance and hospitality, and was certain of a welcome for his followers. Some immediately availed themselves of the advice, and sailed, to the number of 15, to the hospitable shores of the Negus, Najashi. This is called the first exile, Muhajarat, in the history of Islam, and occurred in the 5th year of Muhammad's mission, 615 AC. These emigrants were soon joined by many more of their fellow sufferers and laborers in the cause of truth, until their number amounted to 83 men and 18 women. But the untiring hostility of Quraysh pursued them even here. They were furious at the escape of their victims, and sent deputies to the king to demand the delivery of these refugees that they might be put to death. They stated the chief charges against the poor fugitives to be the abjuration of their old religion and the adoption of a new one. The Negus sent for the exiles, and inquired of them whether what their enemies had stated was true. "What is this religion for which you have abandoned your former faith?" asked the king, "and adopted neither mine nor that of any other people?" Ja'far, son of Abu Talib and brother of Ali, acting as spokesman for the fugitives, spoke thus: "O king, we were plunged in the depth of ignorance and barbarism. We adored idols, we lived in unchastity. We ate dead bodies, and we spoke abominations. We disregarded every feeling of humanity and the duties of hospitality and neighborhood. We knew no law but that of the strong, when God raised among us a man of whose birth, truthfulness, honesty, and purity we were aware. And he called us to the unity of God and taught us not to associate anything with him." Footnote: the idolaters are almost always called associators, mushrikeen, in the Quran, or men who associate other beings with God. End of footnote. He forbade us the worship of idols and enjoined us to speak the truth, to be faithful to our trusts, to be merciful, and to regard the rights of neighbors. He forbade us to speak evil of women or to eat the substance of orphans. He ordered us to fly from vices and to abstain from evil, to offer prayers, to render alms, to observe the fast. We have believed in him. We have accepted his teachings and his injunctions to worship God and not to associate anything with him. For this reason our people have risen against us, have persecuted us in order to make us forego the worship of God and return to the worship of idols of wood and stone and other abominations. They have tortured us and injured us, until finding no safety among them, we have come to thy country, and hope thou wilt protect us from their oppression. Footnote: can there be a better summary of Muhammad's work or of his teachings? Add a footnote. The demands of the Quraysh were scouted by the king, and the deputies returned in confusion to Mecca. Whilst the disciples of Muhammad were seeking safety in other lands from the persecution of their enemies, he himself stood bravely at his post, and amidst every insult and outrage pursued his mission. Again they came to him with promises of honor and riches to seduce him from his duty. The reply was, as before, full of life, full of faith. "I am neither desirous of riches, nor ambitious of dignity, nor of dominion. I am sent by God, who has ordained me to announce glad tidings unto you. I give you the words of my Lord. I admonish you. If you accept the message I bring you, God will be favorable to you both in this world and in the next. If you reject my admonitions, I shall be patient, and leave God to judge between you and me." They mocked him, scoffed at him, tried by insidious questions to expose the fallacy of his teachings. Footnote: a Christian historian goes into raptures at the subtlety of the idolaters. See Osborne, Islam under the Arabs. End of footnote. His simple trust and sublime faith in his master rose superior to all their materialistic skepticism. They asked him to cause wells and rivers to gush forth, to bring down the heaven in pieces, to remove mountains, to have a house of gold erected, to ascend to heaven by a ladder. It was a repetition of the old story, with this difference that in the case of Jesus his own followers insisted upon his performing miracles to satisfy them of the truth of his mission. His immediate disciples, says Professor Mamry, were always misunderstanding him and his work, wanting him to call down fire from heaven, wanting him to declare himself King of the Jews, wanting to sit on his right hand and on his left hand in his kingdom, wanting him to show them the Father, to make God visible to their bodily eyes, wanting him to do and wanting to do themselves anything and everything that was incompatible with his great plan. This was how they treated him until the end. When that came, they all forsook him and fled. End of quote. To these unsatisfied, lukewarm spirits, whose craving for wonders was no less strong than that of the Quraysh, and who afterwards clothed the revered figure of Jesus in a mist, a legacy which even modern idealistic Christianity cannot shake off, the Master was wont to reply, at times angrily, that it was an evil and adulterous age which sought after a sign, and that no sign should be given to it, and that if a man believed not in Moses and the prophets, he would not repent even though one rose from the dead. Footnote. Patristic Christianity has held and still holds to the miracles as a proof of the divinity of Jesus. Modern Christianity calls them Aberglaube. It may well be, as the author of Literature and Dogma says, that the miracles are doomed, and that the miracle saga of Christianity must, sooner or later, go with all legends, Eastern or Western. End of footnote. It must be said to the credit of the disciples of the Arabian teacher that they never called for a miracle from their master. They, scholars, merchants, and soldiers, looked to the moral evidences of his mission. They ranged themselves round the friendless preacher at the sacrifice of all their worldly interests and worldly hopes, and adhered to him through life and death with a devotion to his human personality to which there is scarcely a parallel in the history of the world. In an age when miracles were supposed to be ordinary occurrences at the beck of the commonest saint, when the whole atmosphere was surcharged with supernaturalism, not only in Arabia but in the neighboring countries where civilization had made far greater progress, the great pioneer of rationalism unhesitatingly replies to the miracle-seeking heathens, "God has not sent me to work wonders. He has sent me to preach to you. My Lord be praised. Am I more than a man sent as an apostle? Angels do not commonly walk the earth, or God would have dispatched an angel to preach his truth to you. I never said that Allah's treasures are in my hand, that I knew the hidden things, or that I was an angel, I who cannot even help or trust myself unless God pleaseth." End quote. No extraordinary pretensions, no indulgence in hyperbolical language, no endeavor to cast a glamour round his character or personality. I am only a preacher of God's words, the bringer of God's message to mankind, repeats he always. From first to last, no expression escapes him, quote, which could be construed into a request for human worship, end quote. From first to last, there is unvarying soberness of expression, which, considering the age and surrounding, is more marvelous. From first to last, the tone is one of simple, deep humility before the Creator, and in the moment of his greatest exaltation, the feeling is one of humble, sweet thankfulness. Quote, "In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate, whatsoever is in heaven and on earth praises God the King, the Holy One, the Almighty, the All-Wise. It is he who, out of the midst of the illiterate Arabs, has raised an apostle to show unto them his signs, and to sanctify them, and to teach them the Scripture and the wisdom, them who before had been in great darkness. This is God's free grace, which he giveth unto whomsoever he wills. God is of great mercy." End quote. Disclaiming every power of wonder-working, the Prophet of Islam ever rests the truth of his divine commission entirely upon his teachings. He never resorts to the miraculous to assert his influence or to enforce his warnings. He invariably appeals to the familiar phenomena of nature as signs of the divine presence. Footnote: the passage of Sir W. Muir on this point is, to say the least, remarkable. He says, "Whether the idolatry of Mecca would not have succumbed without a struggle before such preaching as Muhammad's, italics, sustained by reasonable evidence, and italics, may be a matter for speculation." End quote. The italics are his own. Like the Quraysh, Sir W. Muir is not satisfied with the teachings unless supported by wonder-workings. Add a footnote. He unswervingly addresses himself to the inner consciousness of man, to his reason, and not to his weakness or his credulity. Look round yourself. Is this wonderful world, the sun, the moon, and the stars, holding their swift, silent course in the blue vault of heaven, the law and system prevailing in the universe, the raindrops falling to revive the parched earth into life, the ships moving across the ocean, beladen with what is profitable to mankind, the beautiful palm covered with its golden fruit, are these the handiwork of your wooden or stone gods? Fools, do you want a sign when the whole creation is full of the signs of God? The structure of your body, how wonderfully complex, how beautifully regulated. The alternation of night and day, of life and death, your sleeping and awaking, your desire to accumulate from the abundance of God, the winds driving abroad the pregnant clouds as the forerunners of the Creator's mercy, the harmony and order in the midst of diversity, the variety of the human race and yet their close affinity, fruits, flowers, animals, human beings themselves, are these not signs enough of the presence of a mastermind? To the Prophet of Islam, nature in itself is a revelation and a miracle. Quote, "There is a tongue in every leaf, a voice in every rill, a voice that speaketh everywhere, in flood and fair, through earth and air, a voice that's never still." End quote. Footnote: compare هر گیاه که از زمین روید وحده لا شریک له گوید. Every blade that springs from the earth bears testimony to the unity of God. And a footnote. The prophet of monotheism is preeminently the prophet of nature. His ethical appeal and his earnest assertion of divine unity are founded upon the rational and intellectual recognition of all-pervading order, of the visible presence of one mind, one will, regulating, guiding, and governing the universe. His grandest miracle is the book in which he has poured forth with an inspired tongue all the, quote, revelations of nature, conscience, and prophecy, end quote. Ask you a greater miracle than this, O unbelieving people, than to have your vulgar tongue chosen as the language of that incomparable book, one piece of which puts to shame all your golden poesy and suspended songs, to convey the tidings of universal mercy, the warnings to pride and tyranny. But to all his exhortations the Quraysh turned a deaf ear. They were blind to the signs of God, blind to the presence of a divine personality in nature, deaf to the call of the seer to come back to righteousness, to forego the crimes and abominations of antiquity. Their answer to him breathes a fierce animosity, paralleled only in the darkest days of Arian or Pelagian persecution in Christendom. "Know this, O Muhammad," said they, "we shall never cease to stop thee from preaching till either thou or we perish." End of section 7. Section 8 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, Chapter 1, Muhammad the Prophet, continued. During this interval occurred an incident which has been differently construed by the Muslim historians and the Christian biographers of the Prophet. One day, in one of his prophetic trances, Muhammad was reciting within the Kaaba some verses which now form part of the 53rd chapter of the Quran. When he came to the words, "What think ye of Allat, Al-Uzza, and Manat, the third besides?" an idolater who was present on the occasion, and whom tradition has converted into the devil, anxious to avert the threatened denunciation, called out, "They are exalted damsels, and their intercession with God may be hoped for." These words were supposed to form part of the Prophet's revelation, and the Quraysh, overjoyed either at the trick or at Muhammad's supposed concession, hastened to express their willingness to come to terms. When Muhammad learned what had happened, he immediately proclaimed the words, "They are naught but empty names which you and your fathers have invented." This is the version given by Mohammedan historians and traditionists. According to the Christian biographers, the incident is supposed to indicate a momentary desire on the part of the Prophet to end the strife with the Quraysh by some compromise. The bigot calls it a lapse and a fall, but the generous and unbiased historian considers the episode as throwing additional luster on the Prophet of Arabia. Persecution was becoming fiercer and fiercer every day. The sufferings of his followers were increasing, and the whole city was up in arms against them. The sight of his poor disciples afflicted him deeply. His weary struggle with the Arabian idolatry filled him with grief. What wonder that a momentary thought crossed his mind to end the conflict by making a slight concession to the bigotry of his enemies. Quote, "And so Muhammad made his first and last concession. He recited a revelation to the Quraysh in which he spoke respectfully of the three moon goddesses, and asserted that their intercession with God might be hoped for. Wherefore bow down before God and serve him." And the whole audience, overjoyed at the compromise, bowed down and worshipped at the name of the God of Muhammad. The whole city was reconciled to the double religion. But this dreamer of the desert was not the man to rest upon a lie. At the price of the whole city of Mecca, he would not remain untrue to himself. He came forward and said he had done wrong. The devil had tempted him. He openly and frankly retracted what he said, and as for their idols, they were but empty names which they and their fathers had invented. Western biographers have rejoiced greatly over quote-unquote Muhammad's fall. Yet it was a tempting compromise, and few would have withstood it. And the life of Muhammad is not the life of a god, but of a man. From first to last it is intensely human. But if for once he was not superior to the temptation of gaining over the whole city and obtaining peace where before had been only bitter persecution, what can we say of his manfully thrusting back the rich prize he had gained, freely confessing his fault, and resolutely giving himself over again to the old indignities and insults? If he was once insincere, and who is not, how intrepid was his after-sincerity! He was untrue to himself for a while, and he is ever referring to it in his public preaching with shame and remorse. But the false step was more than atoned for by his magnificent recantation." End quote. Upon the promulgation that Lat, Uzza, and Manat were but empty names, the persecution burst out anew with redoubled fury. Supported, however, by a firm conviction of divine assistance and upheld by the admonitions of the heavenly voice within, conveyed to him by the ministrators of heavenly mercy, he continued his preaching undeterred by the hostility of his enemies or by the injuries they inflicted upon him. In spite of all opposition, however, slowly but surely the new teachings gained ground. The seeds of truth thus scattered could not fail to fructify. The wild Arab of the desert, the trading citizen of distant townships who came to the national fair, heard the words of the strange man whom his enemies thought possessed, listened to the admonitions in which he poured forth his soul, listened with awe and wonder to his denunciations of their divinities and of their superstitions, of their unrighteousness, of their evil ways, and carried back to their far-off homes new light and new life, even unconsciously to themselves. And the satires, the ill names his enemies heaped upon Muhammad, only tended to make his words more extensively known. The Meccans, on their side, were by no means quiet. Several times the Quraysh sent deputations to Abu Talib, asking him to stop his nephew from preaching against their religion. At first Abu Talib turned them away with soft and courteous words, but as Muhammad persisted in his fiery denunciations against their goddesses and impiety, they expelled him from the Kaaba, where he had been wont to preach, and then came in a body to his uncle. "We respect thy age and thy rank," said they, "but our respect for thee has bounds, and verily we can have no further patience with thy nephew's abuse of our gods and his ill words against our ancestors. Wherefore do thou either prevent him from so doing, or thyself take part with him, so that we may settle the matter by fight until one of the two parties is exterminated." Having thus spoken, they departed. Abu Talib was unwilling to separate himself from his people, neither did he like abandoning his nephew to the idolaters. Sending for Muhammad, he informed him of the speech of the Quraysh, and begged him to renounce his task. Muhammad thought his uncle wished to withdraw his protection, but his high resolve did not fail him even at this moment. Firmly he replied, "O my uncle, if they place the sun on my right hand and the moon on my left, to force me to renounce my work, verily I would not desist therefrom until God made manifest his cause, or I perished in the attempt." But overcome by the thought of desertion by his kind protector, he turned to depart. Then Abu Talib called aloud, "Son of my brother, come back." And he came, and Abu Talib said, "Say whatever thou pleasest, for by the Lord I shall not abandon thee, nay, never." The Quraysh made another attempt to persuade Abu Talib to deliver up his nephew to them. They offered in exchange a young man of the family of Makhzum, but it was of no avail. The declared intention of Abu Talib to support his nephew excited their fury, and they renewed their menaces of violence. The venerable patriarch appealed to the sense of honor of the Bani Hashim and Bani Muttalib, the kinsmen of Muhammad, to protect a distinguished member of their family from falling a victim to the hatred of rival clans. And the appeal was nobly responded to, with the solitary exception of the squint-eyed Abu Lahab, quote-unquote, the father of the flame, as the sequel will show. At this time the new faith gained a valuable adherent in Omar, whose energy of character made him an important factor in the future commonwealth of Islam. His services to the religion of Muhammad have engraved his name on the pages of history. A distinguished member of the family of Adi ibn Ka'b and the son of Khattab, Notorious for the persecution of the Muslims, he was hitherto a violent opponent of Islam and a bitter adversary of the Prophet. His conversion is said to have been worked by the magic effect on his mind of a chapter of the Koran which he heard recited in his sister's house, where he had gone in a furious rage and with murderous intent. Struck with the words which he had heard, he went straight to the Prophet with the naked sword in his hand, with which he had meant to slay Mohammed and his disciples, causing considerable consternation among the assembly of the faithful listening to the preacher. He kissed the Master's hand, and then demanded to be taken into the fold of God. And heartfelt thanks went up to heaven from the Muslims for the grace that had fallen on Umar. After his conversion, he became one of the bulwarks of the faith. Islam need no more hide its head in byways and corners, go about in concealment, or offer its prayers to God in secret and trepidation. Besides a large following taken from the humbler walks of life, there were now gathered round the Prophet a chosen band of apostles, consisting not of ignorant folk, but of men of energy, talent, and worth, like Hamza, Abu Bakr, and Omar. And though Ali was in his youth, he was fast rising into prominence. These important adhesions gave heart to the Muslims, and they now ventured to perform their devotions in public. The Quraysh, who were at first thunderstruck at the conversion of Omar, saw the gravity of the situation, and yet they waited to strike the decisive blow. The return of the deputies, however, from Abyssinia, and the announcement of their unsuccessful mission roused them to frenzy. They determined at last to exterminate with one stroke the entire clan of Hashim and Muttalib. With that purpose, they, in the 7th year of the mission, towards the end of 616 A.C., formed a league against the descendants of Hashim and Muttalib. They bound themselves by a solemn document which was deposited in the Kaaba, not to enter into any contract of marriage with the Hashemites, or to buy and sell with them. The Hashemites and Muttalibites, Mussulmans as well as idolaters, were struck with dismay, and, fearful that this might be the prelude to some other attack, judged it safer to abandon their houses dispersed in the city and concentrate themselves at one point. They betook themselves accordingly to the Shib, or quarter, of Abu Talib, a long narrow mountain defile on the eastern skirts of Mecca, cut off by rocks or walls from the city, except for one narrow gateway. Abu Lahab alone remained aloof, and ranged himself on the side of the enemy. They lived in this defensive position, with Muhammad in their midst for nearly 3 years, beleaguered by the Quraysh and subjected to every privation. The provisions which they had carried with them were soon exhausted, and the cries of the starving children could be heard outside. Probably they would have entirely perished but for the occasional help they received surreptitiously from less bigoted compatriots. Some of the chiefs, however, were beginning to be ashamed of their injustice. Towards the 10th year of the mission, 619 A.C., Hisham, son of Amr, who took a lively interest in the Hashemites, tried to bring about a reconciliation between the Qurayshites and the two families of Hashim and Muttalib. He succeeded in winning over Zubair, son of Abu Umayyah, to his side, and, seconded by him and others, the pact was annulled, and the two families were taken back to the enjoyment of their communal rights and were allowed to return to Mecca. During the period Muhammad was shut up in the Shib with his kinspeople, Islam made no progress outside. In the sacred months, when violence was considered a sacrilege, the teacher would come out of his prison and endeavor to obtain hearers among the pilgrims. But the squint-eyed, quote-unquote, father of the flame followed him about and made his words naught by calling him a liar and a Sabaean. The year which followed is called in the history of Islam the year of mourning for the loss of Abu Talib and Khadija, who followed each other to the grave within a short interval. In Abu Talib, Muhammad lost the guardian of his youth, who had hitherto stood between him and his enemies. The death of Khadija was a severe blow. When none believed in him, when he himself had not yet awakened to the full consciousness of his mission, and his heart was full of doubts, when all around him was dark and despairing, her love, her faith had stood by him. Quote, "She was ever his angel of hope and consolation." End quote. To the end of his life he retained the tenderest recollection of her love and devotion. Note to Chapter 1. Sir W. Muir thinks M. Caussin de Perceval has made a mistake in supposing Batha to be the name of a place. He thinks it signifies the nature of the soil over which these people were tortured. Volume 2, page 128. To corroborate M. Caussin de Perceval and myself, I have only to add that the existence of this place is an undoubted fact, and Batha especially has been frequently referred to by Mohammedan authors as a place in the immediate vicinity of Mecca. For example, the celebrated Hakim Sanai says, "Cho ilmat hast, khidmat kon cho bilman, که زشت آید گرفته چینیان احرام و مکی خفته در بدها." If thou possessest knowledge, serve like those who are ignorant, for it is unseemly that people from China should adopt the ihram, that is to say, come on a pilgrimage to Mecca, and the native of Mecca should lie sleeping at Batha. End of section 8. Section 9 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, Chapter 2, The Hijrah. Muhammadun Sayyidul Kawnayn wa Thakilayn wal Farikayn min Urbin wa min Ajamin. Muhammad is the Lord of the two worlds, and of mankind and the spirits, and of the two nations, the Arabs and the Ajam, non-Arabs. The children of Umayyah and other hostile clans, actuated as much by their attachment to the old cult as by their jealousy of and hatred towards the Hashemites, considered this a favorable opportunity to crush out Islam in Mecca, and the death of Abu Talib, whose personal influence and character had restrained their fury within some limits, became the signal for the Quraysh to redouble their persecutions. Weighed down by the loss of this venerable protector and of his cherished wife, hopeless of turning the Quraysh from idolatry, with a saddened heart and yet full of trust, he determined to turn to some other field for the exercise of his ministry. Mecca had rejected the words of God. Hapless Taif may listen to them. Accompanied by his faithful servant Zayd, he arrived among the Thaqif. He spoke to them about his mission, told them about their iniquities, and called them to the worship of God. His words caused a storm of indignation. "Who was this crazy man," said they, "who invited them to abandon the beautiful divinities they worshipped with such lightness of heart and such freedom of morals?" They drove him from the city, and the rabble and the slaves followed, hooting and pelting him with stones until the evening, when they left him to pursue his way alone. Wounded and bleeding, footsore and weary, he betook himself to prayer under the shade of some palm tree, which afforded a welcome shelter to the thirsty and famished wayfarer. Raising his hands towards heaven, he cried, "O Lord, I make my complaint unto thee. Out of my feebleness and the vanity of my wishes, I am insignificant in the sight of man. O thou most merciful, Lord of the weak, thou art my Lord, do not forsake me. Leave me not a prey to strangers, nor to my enemies. If thou art not offended, I am safe. I seek refuge in the light of thy countenance, by which all darkness is dispersed, and peace comes here and hereafter. Let not thy anger descend on me. Solve my difficulties as it pleases thee. There is no power, no help, but in thee. Muhammad returned to Mecca sorely stricken in heart. He lived here for some time, retired from his people, preaching occasionally, but confining his efforts mainly to the strangers who congregated in Mecca and its vicinity during the season of the annual pilgrimage, hoping, as Tabari expresses it, to find among them some who would believe in him and carry the truth to their people. One day, whilst thus sadly but yet hopefully working among these half-traders, half-pilgrims, he came upon a group of 6 men from the distant city of Yathrib conversing together. He asked them to sit down and listen to him, and they sat down and listened. Struck by his earnestness and the truth of his words, they became his proselytes 620 AC, and returning to their city, they spread the news with lightning rapidity that a prophet had arisen among the Arabs who was to call them to God and put an end to their dissensions, which had lasted for centuries. The next year these Yathribites returned, and brought 6 more of their fellow citizens as deputies from the 2 principal tribes who occupied that city, footnote, Aus and Khazraj, end of footnote. On the self-same spot which had witnessed the conversion of the former 6, the newcomers gave in their adhesion to Muhammad. This is called the first pledge of Aqaba, from the name of the hill on which the conference was held. Footnote: in the history of Islam, this pledge is also called the Pledge of Women, in contradistinction to the second pledge, in which the deputies of Yathrib took an oath to assist the Muslims, even by arms, against the attacks and outrages of their enemies. Add a footnote. The pledge they took was as follows: We will not associate anything with God. We will not steal, nor commit adultery, nor fornication. We will not kill our children. We will abstain from calumny and slander. We will obey the Prophet in everything that is right. And we will be faithful to him in weal and in sorrow. End quote. After the pledge, they returned home with the disciple of Muhammad to teach them the fundamental doctrines of the new religion, which rapidly spread among the inhabitants of Yathrib. The interval which elapsed between the first and second pledge is remarkable as one of the most critical periods of Muhammad's mission. The sublime trust of Muhammad in God and the grandeur of his character never stand forth more prominently than at this period. He was sad at the sight of his people so sternly wedded to idolatry, but his sorrow was assuaged by the hope that the truth would in the end prevail. He might not live to see it, but as surely as darkness flies before the rays of the sun, so surely falsehood will vanish before truth. Regarding this epoch, a few words of unconscious admiration escape even the lips of Muir. Quote, Muhammad, thus holding his people at bay, waiting, in the still expectation of victory, to outward appearance defenseless, and with his little band, as it were, in the lion's mouth, yet trusting in his almighty power, whose messenger he believed himself to be, resolute and unmoved, presents a spectacle of sublimity paralleled only in the sacred records by such scenes as that of the prophet of Israel, when he complained to his master, I, even I only, am left. End quote. This period of anxious waiting is also remarkable for that notable vision of the Ascension, which has furnished worlds of golden dreams for the imaginative genius of poets and traditionists. They have woven beautiful and gorgeous legends round the simple words of the Quran, quote, "Praise be to him who carried his servant by night from the sacred temple to the temple that is more remote, whose precincts we have blessed, that we might show him some of our signs, for he is the hearer, the seer." End quote. And again, quote, "And remember we said to thee, Verily thy Lord is round about mankind. We ordained the vision which we showed thee." End quote. Footnote. Quran chapter 27 verse 1. Quote, "All that Mohammedans must believe respecting the Miraj is that the Prophet saw himself in a vision transported from Mecca to Jerusalem, and that in such vision he really beheld some of the greatest signs of his Lord. It must be evident to the reader that the visions also of a prophet are a mode of divine inspiration." End quote. Syed Ahmed Khan, Essays 11, page 34. Muir says that the earliest authorities point only to a vision, not to a real bodily journey. End quote. Volume 2, page 221, note. Compare the early traditions given by Ibn Hisham, page 267, which support this view. It may, I think, be fairly asked why Christians who believe in the bodily resurrection and bodily ascension of Jesus and of Elijah should look upon those Muslims who believe in the bodily ascension of Muhammad as less rational than themselves. And a footnote. In spite of the beautiful garb in which the traditionists have dressed this incident, quote, "It is still a grand vision full of glorious imagery, fraught with deep meaning." End quote. The following year, 1622 A.C., the Yathribites who had adopted the new religion repaired to Mecca, to the number of 75, in company with their idolatrous brethren, to invite the Prophet to their city. But the idolaters had no knowledge of the intention of their companions. In the stillness of night, when all hostile elements appeared slumbering, these pioneers of the new faith met under the hill which had witnessed the first pledge. Footnote. In the night of the first and second day of the Tashriq, the period of 3 days which follow immediately the celebration of the rites of the pilgrimage, and a footnote. Muhammad appeared among them, accompanied by his uncle Abbas, who, though not a convert, yet took a warm interest in the progress of Islam. He opened the conference and vividly described to the Yathribites the risk they incurred by adopting Islam and inviting its teacher to their city. They replied with one voice that they adopted the religion fully conscious of the dangers which surrounded them. "Speak, O Prophet of God," said they, "and exact any pledge for thyself and thy Lord." The Prophet began, as was his wont, by reciting several passages of the Quran. He then invited all present to the service of God and dwelt upon the blessings of the new dispensation. The former pledge was repeated, that they would worship none but God, that they would observe the precepts of Islam, that they would obey Muhammad in all that was right, and defend him and his, even as they would their women and children. "And," said they, "if we die in the cause of God, what shall be our return?" "Happiness hereafter," was the reply. "But," said they, "thou wilt not leave us in the hour of prosperity to return to thy people." The Prophet smiled and said, "Nay, never. Your blood is my blood. I am yours, you are mine. Give us then thy hand." And each one, placing his hand on that of the Prophet, swore allegiance to him and his God. Scarcely had the compact been concluded when the voice of a Meccan who had been watching this scene from a distance came floating on the night air, striking a sudden panic into the self-denying hearts there assembled. The firm words of Muhammad restored their presence of mind. Muhammad then selected 12 men from among them, men of position, pointed out to him by the voice of the people as his delegates, Naqibs. Thus was concluded the second pledge of Aqaba. The Meccan spy had already spread the news of this conference through the city. Astounded at the temerity of Muhammad and his followers, the Quraysh proceeded in a body to the caravan of the Yathribites to demand the men who had entered into the pledge with him. Finding no clue, however, as to the persons who had taken part in the meeting, they allowed the caravan to depart unmolested. But this apparent moderation on the part of Quraysh formed only a prelude to a furious persecution of Muhammad and his disciples. The position of the latter became every day more and more perilous. The Prophet, fearing a general massacre, advised his followers to seek immediate safety at Yathrib, whereupon about 100 families silently disappeared by twos and threes from Mecca and proceeded to Yathrib, where they were received with enthusiasm. Entire quarters of the city thus became deserted, and Utbah, the son of Rabi'a, at the sight of these vacant abodes, once so full of life, quote, sighed heavily and recited the old verse, "Every dwelling place, even if it has been blessed ever so long, will one day become a prey to unhappiness and bitter wind." And he sorrowfully added, "All this is the work of the son of our brother, who has scattered our assemblies, ruined our affairs, and created dissension among us." End quote. As it was with Jesus, so it was with Muhammad, only with this difference that in one case the teacher himself says, "Think not that I came to send peace on earth. I came not to send peace but a sword. For I am come to set a man at variance against his father, and the daughter against her mother, and the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law." End quote. In Muhammad's case, it was one of his most persevering opponents who accused him of creating dissension in families. Throughout this period, when the storm was at its height and might at any moment have burst over his head, Muhammad never quailed. All his disciples had left for Yathrib. Alone he remained bravely at his post with the devoted Ali and the venerable Abu Bakr. Meanwhile, the clouds were gathering fast. Fearful of the escape of the Prophet, an assembly of the Quraysh met in all dispatch in the town hall, Dar un-Nadwa, and some chiefs of other clans were invited to attend. The matter had become one of life and death. Stormy was the meeting, for fear had entered their hearts. Imprisonment for life, expulsion from the city, each was debated in turn. Assassination was then proposed, but assassination by one man would have exposed him and his family to the vengeance of blood. The difficulty was at last solved by Abu Jahl, who suggested that a number of courageous men, chosen from different families, should sheathe their swords simultaneously in Muhammad's bosom, in order that the responsibility of the deed might rest upon all, and the relations of Muhammad might consequently be enabled to avenge it. This proposal was accepted, and a number of noble youths were selected for the sanguinary deed. Footnote: according to Ibn Hisham, this proposal of Abu Jahl, one of the Quraysh, was seconded by a stranger in the guise of a venerable sheikh from Najd, whom tradition has resolved into Satan himself. Abu Jahl was one of the bitterest enemies of the Prophet. His real name was Amr, and he was surnamed for his sagacity Abul Hikam, quote-unquote, father of wisdom in the plural. Owing to his fanaticism and bigotry, which prevented his perceiving any good in the new teachings, Muhammad called him instead Abu Jahl, quote-unquote, father of ignorance. Ignorance has, in all ages, posed as the champion of orthodoxy. Abu Jahl has thus become a type. It is to this fact Hakim Sinai, the great mystical poet, refers in the following couplet. احمد مرسل نشسته کی روا دارد خرد دل اسیر سیرات بوجهل کافیر داشتن. Ahmed the Prophet is sitting in your midst. How can reason allow the heart to become captive of the qualities of Bujahl, the unbeliever? And a footnote. As the night advanced, the assassins posted themselves round the Prophet's dwelling. Thus they watched all night long, waiting to murder him when he should leave his house in the early dawn, peeping now and then through a hole in the door to make sure that he still lay on his bed. But meanwhile, the instinct of self-preservation, the instinct which had often led the great Prophet of Nazareth to evade his enemies, had warned Muhammad of the danger. In order to keep the attention of the assassins fixed upon the bed, he put down his own green garment upon the devoted and faithful Ali, bade him lie on his bed, quote, and escaped as David had escaped through the windows, end quote. He repaired to the house of Abu Bakr, and they fled together unobserved from the inhospitable city of their birth. They lay hid for several days in a cavern of Mount Thawr, a hill to the south of Mecca. The fury of the Quraysh was now unbounded. The news that the would-be assassins had returned unsuccessful and Muhammad had escaped aroused their whole energy. Horsemen scoured the country. A price was set upon Muhammad's head, footnote of 100 camels, and a footnote. Once or twice the danger approached so near that the heart of old Abu Bakr quaked with fear. "We are but two," said he. "Nay," said Muhammad, "we are three. God is with us." And he was with them. After 3 days the Quraysh slackened their efforts. All this time Muhammad and his companion were sustained by food brought to them at night by a daughter of Abu Bakr. On the evening of the 3rd day the fugitives left the cavern, and, procuring with great difficulty 2 camels, endeavored to reach Yathrib by unfrequented paths. But even here the way was full of danger. The heavy price set upon Muhammad's head had brought out many horsemen from Mecca, and they were still diligently seeking for the helpless wanderer. One, a wild and fierce warrior, actually caught sight of the fugitives and pursued them. Again the heart of Abu Bakr misgave him, and he cried, "We are lost." "Be not afraid," said the Prophet, "God will protect us." As the idolater overtook Muhammad, his horse reared and fell. Struck with sudden awe, he entreated the forgiveness of the man whom he was pursuing, and asked for an attestation of his pardon. This was given to him on a piece of bone by Abu Bakr. The fugitives continued their journey without further molestation, and after 3 days' journeying reached the territories of Yathrib. It was a hot day in June 1622 of the Christian era, when Muhammad alighted from his camel upon the soil which was thenceforth to become his home and his refuge. A Jew watching on a tower first espied him, and thus were the words of the Koran fulfilled. They to whom the scriptures have been given recognize him as they do their own children. End quote. Muhammad and his companion rested for a few days, footnote, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and a footnote, at a village called Koba, situated only 2 miles to the south of Yathrib, and remarkable for its beauty and fertility. Here he was joined by Ali, who had been severely maltreated by the idolaters after their disappointment at Muhammad's escape. Ali fled from Mecca and journeyed on foot, hiding himself in the daytime and traveling only at night, lest he should fall into the hands of the Quraysh. The Bani Amr bin Auf, to whom the village belonged, invited the Prophet to prolong his stay amongst them, but his duty lay before him, and he proceeded towards Yathrib, attended by a numerous body of his disciples. He entered the city on the morning of a Friday, 16th of Rabi I, corresponding, according to M. Cousin de Perceval, with the 2nd of July, 1622. Thus was accomplished the Hijrah, called in European annals the Flight of Muhammad, from which dates the Mohammedan calendar. Note 1 to Chapter 2. The Hijrah, or the era of the Hijrah, was instituted 17 years later by the second Caliph. The commencement, however, is not laid at the real time of the departure from Mecca, which happened on the 4th of Rabi I, but on the first day of the first lunar month of the year, viz. Muharram, which day, in the year when the era was established, fell on the 15th of July. But though Omar instituted the official era, the custom of referring to events as happening before or after the Hijrah originated, according to some traditions, with the Prophet himself. This event naturally marking the greatest crisis in the history of his mission. Compare Al-Halabi, Insan Oluyun, in Loco. Note 2 to Chapter 2. The 12 Muslim months are Muharram, the sacred month; Safar, the month of departure; Rabi the first month of the spring; Rabi the second month of the spring; Jumadi the first dry month; Jumadi the second dry month; Rajab, respected, called often Rajab ul-Murajjab; Shaban, the month of the budding of trees; Ramadan, month of heat; Shawwal, month of junction; Dhul Qa'dah, months of truce, rest, or relaxation; Dhul Hijjah, month of pilgrimage. The ancient Arabs observed the lunar year of 354 days, 8 hours, 48 seconds, divided into 12 months of 29 and 30 days alternately. In order to make them agree with the solar year of their neighbors, the Greeks and the Romans, and also in order to make the months fall in the right season, they added a month every 3rd year. The intercalation was called Nasi', and although it was not perfectly exact, it served to maintain a sort of correlation between the denomination of the month and the seasons. Since the suppression of the Nasi' on account of the orgies and various heathen rites observed in their intercalary years, the names of the months have no relation to the seasons. End of section 9. Section 10 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, Chapter 3, The Prophet at Medina. پیش از همه شاهان غیور آمده، هرچند که آخر به ظهور آمده. ای ختم رسول، قرب تو معلومم شد. دیر آمده، ز راه دور آمده. Thou hast come before all the teachers of the world, though thou hast appeared last of all. Last of the prophets, thy nearness has become known to me. Thou comest last, as thou comest from a distance. Few Mussulmans of the present day understand the full import of the mystical verses quoted at the head of this chapter, but all appreciate the deep devotion to the grand seer implied in those words. And this devotion is not one which has twined itself round a mythical ideal or has grown with the lapse of time. From the moment of his advent into Yathrib, he stands in the full blaze of day, the grandest of figures upon whom the light of history has ever shone. The minutest details of his life are carefully noted and handed down to posterity, to become crystallized, often against the spirit of his own teachings, which aimed at the perpetual growth of the human race. We have seen this wonderful man as an orphaned child who had never known a father's love, bereft in infancy of a mother's care, his early life so full of pathos, growing up from a thoughtful childhood to a still more thoughtful youth. His youth as pure and true as his boyhood, his manhood as austere and devout as his youth. His ear ever open to the sorrows and sufferings of the weak and the poor, his heart ever full of sympathy and tenderness towards all God's creatures. He walks so humbly and so purely that men turn round and point, "There goes Al-Amin, the true, the upright, the trusty." A faithful friend, a devoted husband, a thinker intent on the mysteries of life and death, on the responsibilities of human actions, the end and aim of human existence. He sets himself to the task of reclaiming and reforming a nation, nay, a world, with only one loving heart to comfort and solace him. Baffled, he never falters. Beaten, he never despairs. He struggles on with indomitable spirit to achieve the work assigned to him. His purity and nobleness of character, his intense and earnest belief in God's mercy, bring round him ultimately many a devoted heart. And when the moment of the severest trial comes, like the faithful mariner, he remains steadfast at his post until all his followers are safe, and then betakes himself to the hospitable shore. Such we have seen him. We shall see him now the King of men, the ruler of human hearts, chief, lawyer, and supreme magistrate, and yet without any self-exaltation, lowly and humble. His history henceforth is merged in the history of the commonwealth of which he was the center. Henceforth the preacher who with his own hands mended his clothes and often went without bread was mightier than the mightiest sovereigns of the earth. Quote, Mohammed had shown man what he was, the nobility of his character, his strong friendship, his endurance and courage, above all his earnestness and fiery enthusiasm for the truth he came to preach. These things had revealed the hero, the master whom it was alike impossible to disobey and impossible not to love. Henceforth it is only a question of time. As the men of Medina come to know Mohammed, they too will devote themselves to him body and soul, and the enthusiasm will catch fire and spread among the tribes, till all Arabia is at the feet of the prophet of the one God. No emperor with his tiaras was obeyed as this man in a cloak of his own clouding. He had the gift of influencing men, and he had the nobility only to influence them for good. End quote. Medina, the quote-unquote illuminated Munawwara, the city of many names, is situated about 11 days' journey to the north of Mecca. Now a walled city of considerable strength, in those days it was completely open and exposed to outside attacks until the Prophet made the famous moat as a defense against the Qurayshites. The city is said to have been established by an Amalekite chief, whose name it bore until the advent of the Prophet. In early times, Yathrib and its environs were inhabited by the Amalekites. These are said to have been overwhelmed and destroyed by successive colonies of Jews who, flying before Babylonian and Greek and Roman persecutors or avengers, entered Arabia and established themselves in the northern part of Hijaz. The most important of these colonies were the Bani Nazir at Khaybar, the Bani Qurayza at Fidak, the Bani Qaynuqa near Medina itself. Living in fortified cantons, they had domineered over the neighboring Arab tribes until the establishment of two Qahtanite tribes, Aus and Khazraj, at Yathrib. These two tribes, who yielded at first some sort of obedience to the Jews, were able to reduce them to a state of clientage. Before long, however, they commenced quarreling among themselves, and it was only about the time when the Prophet announced his mission at Mecca that, after long years of decimating warfare, they had succeeded in patching up a peace. Such was the political condition of Yathrib when the Prophet made his appearance among the Yathribites. With his advent, a new era dawned upon the city. The two tribes of Aus and Khazraj, forgetting their inveterate and mortal feuds in the brotherhood of the faith, rallied round the standard of Islam and formed the nucleus of the Muslim Commonwealth. The old divisions were effaced, and the honorable designation of Ansar, helpers, became the common title of all who had helped Islam in its hour of trial. The faithful band who had forsaken their beloved birthplace and every tie of home received the name of Muhajirin, emigrants or exiles. In order to unite the Ansar and the Muhajirin in closer bonds, the Prophet established a brotherhood between them, which linked them together in sorrow and in happiness. Yathrib changed its ancient name and was henceforth styled Medinat un-Nabi, the city of the Prophet, or shortly Medina, the city par excellence. A mosque was soon built, in the erection of which Muhammad assisted with his own hands, and houses for the accommodation of the exiles arose apace. Two brothers who owned the land on which it was proposed to build the mosque had offered it as a free gift, but as they were orphans, the Prophet paid them its value. The building was simple in form and structure, suited to the unostentatious religion he taught. The walls were of brick and earth, and the roof of palm leaves. A portion of the mosque was set apart as a habitation for those who had no home of their own. Everything in this humble place of worship was conducted with the greatest simplicity. Muhammad preached and prayed standing on the bare ground or leaning against a palm tree, and the devoted hearts around him beat in unison with his soul-stirring words. Quote, "He who is not affectionate to God's creatures and to his own children," he would say, "God will not be affectionate to him. Every Muslim who clothes the naked will be clothed by God in the green robes of the paradise." End quote. In one of his sermons he thus dwelt on the subject of charity. "When God created the earth, it shook and trembled until he put mountains upon it to make it firm. Then the angels asked, 'O God, is there anything in thy creation stronger than these mountains?' And God replied, 'Iron is stronger than the mountains, for it breaks them.' And is there anything in thy creation stronger than iron? Yes, fire is stronger than iron, for it melts it. Is there anything in thy creation stronger than fire? Yes, water, for it quenches fire. O Lord, is there anything in thy creation stronger than water? Yes, wind, for it overcomes water and puts it in motion. O our sustainer, is there anything in thy creation stronger than wind? Yes, a good man giving alms. If he give with his right hand and conceal it from his left, he overcomes all things." End quote. His definition of charity embraced the wide circle of kindness. Every good act, he would say, is charity. Your smiling in your brother's face is charity. An exhortation addressed to your fellow man to do virtuous deeds is equal to almsgiving. Putting a wanderer in the right path is charity. Assisting the blind is charity. Removing stones and thorns and other obstructions from the road is charity. Giving water to the thirsty is charity. A man's true wealth hereafter is the good he does in this world to his fellow men. When he dies, people will ask, "What property has he left behind him?" But the angels who examine him in the grave will ask, "What good deeds hast thou sent before thee?" End quote. "O Prophet," said one of his disciples, "my mother, Saad, is dead. What is the best alms I can give away for the good of her soul?" "Water," replied Muhammad, bethinking himself of the panting heat of the desert. "Dig a well for her, and give water to the thirsty." The man dug a well in his mother's name and said, "This is for my mother, that its blessings may reach her soul." Charity of the tongue, says Irving, that most important and least cultivated of charities, was likewise earnestly inculcated by Mahomet. Abu Jariya, an inhabitant of Basra, coming to Medina, and being convinced of the apostolic office of Mohammed, begged of him some great rule of conduct. "Speak evil of no one," answered the Prophet. "From that time," says Abu Jariya, "I never abused anyone, whether freeman or slave." The teachings of Islam extended to the courtesies of life. Quote, "Make a salutation to the dwellers of a house on entering and leaving it. Return the salute of friends and acquaintances and wayfarers on the road. He who rides must be the first to make the salute to him who walks. He who walks to him who is sitting. A small party to a large party, and the young to the old." End quote. End of section 10. Section 11 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, Chapter 4, The Hostility of the Quraysh and the Jews. Year 1, A.H. equals 19th of April, 622 to 7th of May, 623 A.C. بلغ الله صلاتي وسلامي أبدا لنبي عربي مدني حرمي شمس فضلي والضياء وسنائي أسنى نور بدري وبهائي وسماء الكرم أكرم الخلق وجودا وسجودا وهجودا أحسن الناس سحاء بإيتاء النعم. May God ever convey my benedictions and greeting to the Prophet of Arabia, of Medina, of Mecca, the Son of Excellence and of Splendor, and of sublimest eminence, the light of full moon, of elegance, and of the sky of generosity, the noblest of creation in person and in adoration and in watchfulness, the most excellent of mankind in munificence and generosity. At this time there were three distinct parties in Medina. The Muhajirin, the exiles, and the Ansar, the helpers, formed the kernel of Islam. Their devotion to the Prophet was unbounded. The exiles had forsaken their homes and abandoned, contrary to all Arab traditions, the ties of kith and kin in the cause of the faith. They had braved all sufferings, withstood all temptations in the service of the Lord. Many of them had come to the city of safety without means. They had been received with open arms by the Medinite converts, who in many cases shared their worldly goods with the poorer of the newcomers. The brotherhood of faith, so wisely established by the Prophet, whilst it prevented the growth of jealousy, gave rise to a generous emulation, both among the Ansar and the Muhajirin, as to who would bring the greatest sacrifice in the service of God and his Prophet. The enthusiasm and earnestness with which these men and women devoted themselves to the new awakening, the zeal with which they laid down their lives, was a manifestation such as had not been seen since the best days of the Christian phase of religious development. The second, and at first by no means an unimportant party, was composed principally of lukewarm converts to the faith, who retained an ill-concealed predilection for idolatry, and was headed by Abdullah ibn Ubay, a chief of some position in the city, who aspired to the kinghood of Medina. With this object he had gathered round him, like Abu Sufyan at Mecca, a strong body of partisans. Everything was ripe for him to seize the reins of power, when the arrival of the Prophet upset his designs. The popular enthusiasm compelled him and his followers to make a nominal profession of Islam, but ever ready as they were to turn against the Muslims at the least opportunity, they were a source of considerable danger to the new-born commonwealth, and required unceasing watchfulness on the part of the Prophet. Towards them he always showed the greatest patience and forbearance, hoping in the end to win them over to the faith. And this expectation was fully justified by the result. With the death of Abdullah ibn Ubay, his party, which had been stigmatized as the party of the Munafiqeen, the disaffected, disappeared for a time from view. Footnote: the Munafiqeen, or the irreconcilables, have never disappeared completely from the Islamic body politic. Ever and anon they have exercised the most disastrous effects in Islam. In later times they posed as the champions of orthodoxy. Note, for example, the Kharijis of Africa. End of footnote. But the Jews, who may be said to have formed the third party, constituted the most serious element of danger. They had close business relations with the Quraysh, and their ramifications extended into various parts hostile to the faith. At first they were inclined to look with some favor on the preachings of Muhammad. He could not, of course, be their promised Messiah, but perhaps a weak dreamer, a humble preacher, dependent upon the hospitality of their old enemies, now their patrons, the Aus and the Khazraj, might become their avenger, help them in conquering the Arabs, and found for them a new kingdom of Judah. With this aim in view, they had joined with the Medinites in a half-hearted welcome to the Prophet. And for a time they maintained a pacific attitude, but it was only for a time. For barely a month had gone by before the old spirit of rebellion, which had led them to crucify their prophets, found vent in open seditions and secret treachery. One of the first acts of Muhammad after his arrival in Medina was to weld together the heterogeneous and conflicting elements of which the city and its suburbs were composed into an orderly confederation. With this object he had granted a charter to the people, by which the rights and obligations of the Muslims inter se and of the Muslims and Jews were clearly defined. And the Jews, borne down for the moment by the irresistible character of the movement, had gladly accepted the pact. This document, which has been carefully preserved in the pages of Ibn Hisham, reveals the man in his real greatness, a mastermind not only of his own age, as Muir calls him, but of all ages. No wild dreamer he, bent upon pulling down the existing fabrics of society, but a statesman of unrivaled powers, who, in an age of utter and hopeless disintegration, with such materials and such polity as God put ready to his hands, set himself to the task of reconstituting a state, a commonwealth, a society, upon the basis of universal humanity. In the name of the most merciful and compassionate God, says this first charter of freedom of conscience, given by Muhammad, the Prophet, to the believers, whether of the Quraysh or of Yathrib, and all individuals of whatever origin who have made common cause with them, all these shall constitute one nation. Then, after regulating the payment of the diya by the various clans, diya, Wehrgeld, price which a homicide had to pay to the family of the victim if they consented to it, and fixing some wise rules regarding the private duties of Muslims as between themselves, the document proceeds thus. The state of peace and war shall be common to all Muslims. No one among them shall have the right of concluding peace with or declaring war against the enemies of his co-religionists. The Jews who attach themselves to our commonwealth shall be protected from all insults and vexations. They shall have an equal right with our people to our assistance and good offices. The Jews of the various branches of Auf, Najjar, Harith, Yashm, Thalaba, Aus, and all other domiciled in Yathrib shall form with the Muslims one composite nation. They shall practice their religion as freely as the Muslims. The clients, i.e. protected, and allies of the Jews shall enjoy the same security and freedom. The guilty shall be pursued and punished. The Jews shall join the Muslims in defending Yathrib, Medina, against all enemies. The interior of Yathrib shall be a sacred place for all who accept this charter. The clients and allies of the Muslims and the Jews shall be as respected as the patrons. All true Muslims shall hold in abhorrence every man guilty of crime, injustice, or disorder. No one shall uphold the culpable, though he were his nearest kin." Then, after some other provisions regarding the internal management of the state, this extraordinary document concludes thus: "All future disputes between those who accept this charter shall be referred, under God, to the Prophet." Footnote. This is a paraphrase of an important historical document. End of footnote. A death blow was thus given to that anarchic custom of the Arabs which had hitherto obliged the aggrieved and the injured to rely upon his own or his kinsman's power in order to exact vengeance or satisfy the requirements of justice. It constituted Muhammad the chief magistrate of the nation, as much by his prophetic function as by a virtual compact between himself and the people. The Jewish tribes of the Bani Nadir, Bani Qurayda, and Bani Qaynuqa, settled in the vicinity of Medina, were not at first included in this charter, but after a short time they too gratefully accepted its terms. No kindness or generosity, however, on the part of the Prophet would satisfy the Jews. Nothing could conciliate the bitter feelings with which they were animated. Enraged that they could not use him as their instrument for the conversion of Arabia to Judaism, and that his belief was so much simpler than their Talmudic legends, they soon broke off and ranged themselves on the side of the enemies of the new faith. and when asked which they preferred, idolatry or Islam, they, like many Christian controversialists, declared they preferred idolatry with all its attendant evils to the creed of Muhammad. They reviled him. They, quote-unquote, twisted their tongues and mispronounced the Quranic words and the daily prayers and formulae of Islam, rendering them meaningless, absurd, or blasphemous. And the Jewish poets and poetesses, of whom there existed many at the time, outraged all common decency and the recognized code of Arab honor and chivalry by lampooning in obscene verse the Muslim women. But these were minor offenses. Not satisfied with insulting the women of the believers and reviling the Prophet, they sent out emissaries to the enemies of the state, the protection of which they had formally accepted. The Quraysh, who had sworn Muhammad's death, were well acquainted, thanks to the party of Abdullah ibn Ubay and the faithless Israelites, with the exact strength of the Muslims. They also knew that the Jews had accepted Muhammad's alliance only from motives of temporary expediency, and that the moment they showed themselves in the vicinity of Medina, the worshippers of Jehovah would break away from him and join the idolaters. And now came the moment of severest trial to Islam. Barely had the Prophet time to put the city in a state of defense and organize the believers before the blow descended upon him. Medina itself was honeycombed by sedition and treachery, and it became a duty of Muhammad to take serious measures to guard against that dreaded catastrophe which a rising within, or a sudden attack from without, would have entailed upon his followers. He was not simply a preacher of Islam, he was also the guardian of the lives and liberties of his people. As a prophet, he could afford to ignore the revilings and the jibes of his enemies, but as the head of the state, quote, the general in a time of almost continual warfare, end quote, when Medina was kept in a state of military defense and under a sort of military discipline, he could not overlook treachery. He was bound by his duty to his subjects to suppress a party that might have led and almost did lead to the sack of the city by investing armies. The safety of the state required the proscription of the traitors, who were either sowing the seeds of sedition within Medina or carrying information to the common enemy. Some half a dozen were placed under the ban, outlawed, and executed. We are, however, anticipating the course of events in referring to these executions. The Quraysh army was afield before Muhammad received God's command to do battle to his enemies. He who never in his life had wielded a weapon, to whom the sight of human suffering caused intense pain and pity, and who, against all the canons of Arab manliness, wept bitterly at the loss of his children or disciples, whose character ever remained so tender and so pathetic as to cause his enemies to call him womanish. This man was now compelled, from the necessities of the situation and against his own inclination, to repel the attacks of the enemy by force of arms, to organize his followers for purposes of self-defense, and often to send out expeditions to anticipate treacherous and sudden onslaughts. Hitherto, Arab warfare consisted of sudden and murderous forays, often made in the night or in the early morn, isolated combats or a general melee when the attacked were aware of the designs of the attacking party. Muhammad, with a thorough knowledge of the habits of his people, had frequently to guard against these sudden onslaughts by sending forth reconnoitering parties. The Meccans and their allies commenced raiding up to the very vicinity of Medina, destroying the fruit trees of the Muslims and carrying away their flocks. A force consisting of 1,000 well-equipped men marched under the noted Abu Jahl, quote-unquote, the father of ignorance, towards Medina to destroy the Muslims, and to protect one of their caravans bringing munitions of war. The Muslims received timely notice of the movement, and a body of 300 disciples proceeded at once to forestall the heathens by occupying the valley of Badr, upon which Abu Jahl was moving. When Muhammad saw the infidel army arrogantly advancing into the valley, raising his hands towards heaven like the prophets of Israel, he prayed that the little band of the faithful might not be destroyed. Quote, O Lord, forget not thy promise of assistance. O Lord, if this little band were to perish, there will be none to offer unto thee pure worship. End quote. 3 of the Quraysh advanced into the open space which divided the Muslims from the idolaters, and, according to Arab usage, challenged 3 champions from the Muslim ranks to single combat. Hamza, Ali, and Ubaidah accepted the challenge and came out conquerors. The engagement then became general. At one time the fortunes of the field wavered, but Muhammad's appeal to his people decided the fate of the battle. Quote, It was a stormy winter day. A piercing blast swept across the valley. End quote. It seemed as though the angels of heaven were warring for the Muslims. Indeed, to the earnest minds of Muhammad and his followers, who, like early Christians, saw God's providence, quote, in all the gifts of nature, in every relation of life, at each turn of their affairs, individual or public, end quote. To them, those blasts of wind and sand, the elements warring against the enemies of God, at that critical moment appeared veritable succor sent from heaven, as angels riding on the wings of the wind, and driving the faithless idolaters before them in confusion. The Meccans were driven back with great loss. Many of their chiefs were slain, and Abu Jahl fell a victim to his unruly pride. Footnote. Sir W. Muir mentions that when the head of Abu Jahl was brought to Muhammad, he said, It is more acceptable to me than the choicest camel of Arabia. End quote. This passage, which is not to be found either in Ibn Hisham, Ibn al-Athir, Abu al-Fida, or Tabari, is apocryphal. End of footnote. A large number remained prisoners in the hands of the Muslims, but only 2 of them were executed. They had been noted for their virulent animosity towards the followers of the new faith, and by the laws of war among the Arabs, they now paid the penalty of their conduct. The rest of the prisoners, contrary to all the usages and traditions of the Arabs, were treated with the greatest humanity. The Prophet gave strict orders that respect should be paid to their misfortunes, and that they should be treated with kindness. The Muslims, to whose care he confided them, faithfully obeyed his instructions. They shared their own food with the prisoners, giving them the bread which forms the best part of their repast, and contenting themselves with dates alone. Footnote. Muir speaks thus. In pursuance of Muhammad's commands, the citizens of Medina, and such of the refugees as possessed houses, received the prisoners, and treated them with much consideration. Blessings be on the men of Medina, said one of these prisoners in later days. They made us ride while they themselves walked. They gave us wheaten bread to eat when there was little of it, contenting themselves with dates. End of footnote. The division of the spoil gave rise to sharp dissensions among the Muslim soldiery. For the present, Muhammad calmed their disputes by dividing it equally amongst all. Footnote. It is remarkable, says Sal, that the dispute among Muhammad's men about sharing the booty at Badr arose on the same occasion as did that among David's soldiers in relation to the spoils taken from the Amalekites. Those who had been in the action insisting that they who tarried by the stuff should have no part of the spoil, and that the same decision was given in both cases, which became a law for the future, to wit, that they should part alike. End of footnote. But as such dissensions among an unruly people were likely to lead to mischief, the Prophet, with a view to prevent all future quarrels over spoil acquired in war, promulgated a special ordinance, which is incorporated in the chapter of the Quran entitled Al-Anfal, the spoils. By this law, the division of the spoils was left to the discretion of the chief of the commonwealth, a fifth being reserved for the public treasury for the support of the poor and indigent. Footnote: though the distribution was left to the discretion of the chief of the state, certain customs were invariably observed under which the caliphs became precedents, and thus gave a more definite shape to the law. Add a footnote. The remarkable circumstances which led to the victory of Badr and the results which followed from it made a deep impression on the minds of the Muslims. They firmly believed that the angels of heaven had battled on their side against the unbelieving host. The few simple touches in the Quran which bring into vivid prominence the poetic element involved in the conception of the angels fighting the battle of the Lord will not yield in beauty or sublimity to the most eloquent words of the psalmist. Indeed, the same poetic character is perceptible in both. Probably Muhammad, like Jesus and other teachers, believed in the existence of intermediate beings, celestial messengers from God to man. The modern disbelief in angels furnishes no reason for ridiculing the notions of our forefathers. Our disbelief is as much open to the name of superstition as their belief. Only one is negative, the other positive. What we in modern times look upon as the principles of nature, they looked upon as angels, ministrants of heaven. Whether there exist intermediate beings, as Locke thinks, between God and man, just as there are intermediate beings between man and the lowest form of animal creation, is a question too deep to be fathomed by the reason of man. Muhammad also, like Jesus, probably believed in the existence of the principle of evil as a personal entity. But an analysis of his words reveals a more rationalistic element, a subjective conception clothed in language suited for the apprehension of his followers. When somebody asked him where Satan lived, he replied, "In the heart of man," whilst Christian tradition converts the Pharisee who tempted Jesus into the veritable prince of hell. Footnote: all the Schleiermacher school believe the tempter to have been the head priest. Milman mentions this view as well as the patristic and orthodox one, but dexterously leaves for the reader to choose which he likes. The chapter of Ruse on angels, with the mass of references arrayed therein, distinctly proves that the early Christians, the immediate disciples of Jesus, firmly believed the angels and devils to be personal entities, being slightly ethereal, but in every way human-like. And this belief those disciples of Jesus must have received from the Master himself, who, indeed, as Renan says, could not have been, in these respects, intellectually different from the people of his age. End of footnote. The belief in angels and devils has given rise to an extraordinary number of legends both in Islam and in Christianity. The saints of heaven and angels fight for the Christian. The Muslim only accepts the assistance of angels in the battles of life. Note to Chapter 4. The story of Muhammad's inhuman reply to the appeal of Uqba, son of Abu Mu'ayt, when he was being led forward to execution, is utterly false. It is said that on Uqba's asking, "Who will take care of my little children?" Muhammad answered, "Hellfire." The story is so preposterous in itself, so opposed to Muhammad's true character. One of those noblest traits was his love for children, and who always inculcated love and protection of orphans as an absolute duty and an act most acceptable to God, that it is hardly necessary to search for its true origin. Christian writers, however, seem to gloat over it, and hence it becomes needful to examine how the story arose. It originated most probably from the sobriquet of Sibyat Unnar, children of fire, applied to the children of Uqba. Uqba himself belonged to the tribe of Ajlan, a branch of which inhabited certain valleys near Safra, and were known by the name of Banu Nar, children or descendants of fire. The sobriquet was probably derived from this circumstance, and the story of Muhammad's reply from the nickname. Another story of Muhammad having bitterly apostrophized the dead of the idolaters on their burial is, to say the least, distorted. Tabari thus narrates the circumstances which have given rise to this calumny. The Prophet placed himself by the side of the large grave or pit which had been prepared for the corpses, and as the bodies were lowered, the names were called out, and Muhammad then uttered these words: "You, my kindred, you accused me of lying when others believed in me. You drove me from my home when others received me. What destiny has been yours? Alas, all that God threatened is fulfilled." End quote. These words, which were palpably meant to express pity, have been distorted to imply bitterness. End of section 11. Section 12 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, Chapter 5, The Invasion of Medina by the Quraysh. 2 AH equals 624 AC. كالزهر في ترف والبادر في شرف والبحر في كرم والدهر في همم. He is like the flower in delicacy, and like the full moon in splendor, like the ocean in liberality, and like time in resolution. Success is always one of the greatest criterions of truth. Even in the early days of Christianity, the good Pharisee said, "Let them alone. If these men be false, they will come to naught, or else you yourselves shall perish." End quote. If Constantine had not seen or fancied he had seen the notable cross in the heavens, if he had not marched to success under its auspices, if it had not led him on to victory and to the throne, we can hardly conceive what would have been the fate of Christianity. What the victory of Badr was for Islam, the victory of the Milvian Bridge was for Christianity. It is thenceforth ruled from the throne of the Caesars. Footnote: the Christians themselves look upon the defeat of Maxentius by Constantine 312 AC as the greatest triumph of their faith. The chapter of Gibbon, Volume 3, Chapter 20, mingled satire and history, shows how the success of Christianity dates from that event. End of footnote. For the Muslims, the victory of Badr was indeed most auspicious. It was not surprising that they, like the Israelites or Christians of yore, saw the hand of Providence in their success over the idolaters. Had the Muslims failed, we can imagine what their fate would have been, a universal massacre. Whilst Muhammad was engaged in this expedition, he lost one of his favorite daughters, Ruqayya, married to Osman, who had only recently returned from the Abyssinian exile. but the desire for revenge with which the idolaters were burning allowed him no time to indulge in domestic sorrow. As soon as all the Qurayshite prisoners had returned home, Abu Sufyan issued forth from Mecca with 200 horsemen, vowing solemnly never to return until he had avenged himself on Muhammad and his followers. Scouring the country to within a few miles of Medina, he came down with a fell swoop on the unprepared Muslims, slaying the people and ravaging date groves, which furnished the staple food of the Arabs. The Meccans had provided themselves with the bags of sawiq for the foray. Footnote: sawiq is the old and modern Arabic name for a dish of green grain, toasted, pounded, mixed with dates or sugar, and eaten on journeys when it is found difficult to cook. End of footnote. As soon, however, as the Muslims sallied forth from Medina to avenge the murders, the Meccans turned bridle and fled, dropping the bags in order to lighten their beasts, whence this affair was derisively called by the Muslims Ghazwat al-Sawiq, the Battle of the Meal Bags. Footnote: the place where the affair took place bears now the name of Suwaika, a few hours' journey to the southwest of Medina. End of footnote. It was on this occasion that an incident happened to the Prophet which has been exceedingly well told by Washington Irving. Muhammad was sleeping one day alone at the foot of a tree at a distance from his camp, when he was awakened by a noise, and beheld Durthur, a hostile warrior, standing over him with a drawn sword. "O Muhammad," cried he, "who is there now to save thee?" "God," replied the Prophet. The wild Bedouin was suddenly awed, and dropped his sword, which was instantly seized upon by Muhammad. Brandishing the weapon, he exclaimed in turn, "Who is there now to save thee, O Durthur?" "Alas, no one," replied the soldier. "Then learn from me to be merciful." So saying, he returned the sword. The Arab's heart was overcome, and in after years he proved one of the staunchest adherents of the Prophet. Footnote: the last month of this year was marked by the death of Uthman, son of Mahsur, and the marriage of Ali, son of Abu Talib, to Fatima, Muhammad's daughter. Uthman was one of the earliest believers, and he was one of the first Muhajirin who died at Medina, and was interred at Baqi, a suburb of Medina, where lie buried a number of illustrious and saintly people, whose tombs are up to the present day venerated by the Muslims. Ali had been betrothed to Fatima several days before the expedition to Badr, but the marriage was only celebrated 3 months later, Ali being in his 21st and Fatima in her 15th year. End of footnote. But this skirmish between the idolaters and the Muslims, like others which followed, proved only a prelude to the great drama that was about to be enacted. The idolaters were burning for revenge. They made formidable preparations for another war upon the Muslims. Their emissaries succeeded in obtaining the assistance of the tribes of Tihama and Kinana, and their united forces soon amounted to 3,000 well-equipped soldiers, of whom 700 were mailed warriors, animated with but one desire, that of revenge. This army was as formidable to the petty tribes of Arabia as the multitudinous hordes of Xerxes to the Grecian states. Marching under the command of the relentless Abu Sufyan, and meeting with no opposition from any side, they took up a well-chosen position to the northeast of Medina, where only the hill of Uhud and a valley separated them from the devoted city. From this safe vantage ground they ravaged the fields and fruit groves of the Medinites. Forced by the enthusiasm of his followers, and by their fury at the destruction of their property, Muhammad marched out of Medina with 1,000 men. The ill-concealed enmity of the Jews led to the defection of Abdullah ibn Ubay, the leader of the Munafiqeen, the disaffected, with 300 of his followers. This desertion reduced the strength of Muhammad's small force to 700 men, who only possessed 2 horses among them. But still this gallant band marched steadily forward. Advancing quietly through groves of fruit trees, they soon gained the hill of Uhud. They passed the night in the defile, and in the morning, after offering prayers as they stood to arms, they debouched into the plain. Muhammad now took up his position immediately under the hill. Footnote: Burton thus describes the spot. This spot, so celebrated in the annals of Islam, is a shelving strip of land close to the southern base of Mount Uhud. The army of the infidels advanced from the Fiumara in crescent shape, with Abu Sufyan, the general, and his idols in the center. It is distant about 3 miles from El Medina in a northerly direction. All the visitor sees is hard gravelly ground, covered with little heaps of various colored granite, red sandstone, and bits of porphyry, to denote the different places where the martyrs fell and were buried. Seen from this point, there is something appalling in the look of the holy mountain. Its seared and jagged flanks rise like masses of iron from the plain, and the crevice into which the Muslim host retired, when the disobedience of the archers in hastening to plunder enabled Khalid bin Walid to fall upon Muhammad's rear, is the only break in the grim wall. Reeking with heat, its surface produces not one green shrub or stunted tree. Not a bird or beast appeared upon its inhospitable sides, and the bright blue sky glaring above its bold and sullen brow made it look only the more repulsive. And a footnote. Posting a few archers on a height behind the troops, he gave them strict injunctions not to abandon their place whatever happened, but to harass the cavalry of the enemy and protect the flanks of the Muslims. The idolaters, confident in their numbers, marched down into the plain with their idols in the center of their army, and the wives of the chiefs chanting their war songs and beating their timbrels. Footnote: Extracts from their war songs are given by Ibn al-Athir. Courage, ye sons of Abduddar! Courage, defenders of women! Strike home with the edges of your swords! Another runs thus: We are daughters of the star of the morn, Tariq. We tread softly on silken cushions, Namarik. Face the enemy boldly, and we shall press you in our arms. Fly, and we shall shun you with disgust. And a footnote. The first violent onslaught of the Quraysh was bravely repulsed by the Muslims, led by Hamza, who, taking advantage of the confusion of the enemy, dashed into the midst of the Qurayshites, dealing havoc on all sides. Victory had almost declared for the Muslims, when the archers, forgetting the injunctions of the Prophet, and seeing the enemy in flight, dispersed in search of plunder. And what happened in later days at Tours happened at Uhud. Khalid bin Walid, one of the Quraysh, at once perceived their error, and, rallying his horse, fell on the rear of the Muslims. The infantry of the Quraysh also turned, and the Muslim troops, taken both in rear and in front, had to renew the battle at fearful odds. Some of the bravest chiefs of the Muslim army fell fighting. The intrepid Hamza, with several others, was killed. Ali, who had chivalrously answered the first call of defiance, Raj, of the idolaters, and Omar and Abu Bakr were severely wounded. Footnote. Tabari says that Talha, the standard-bearer of the idolaters, a man of heroic bravery, placed himself before Ali, and brandishing his saber defied him, crying, "You Muslims say that our dead will go to hell and yours to heaven. Let me see whether I cannot send thee to heaven." Upon this Ali replied, "Be it so," and they fought, and Talha was struck to the ground. "Mercy, O son of my uncle," cried he. Ali replied, "Mercy be it, thou dost not deserve the fire." And a footnote. The efforts of the idolaters were, however, principally directed towards Muhammad, who, surrounded by a few disciples and separated from the main body of his people, became now the chief object of their assaults. His friends fell fast around him. Though wounded and bleeding, he did not forget their loving hearts, and blessed the hand that tried to stanch the blood which flowed from his forehead. But rescue was nigh. The brave warriors who, under Ali, had been fighting in the center with the energy of despair, succeeded in retreating to a point on the hill where they were secure from the attacks of the enemy, but full of consternation at the loss, as they supposed, of their great master. Seeing, however, their brethren still fighting in another part of the field, they rushed down into the midst of the idolaters. Penetrating to the place where the small group of Muslims yet defended the Prophet, and finding that he still lived, they succeeded, after great exertions, in retreating with him to the heights of Mount Uhud, where they breathed again. Ali fetched water in his shield from the hollow of a rock. With this he bathed Muhammad's face and wounds, and with his companions offered up the midday prayer sitting. The Quraysh were too exhausted to follow up their advantage, either by attacking Medina or driving the Muslims from the heights of Uhud. They retreated from the Medinite territories after barbarously mutilating their slain enemies. The wife of Abu Sufyan, Hind, the daughter of Utbah, with the other Qurayshite women, showed the greatest ferocity in the savage work of vengeance, tearing out the heart of Hamza and making bracelets and necklaces of the ears and noses of the dead. The barbarities practiced by the Quraysh and the slain created among the Muslims a feeling of bitter exasperation. Even Muhammad was at first so moved by indignation as to declare that the dead of the Quraysh should in the future be treated in like manner. But the gentleness of his nature conquered the bitterness of his heart. "Bear wrong patiently," he preached. "Verily, best it will be for the patiently enduring." And from that day the horrible practice of mutilation, which prevailed among all the nations of antiquity, was inexorably forbidden to the Muslims. Footnote: the Jews used to burn their prisoners alive, and most barbarously mutilate the slain. The Greeks, the Romans, and the Persians all practiced similar barbarities. Christianity effected no improvement in these frightful customs, for as late as the 16th century we read of the most horrible mutilations. And a footnote. On his return to Medina, the Prophet directed a small body of the disciples to pursue the retreating enemy, and to impress on them that the Muslims, though worsted in battle, were yet unbroken in spirit, and too strong to be attacked again with impunity. Abu Sufyan, hearing of the pursuit, hastened back to Mecca, having first murdered 2 Medinites whom he met on his route. He, however, sent a message to the Prophet, saying that he would soon return to exterminate him and his people. The reply, as before, was full of trust and faith. "God is enough for us, a good guardian is he." The moral effect of this disastrous battle was at once visible in the forays which the neighboring nomads prepared to make on the Medinite territories. Most of them, however, were repressed by the energetic action of Muhammad, though some of the hostile tribes succeeded in enticing Muslim missionaries into their midst, under the pretense of embracing Islam, and then massacred them. On one such occasion, 70 Muslims were treacherously murdered near a brook called Bir Mauna, within the territories of two tribes, the Bani Amir and the Bani Sulaim, chiefly through the instrumentality of the latter. One of the two survivors of the slaughter escaped towards Medina, meeting on the way two unarmed Arabs belonging to the Bani Amir, who were traveling under a safe conduct of the Prophet, and mistaking them for enemies, he killed them. When Muhammad heard of this, he was deeply grieved. A wrong had been committed by one of his followers, though under a mistake, and the relatives of the men that were killed were entitled to redress. Accordingly, orders were issued for collecting the diya, the Wehrgeld, from the Muslims and the people who had accepted the charter. The Jewish tribe of the Bani Nazir, the Qurayza, and others were bound equally with the Muslims to contribute towards this payment. Footnote: Muir and Sprengel have strangely garbled this part of the affair. Sir W. Muir does not find any authority for Monsieur Cossin de Perceval's saying that the Jews were bound by treaty to contribute towards the diya. If he had referred to Tabari, he would have seen the following statement. Ensuite, il ordonna de réunir cette somme, ou la répartissant sur la ville de Médine, et d'y faire contribuer également les Juifs, tels que les Beni Nadir, les Qurayza et ceux de Fadak, qui étaient obligés par le traité. End of footnote. Muhammad himself, accompanied by a few disciples, proceeded to the Bani Nadir, and asked from them their contribution. They seemingly agreed to the demand, and requested him to wait a while. Whilst sitting with his back to the wall of a house, he observed sinister movements among the inhabitants, which led him to divine their intention of murdering him. But to explain the hostility of the Jews, we must trace back the course of events. We have seen with what bitter animosity they dogged Muhammad's footsteps from the moment of his arrival at Medina. They tried to sow disaffection among his people. They libeled him and his followers. They mispronounced the words of the Quran so as to give them an offensive meaning. But this was not all. By their superior education and intelligence, by their union with the party of the Munafiqeen, the disaffected, and by the general unanimity which prevailed among them, so different from the disunion of the Arabs, the Jews formed a most dangerous element within the federated state which had arisen under the teacher of Islam. Among unadvanced nations, poets occupy the position and exercise the influence of the press in modern times. Footnote: An example of the influence which poets and rhapsodists exercise among unprogressed nations is afforded by one of the episodes connected with the War of Uhud. Whilst preparing for this eventful campaign, the Quraysh requested a poet of the name of Abu Uza to go round the tribes of the desert and excite them by his songs and poetry against the Muslims, and persuade them to join the confederacy formed under the auspices of the Meccans for the destruction of Muhammad and his followers. This man had been taken prisoner by the Muslims in the Battle of Badr, but was released by the Prophet without ransom, and pledging himself never again to take up arms against the Medinites. In spite of this, he was tempted to break his word, and went round the tribes, rousing them to arms by his poetry, and it is said he was eminently successful in his work. After Uhud, he was again taken prisoner and executed by the Muslims. End of footnote. The Jewish poets, by their superior culture, naturally exercised a vast influence among the Medinites, and this influence was chiefly directed, towards sowing sedition among the Muslims and widening the breach between them and the opposing faction. The defeat of the idolaters at Badr was felt as keenly by the Jews as by the Meccans. Immediately after this battle, a distinguished member of their race, called Ka'b, the son of Ashraf, belonging to the tribe of Nadir, publicly deploring the ill success of the idolaters, proceeded towards Mecca. Finding the people there plunged in grief, he spared no exertion to revive their courage. By his satires against the Prophet and his disciples, by his elegies on the Meccans who had fallen at Badr, he succeeded in exciting the Quraysh to that frenzy of vengeance which found vent on the plains of Uhud. Having attained his object, he returned to his home near Medina in the canton of Nadir, where he continued to attack Muhammad and the Mussulmans in ironical and obscene verses, not sparing even the women of the believers, whom he addressed in terms of the grossest character. His acts were openly directed against the Commonwealth of which he was a member. He belonged to a tribe which had entered into the compact with the Muslims, and pledged itself for the internal as well as the external safety of the state. Another Jew of the Nadir, Abu Rafi Salam, son of Abul Huqaiq, was equally wild and bitter against the Mussulmans. He inhabited with a faction of his tribe the territories of Khaybar, 4 or 5 days' journey to the northwest of Medina. Detesting Muhammad and the Mussulmans, he made use of every endeavor to excite the neighboring Arab tribes, such as the Sulaim and the Ghatafan, against them. It was impossible for the Mussulman Commonwealth to tolerate this open treachery on the part of those to whom every consideration had been shown, with the object of securing their neutrality, if not their support. The very existence of the Muslim community was at stake, and every principle of safety required that these traitorous designs should be quietly frustrated. The sentence of outlawry was executed upon them by the Medinites themselves, in one case by a member of the tribe of Aus, in the other by a Khazrajite. Christian controversialists have stigmatized these executions as quote-unquote assassinations, and because a Muslim was sent secretly to kill each of the criminals, in their prejudice against the Prophet, they shut their eyes to the justice of the sentence and the necessity of a swift and secret execution. There existed then no police court, no judicial tribunal, nor even a court-martial to take cognizance of individual crimes. In the absence of a state executioner, any individual might become the executioner of the law. These men had broken their formal pact. It was impossible to arrest them in public or execute the sentence in the open before their clans without causing unnecessary bloodshed and giving rise to the feud of blood and everlasting vendetta. The exigencies of the state required that whatever should be done swiftly and noiselessly upon those whom public opinion had arraigned and condemned. Footnote: Our Christian historians forget that the quote-unquote wise Solon himself, for the safety of his small city, made it obligatory on the Athenians to become executioners of the law by pursuing the factious or taking one or two sides in a public riot. They also forget that even the laws of Christian England allow any person to pursue and kill, quote-unquote, an outlaw. End of footnote. The existence of the Republic and the maintenance of peace and order within the city depended upon the prompt execution of the sentence passed upon the culprits before they could rally their clansmen round them. The fate of these two traitors and the expulsion of their brethren, the Bani Kainuka, from the Medinite territories had given rise to a bitter feeling of animosity among the Nadir against the Prophet. The circumstances connected with the banishment of the Kainuka require a brief notice. While the other Jewish tribes were chiefly agricultural, the Banu Kainuka hardly possessed a single field or date plantation. They were, for the most part, artisans employed in handicraft of all kinds. Seditious and unruly, always ready for a broil like their co-religionists of Alexandria, the Banu Kainuka were also noted for the extreme laxity of their morals. One day a young girl from the country came to their bazaar or market, souk, to sell milk. The Jewish youths insulted her grossly. A Muslim passer-by took the part of the girl, and in the fray which ensued the author of the outrage was killed, whereupon the entire body of the Jews present rose and slaughtered the Muslim. A wild scene then followed. The Muslims, enraged at the murder of their compatriot, flew to arms, blood flowed fast, and many were killed on both sides. At the first news of the riots, Muhammad hastened to the spot, and by his presence succeeded in restraining the fury of his followers. He at once perceived what the end would be of these seditions and disorders if allowed to take their course. Medina would be turned into an amphitheater in which members of hostile factions might murder one another with impunity. The Jews had openly and knowingly infringed the terms of their compact. It was necessary to put a stop to this with a firm hand, or farewell to all hope of peace and security. Consequently, Muhammad proceeded at once to the quarter of the Banu Kainuka and required them to enter definitely into the Muslim Commonwealth by embracing Islam or to vacate Medina. The reply of the Jews was couched in the most offensive terms. O Muhammad, do not be elated with the victory over thy people, the Quraysh. Thou hast had an affair with men ignorant of the art of war. If thou art desirous of having any dealings with us, we shall show thee that we are men. Footnote. Tabari gives the speech of the Kainuka with a slight variation, but all historians agree in its being defiant and offensive. I cannot understand whence Gibbon obtained the excessively meek reply he puts into the mouth of these people. End of footnote. They then shut themselves up in their fortress and set Muhammad's authority at defiance. But their reduction was an absolute duty, and siege was accordingly laid to their stronghold without loss of time. After 15 days they surrendered. At first it was intended to inflict some severe punishment on them, but the clemency of Muhammad's nature overcame the dictates of justice, and the Bani Kainuka were simply banished. All these circumstances were rankling within the breasts of the Bani Nadir. They only waited for a favorable opportunity to rid themselves of Muhammad, and therefore looked upon his arrival amongst them as providential. But their sinister designs, as we have said before, did not escape the eye of the Prophet. He immediately left the place without raising the suspicions of the Jews, and thus saved himself and his disciples from almost certain destruction. Footnote. As any betrayal of suspicion by Muhammad or his disciples of the intents of the Jews would have made these people desperate and precipitated matters, the Prophet went away by himself, leaving his followers behind, which led the Jews to suppose that he was not gone far and would quickly return. End of footnote. The Bani Nadir now placed themselves in exactly the same position as the Bani Kainuka had previously done. They had by their own act put themselves outside the pale of the charter, and therefore on his arrival at Medina, Muhammad sent them a message of the same import as that which was sent to the Qanuqa. Relying on the support of the Munafiqeen and Abdullah ibn Ubay, the Bani Nadir returned a defiant answer. Disappointed, however, in the promised assistance of Abdullah and of their brethren, the Bani Qurayza, after a siege of 15 days, they sued for terms. The previous offer was renewed, and they agreed to evacuate their territories. They were allowed to take all their movables with them, with the exception of arms. In order to prevent the Muslims from occupying their dwellings, they destroyed these before leaving. Their lands, warlike materials, etc., which they could not carry away, were distributed by the Prophet with the consent and cordial approval of the Ansar among the Muhajirin, who, up to this time, had been entirely dependent for support on the generosity of the Medinites. Notwithstanding the strong brotherly love which existed before the quote-unquote refugees and the quote-unquote helpers, Muhammad knew that the assistance of the Medinites afforded but a precarious means of subsistence. He accordingly assembled the principal men from among the Ansar and asked them whether they had any objection to his distributing among their poor brethren who had followed him from Mecca the goods left behind by the Jews. With one voice they answered, "Give to our brothers the goods of the Jews, assign to them even a portion of ours, we willingly consent." Upon this the Prophet divided the property among the Muhajirin and 2 of the Ansar who were extremely poor. Footnote: a principle was henceforth established that any acquisition not made in actual warfare should belong to the state or the chief of the state, and that its application should depend upon his discretion. Surah 59 of the Quran treats almost entirely of the circumstances connected with the banishment of the Bani Nadir. Add a footnote. The expulsion of the Bani Nadir took place in the month of the Rabi, the 1st of the 4th year. The remaining portion of this year and the early part of the next were passed in repressing the spasmodic hostile attempts of the nomadic tribes against the Muslims, and in inflicting punishments for various murderous forays on the Medinite territories. Footnote: of this nature was the expedition against the Christian Arabs of Dumat ul Jandal, a place, according to Abul Fida, about 7 days' journey to the south of Damascus, who had stopped the Medinite traffic with Syria and even threatened a raid upon Medina. These marauders, however, fled on the approach of the Muslims, and Muhammad returned to Medina after concluding a treaty with a neighboring chief to whom he granted permission of pasturage on the Medinite territories. Add a footnote. Meanwhile, the enemies of the faith were by no means idle. Far and wide, the idolaters had sent their emissaries to stir up the tribes against the Muslims. The Jews were the most active in these efforts. Some of the Bani Nadir had remained behind with their brethren settled near Khaybar, and there, fired with the hope of vengeance, had set themselves to the work of forming another league for the destruction of the believers. Their efforts were successful beyond their utmost hopes. A formidable coalition was soon formed, and an army consisting of 10,000 well-appointed men marched upon Medina under the command of the relentless Abu Sufyan. Meeting no opposition on their way, they soon encamped within a few miles of Medina, on its most vulnerable side, towards Uhud. To oppose this host, the Muslims could only muster a body of 3,000 men. Forced thus by their inferiority of numbers, as well as by the factious opposition of the Munafiqeen within the city, to remain on the defensive, they dug a deep trench round the unprotected quarters of Medina, and, leaving their women and children for safety in their fortified houses, they encamped outside the city with the moat in front of them. In the meantime, they relied for the safety of the other side, if not upon the active assistance, at least upon the neutrality of the Bani Qurayza, who possessed several fortresses at a short distance towards the southeast, and were bound by the compact to assist the Muslims against every assailant. These Jews, however, were persuaded by the idolaters to violate their pledged faith and to join the Quraysh. As soon as the news of their defection reached Muhammad, he deputed, quote-unquote, the two Sa'ds, Sa'd ibn Mu'az and Sa'd ibn Ubadah, to entreat them to return to their duty. The reply was defiant and sullen. "Who is Muhammad, and who is the apostle of God, that we should obey him? There is no bond or compact betwixt us and him." As these Jews were well acquainted with the locality and could materially assist the besiegers by showing them the weak points of the city, the consternation among the Muslims became great, whilst the disaffected body within the walls increased the element of danger. Footnote: the whole scene is so beautifully painted in the Quran, Surah 33, Ul-Ashab, the Confederates, that I cannot resist quoting a few verses here. "When they assailed you from above you and from below you, and when your eyes became distracted, and your hearts came up to your throats, and ye thought divers thoughts of God, then were the faithful tried, and with strong quaking did they quake. And when the disaffected and diseased of heart with infidelity said, God and his apostle have made us but a cheating promise." End of footnote. The idolaters and the Jews, failing in all their attempts to draw the Muslims into the open field or to surprise the city under the direction of Jewish guides, determined upon a regular assault. The siege had already lasted 20 days. The restless tribes of the desert, who had made common cause with the Quraysh and their Jewish allies, and who had expected an easy prey, were becoming weary of this protracted campaign. Great efforts were made at this critical moment by the leaders of the beleaguering host to cross the trench and fall upon the small Muslim force. Every attempt was, however, repulsed by untiring vigilance on the part of the Prophet. The elements now seemed to combine against the besieging army. Their horses were perishing fast, and provisions were becoming scanty. Disunion was rife in their midst, and the far-seeing chief of the Muslims, with matchless prudence, fomented it into actual division. Suddenly this vast coalition, which had seemed to menace the Muslims with inevitable destruction, vanished into thin air. In the darkness of night, amidst a storm of wind and rain, their tents overthrown, their lights put out, Abu Sufyan and the majority of this formidable army fled. The rest took refuge with the Bani Qurayza. Muhammad had in the night foretold to his followers the dispersion of their enemies. Daybreak saw his prognostications fulfilled, and the Muslims returned in joy to the city. Footnote: in Muslim annals this war is called the War of the Trench. End of footnote. But the victory was hardly achieved in the opinion of the Muslims as long as the Bani Qurayza remained so near and in such dangerous proximity to the city of Islam. They had proved themselves traitors in spite of their sworn allegiance, and had at one time almost surprised Medina from their side, an event which, if successful, would have involved the general massacre of the faithful. The Muslims, therefore, felt it their duty to demand an explanation of the treachery. This was doggedly refused. The consequence was that Jews were besieged and compelled to surrender at discretion. they made only one condition, that their punishment should be left to the judgment of the outside chief, Sa'd ibn Mu'az. This man, a fierce soldier who had been wounded in the attack, and indeed died from his wounds the next day, infuriated by their treacherous conduct, gave sentence that the fighting men should be put to death and that the women and children should become slaves of the Muslims, and this sentence was carried into execution. It was a harsh, bloody sentence, says Lane Poole, worthy of the episcopal generals of the army against the Albigenses, or of the deeds of the Augustan age of Puritanism. But it must be remembered that the crime of these men was high treason against the state during a time of siege, and those who have read how Wellington's march could be traced by the bodies of deserters and pillagers hanging from the trees need not be surprised at the summary execution of a traitorous clan." End quote. The punishment inflicted on the various Jewish tribes has furnished to the Christian biographers of the Prophet, like Muir, Sprenger, Weil, and Osborne, a ground for attack. The punishment meted out to the Bani Qaynuqa and Bani un-Nadir was far below their deserts. The Bani Qurayza alone were treated with severity. Human nature is so constituted that, however criminal the acts of an individual may be, the moment he is treated with a severity which to our mind seems harsh and cruel, a natural revulsion of feeling occurs, and the sentiment of justice gives place to pity within our hearts. No doubt the sentence on the Bani Qurayza, from our point of view, was severe. But however much we may regret that the fate of these poor people should have been, though at their own special request, left in the hands of an infuriated soldier, however much we may regret that the sentence of this man should have been so carried into effect, we must not, in the sentiment of pity, overlook the stern question of justice and culpability. We must bear in mind the crimes of which they were guilty, their treachery, their open hostility, their defection from an alliance to which they were bound by every sacred tie. Nor must we altogether forget the temptations which they, the worshippers of the pure Jehovah, held out to the heathen Arabs to continue in the practice of idolatry. Some Muslims might naturally be inclined to say, with the Christian moralist, "It is better that the wicked should be destroyed 100 times over than that they should tempt those who are yet innocent to join their company." End quote. These Muslims might say with him, with only the variation of a word, "Let us but think what might have been our fate, and the fate of every other nation under heaven at this hour, had the sword of the Arab," footnote, in the original, of course, Israelites, and a footnote, "done its work more sparingly. The Arab's sword, in its bloodiest executions, wrought a work of mercy for all the countries of the earth to the very end of the world." End quote. If the Christian's argument is correct and not inhuman, certainly the Muslim's argument cannot be otherwise. Other Muslims, however, might look upon this fearful sentence on the Bani Qurayza in the same light as Carlyle looks upon the order of Cromwell for the promiscuous massacre of the Irish inhabitants of Drogheda. Quote, "An armed soldier, solemnly conscious of himself that he is the soldier of God the just, a consciousness which it well beseems all soldiers and all men to have always, armed soldier, terrible as death, relentless as doom, doing God's judgment on the enemies of God." End quote. We, however, are not disposed to look at the punishment of these Jews from either of these points of view. We simply look upon it as an act done in complete accordance with the laws of war as then understood by the nations of the world, quote, a strict application of admitted customs of war in those days." End quote. These people brought their fate upon themselves. If they had been put to death, even without the judgment of Sa'd, it would have been in consonance with the principles which then prevailed. But they had themselves chosen Sa'd as the sole arbiter and judge of their fate. They knew that his judgment was not at all contrary to the received notions, and accordingly never murmured. They knew that if they had succeeded, they would have massacred their enemies without compunction. People judge of the massacres of King David according to the quote-unquote lights of his time. Footnote, quote, "The conquered Ammonites he treated with even greater ferocity, tearing and hewing some of them in pieces with harrows, axes, and saws, and roasting others in brick kilns." End quote. And a footnote. Even the fearful slaughters committed by the Christians in primitive times are judged according to certain quote-unquote lights. Why should not the defensive wars of the early Muslims be looked at from the same standpoint? But, whatever the point of view, an unprejudiced mind will perceive that no blame can possibly attach to the Prophet in the execution of the Bani Qurayza. Footnote, I can only remember M. Barthélemy Saint-Hilaire, Mr. Johnson, and Mr. Stanley Lane Poole among Europeans who have not been carried away by prejudice. And a footnote. The number of men executed could not have been more than 200 or 250. In the distribution of the surviving people, it is said, a young Jewess of the name of Rayhana was allotted to the Prophet. Some say she was previously set apart. The Christian historians, always ready to seize upon any point which, to their mind, offers a plausible ground for attacking Muhammad, have not failed to make capital of this story. Leaving the examination of the question of slavery to a later chapter, we will here only observe that the allotment of Rayhana, even if true, furnishes no ground for a modern attack, as it was perfectly consonant with the customs of war recognized in those days. The story of Rayhana becoming a wife of the Prophet is a fabrication, for after this event she disappears from history and we hear no more of her, whilst of others we have full and circumstantial accounts. End of section 12. Section 13 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, Chapter 6, Muhammad's Clemency. دَعَا إِلَى اللَّهِ فَالْمُسْتَمْسِكُونَ بِهِ مُسْتَمْسِكُونَ بِحَبْلٍ غَيْرِ الْمُنْقَاسِمِ. He called towards God, and those who took hold of him took hold of a rope that never breaks. The formidable coalition formed by the Jews and the idolaters to compass the destruction of the new Commonwealth of Medina had utterly failed, well might the Muslims say miraculously. But the surrounding tribes of the desert, wild and fierce, were committing depredations, accompanied with murders on the Medinite territories, and the existence of the state required the employment of stern measures for their repression. Several expeditions were dispatched against these marauders, but the slippery sands of the desert generally evaded the approach of the Muslims. The Bani Lihyan, who had requested Muhammad to send a few of his disciples among them to teach the precepts of Islam, and who, on the arrival of the missionaries, had killed some and sold the rest to the Meccans, had up to this period remained unpunished. But the time had come when this crime should be avenged. In the month of Jumadi I of this year, a body of troops under the personal command of the Prophet marched against the Bani Lihyan. The marauders, however, receiving timely notice of the Prophet's approach, fled into the mountains, and the Muslims returned to Medina without having accomplished their purpose. A few days had only elapsed when a chief of the Bani Firaza, a branch of the nomad horde of Ghatafan, Khair Ghatafan, suddenly fell upon the open suburbs of the city and drove off a large herd of camels, murdering the man who had charge of them and carrying off his wife. The Muslims were immediately on their track, and a few of the animals were recovered. But the Bedouins escaped into the desert with the larger portion of their booty. It was about this time that the Prophet granted to the monks of the monastery of St. Catherine near Mount Sinai, and to all Christians, a charter which had been justly designated as one of the noblest monuments of enlightened tolerance that the history of the world can produce. This remarkable document, which has been faithfully preserved by the annalists of Islam, displays a marvelous breadth of view and liberality of conception. By it the Prophet secured to the Christians privileges and immunities which they did not possess even under sovereigns of their own creed, and declared that any Muslim violating and abusing what was therein ordered should be regarded as a violator of God's testament, a transgressor of his commandments, and a slighter of his faith. He undertook himself and enjoined on his followers to protect the Christians, to defend their churches, the residences of their priests, and to guard them from all injuries. They were not to be unfairly taxed. No bishop was to be driven out of his bishopric. No Christian was to be forced to reject his religion. No monk was to be expelled from his monastery. No pilgrim was to be detained from his pilgrimage. Nor were the Christian churches to be pulled down for the sake of building mosques or houses for the Muslims. Christian women married to Muslims were to enjoy their own religion, and not to be subjected to compulsion or annoyance of any kind on that account. If Christians should stand in need of assistance for the repair of their churches and monasteries, or any other matter pertaining to their religion, the Muslims were to assist them. This was not to be considered as taking part in their religion, but as merely rendering them assistance in their need, and complying with the ordinances of the Prophet, which were made in their favor by the authority of God and of his apostle. Should the Muslims be engaged in hostilities with outside Christians, no Christian resident among the Muslims should be treated with contempt on account of his creed. Any Muslim so treating a Christian should be accounted recalcitrant to the Prophet. Man always attaches an idea of greatness to the character of a person who, whilst possessing the power of returning evil for evil, not only preaches but practices the divine principle of forgiveness. Muhammad, as the chief of the state and guardian of the life and liberty of the people, in the exercise of justice, sternly punished every individual guilty of crime. Muhammad the Prophet, the teacher, was gentle and merciful even to his greatest enemies. In him were combined the highest attributes that the human mind can conceive, justice and mercy. A chief of the tribe of Hanifa, named Thumama, son of Uthal, was taken prisoner by the Muslims in one of their expeditions against the unruly Arabs of the desert. He was brought to Medina, where he was so affected by the kindness of the Prophet that from an enemy he soon became the most devoted follower. Returning to his people, he stopped the transport to Mecca of provisions from Yamama, and this stoppage by Thumama reduced the Meccans to the direst straits. Failing to move the Hanafites, they at last addressed themselves to Muhammad and besought him to intercede for them. The Prophet's heart was touched with pity, and he requested Thamama to allow them to have whatever they wanted, and at his word the convoys were again permitted to reach Mecca. Endless instances might be cited of Muhammad's merciful nature. We will, however, only instance two. A daughter of his, a beloved child, was, after the Treaty of Hudaybiyah, fleeing from Mecca. She was far advanced in pregnancy, and as she was mounting her camel, a Quraysh named Habrar, with characteristic ferocity, drove the butt end of his lance against her, throwing her to the ground and eventually causing her death. On the conquest of Mecca, the murderer was proscribed. After hiding for some time, he presented himself before the Prophet and threw himself on the mercy of the bereaved father. The wrong was great, the crime was atrocious, but the injury was personal. The man was to all appearance sincere in his penitence and the profession of the faith. Pardon was unconditionally granted. The Jewess who attempted his life at Khaybar, and Ikrimah, the son of Abu Jahl, who was bitterly personal in his animosity towards the Prophet, were freely forgiven. A tribe of Christian Bedouins, the Bani Kalb, settled about Tumat ul-Jandal, had in their depredations appeared on the Medinite territories. An expedition was now dispatched to summon them to embrace Islam and forego their lawless practices. Whilst delivering his injunctions to the captain who headed this small force, Muhammad used the memorable words, "In no case shalt thou use deceit or perfidy, nor shalt thou kill any child." Footnote: compare these injunctions of the Arabian prophet, as also the historic words of Abu Bakr, the first caliph, to Yazid bin Abu Sufyan when dispatching him against the Byzantines, with the commands of the Israelite prophet. "Thus says the Lord of hosts, now go and smite Amalek, and utterly destroy all that they have, and spare them not, but slay both man and woman, infant and suckling, ox and sheep, camel and ass." 1 Samuel chapter 15, verse 3. Slay utterly old and young, both maids and little children and women. Ezekiel chapter 9, verse 6. End of footnote. In his instructions to the leaders of the expeditions against marauding and hostile tribes and people, he invariably enjoined them in peremptory terms never to injure the weak. "In avenging the injuries inflicted upon us," he said to his troops whom he dispatched against the Byzantines, "molest not the harmless inmates of domestic seclusion. Spare the weakness of the female sex. Injure not the infant at the breast, or those who are ill in bed. Abstain from demolishing the dwellings of the unresisting inhabitants. Destroy not the means of their subsistence, nor their fruit trees, and touch not the palm." Abu Bakr, following his master, thus enjoined his captain, "O Yazid, be sure you do not oppress your own people, nor make them uneasy, but advise with them in all your affairs, and take care to do that which is right and just. For those that do otherwise shall not prosper. When you meet your enemies, quit yourselves like men, and do not turn your backs. And if you gain the victory, kill not little children, nor old people, nor women. Destroy no palm trees, nor burn any fields of corn. Cut down no fruit trees, nor do any mischief to cattle, only such as you kill for the necessity of subsistence. When you make any covenant or article, stand to it, and be as good as your word. As you go on, you will find some religious persons that live retired in monasteries, who propose to themselves to serve God that way. Let them alone, and neither kill them nor destroy their monasteries." End quote. These injunctions contrast strangely with the fearful denunciations of the Christians, Catholic, Protestant, and Greek from the days of Saint Lactantius to those of the Covenanters. Footnote: the massacre of 5,000 Chinese men, women, and children at Blagoveshchensk in Manchuria in the 20th century by the troops of a great Christian power needs no mention. And a footnote. The followers of the quote-unquote Prince of Peace burned and ravished, pillaged and murdered promiscuously old and young, male and female, without compunction up to recent times. As his vicegerents on earth, popes and patriarchs, bishops, priests, and presbyters approved of their crimes and frequently granted plenary absolution for the most heinous offenses. In the month of Sha'ban of this year, November-December 627, an expedition was directed against the Bani Mustalik. These people had up to this time been on friendly terms with the Muslims, but recently, instigated by their chief Harith, the son of Abu Dirar, they had thrown off their allegiance and committed forays on the suburbs of Medina. The expedition was entirely successful, and several prisoners were taken, among whom was a daughter of Harith called Juwayriyah. 6 years had now passed since the exiles of Mecca had left their homes and their country for the sake of their faith, and of him who had infused into them a new consciousness such as they had never felt before, awakening in them the spirit of union, love, and brotherhood. People flocked from every part of Arabia to listen to the words of the wondrous man who had achieved all this, to ask his counsel in the affairs of everyday life, even as the sons of Israel consulted of old the prophet Samuel. But the hearts of these exiles still yearned sadly for the place of their birth. Driven from their homes, they had found refuge in a rival city. Expelled from the precincts of the sacred Kaaba, which formed the glorious center of all their associations, the one spot round which gathered the history of their nation, for 6 years they had been denied the pilgrimage of the holy shrine, a custom round which time, with its hoary traditions, had cast the halo of sanctity. The teacher himself longed to see the place of his nativity with as great a yearning. The temple of the Kaaba belonged to the whole Arab nation. The Quraysh were merely the custodians of this shrine, and were not authorized by the public law of the country to interdict the approach even of an enemy, if he presented himself without any hostile design, and with the avowed object of fulfilling a religious duty. The season of the pilgrimage had approached. The Prophet accordingly announced his intention of visiting the holy places. At once 1,000 voices responded to the call. Preparations were rapidly made, and, accompanied by 700 Muslims, Ansar, and Muhajirin, all perfectly unarmed, he set out on the pilgrimage. The animosity of the Quraysh, however, was not yet extinguished. They posted themselves with a large army some miles in advance of Mecca to bar the way, but soon after fell back on the city in order to keep every point of access closed to the Muslims. They swore solemnly not to allow the followers of the Prophet to enter the shrine, and maltreated the envoy who was sent to them to solicit permission to visit the Kaaba. A body of the Meccans went round the Prophet's encampment with the avowed object of killing any unwary Muslim who might leave the camp. They even attacked the Prophet with stones and arrows. Footnote: when some of these men were seized and brought before the Prophet, he pardoned and released them. It was on this occasion that the Muslims took the pledge called the Agreeable Pledge, Bayat ur-Ridwan, or the Pledge of the Tree, Bayat ul-Shajara. Uthman being sent to the Quraysh to repeat the request for permission, they seized and detained him. The Muslims, fearful of his murder, flocked round Muhammad and solemnly swore to avenge his death. And a footnote. Finding the idolaters immovable and wishful himself to end the state of warfare between the Muslims and the Quraysh, Muhammad expressed himself willing to agree to any terms the Meccans might feel inclined to impose. After much difficulty, a treaty was concluded by which it was agreed that all hostilities should cease for 10 years, that anyone coming from the Quraysh to the Prophet without the permission of the guardian or chief should be re-delivered to the idolaters, that any individual from among the Muslims going over to the Meccans should not be surrendered, that any tribe desirous of entering into alliance, either with the Quraysh or with the Muslims, should be at liberty to do so without hindrance, that the Muslims should retrace their steps on this occasion without advancing further, that they should be permitted in the following year to visit Mecca and to remain there for 3 days with their traveling arms, namely their quote-unquote scimitars in sheaths, footnote, i.e. the silah or rakib. It was on the occasion of this peace that a Qurayshite envoy who was sent to the Muslim encampment, struck with the profound reverence and love shown to the Prophet by his followers, on his return to the Quraysh, told them that he had seen sovereigns like the Khosrows, Kisra, the Caesar, Kaiser, and the Negus, Najashi, surrounded with all the pomp and circumstance of royalty, but he had never witnessed a sovereign in the midst of his subjects receiving such veneration and obedience as was paid to Muhammad by his people. And a footnote. The moderation and magnanimity displayed by Muhammad in concluding this treaty caused some discontent among the more impulsive of his followers, in whose hearts the injuries and cruelties inflicted by the Quraysh yet rankled. In virtue of the third stipulation of the treaty, by which the Muslims bound themselves to surrender every idolater who came over to their cause without the permission of their patron or chief, the Quraysh demanded the surrender of several of the Prophet's disciples, and their demand was immediately complied with by Muhammad, in spite of the murmurs of some of the Muslims. Footnote. As women were not included in the treaty, the demand of the idolaters for the surrender of the female Muslims was peremptorily declined. And a footnote. On his return to Medina, Muhammad, in pursuance of the Catholic wish by which he was inspired that his religion should embrace all humanity, dispatched several envoys to invite the neighboring sovereigns and their subjects to drink of the cup of life offered to them by the preacher of Islam. Two of the most noted embassies were to Heraclius, the emperor of the Greeks, and to Khusru Parviz, the Kesra of Persia. The King of Kings was amazed at the audacity of the fugitive of Mecca in addressing him, the great Khosroes, on terms of equality, and, enraged at what he considered the insolence of the latter, tore it to pieces and drove the envoy from his presence with contumely. When the news of this treatment was brought to the Prophet, he quietly observed, "Thus will the empire of Kesra be torn to pieces." The fulfillment of the prophecy is engraved on the pages of history. Heraclius, more polite or more reverential, treated the messenger with great respect, and returned a gracious and careful reply. Before, however, leaving Syria, he tried to acquaint himself better with the character of the man who had sent him the message. With this object he is said to have summoned to his presence some Arab merchants who had arrived at Gaza with a caravan from Arabia. Among them was the notorious Abu Sufyan, still one of the bitterest enemies of the Prophet. The Greek emperor appears to have questioned him with regard to Muhammad, and his replies, as preserved in the traditions, are almost identical with the summary which Ja'far gave to the negus of the teachings of Muhammad. "What are the doctrines Muhammad advances?" asked Heraclius of Abu Sufyan. "He bids us abandon the worship of our ancient idols and to adore one God, to bestow alms, to observe truth and purity, to abstain from fornication and vice, and to flee abominations." Asked if his followers were increasing in number or if they were falling off, the reply was, "His adherents are increasing incessantly, and there has not been one who has forsaken him." Another ambassador sent soon afterwards to the Ghassanid prince, a feudatory of Heraclius, residing at Busra, near Damascus, instead of receiving the reverence and respect due to an envoy, was cruelly murdered by another chief of the same family, and Amir of a Christian tribe subject to Byzantium. This wanton outrage on international obligations became eventually the cause of that war which placed Islam in conflict with the whole of Christendom. But of this we shall treat later. End of section 13. Section 14 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, Chapter 7, The Diffusion of the Faith. فما تتاول أعمال المديح إلى ما فيه من كرم الأخلاق والشيم. But how can the desire of the eulogist come up to what is in him of nobility of disposition and nature? The Jewish tribes, in spite of the reverses they had already suffered, were still formidable, still busy with their machinations to work the destruction of the Muslims. They possessed, at the distance of 3 or 4 days' journey to the northeast of Medina, a strongly fortified territory, studded with castles, the principal of which, called Al-Qamus, was situated on an almost inaccessible hill. This group of fortresses was called Khaybar, a word signifying a fortified place. The population of Khaybar included several branches of the Bani Nadir and the Qurayza, who had taken refuge there. The Jews of Khaybar had shown an active and implacable hatred towards Muhammad and his followers, and since the arrival of their brethren among them, this feeling had acquired greater force. The Jews of Khaybar, united by an ancient alliance with the Bedouin horde of the Bani Ghatafan and other cognate tribes, worked incessantly for the formation of another coalition against the Muslims. These latter were alive to the power possessed by the desert races to injure them, and prompt measures were needed to avert the evils of another league against Medina. Accordingly, early in the month of Muharram of this year, an expedition consisting of about 1,400 men was dispatched against Khaybar. The Jews now solicited the assistance of their allies. The Bani Firaza hastened to their support, but afraid of the Muslims turning their flank and surprising their flocks and herds in their absence, speedily retreated. The Jews were thus left alone to bear the brunt of the war. Terms were offered to them by the Muslims, but were refused. In spite of the most determined resistance on the part of the Jews, fortress after fortress opened its gate. At last came the turn of the most formidable castle, Al-Qamus. After a spirited defense, it also fell into the hands of the Muslims. The fate of this, their principal fortress, brought the remaining Jewish townships to see the utter futility of further resistance. They sued for forgiveness, which was accorded. Their lands and immovable property were guaranteed to them on condition of good conduct, together with the free practice of their religion. And, as they were exempt from the regular taxes, the Prophet imposed upon them the duty of paying to the Commonwealth, in return for the protection they would thenceforth enjoy, half the produce of their lands. The movable property found in the fortress, which the Muslims reduced by regular sieges and battles, was forfeited to the army and distributed among the men according to the character of their arms. Thus, for instance, 3 shares were given to a horseman, whilst a foot soldier received only 1. Footnote: the story of Kinana being tortured for the sake of disclosing the concealed treasures is false. Frequent attempts were made about this time to assassinate the Prophet. On his entry into Khaybar, a Jewess, animated with the same vengeful feeling as the Judith of old, spread a poisoned repast for him and some of his followers. One of them died immediately after he had taken a few mouthfuls. The life of the Prophet was saved, but the poison permeated his system, and in afterlife he suffered severely from its effects and eventually died thereof. In spite of this crime, Muhammad forgave the woman, and she was allowed to remain among her people unharmed. End of footnote. Towards the end of the 7th year of the Hijrah, Muhammad and his disciples availed themselves of their truce with the Quraysh to accomplish the desire of their hearts, the pilgrimage to the holy places. This journey in Muslim history is reverently styled the pilgrimage or visit of accomplishment. It was in March 629 that the Prophet, accompanied by 2,000 Muslims, proceeded to Mecca to perform the rites of the lesser pilgrimage, rites which every pilgrim of Islam has now to observe. The Quraysh would, however, have nothing to say to the pilgrims, and hold no converse with them. For the 3 days during which the ceremonies lasted, they evacuated the city, and from the summits of the neighboring heights watched the Muslims performing the rites. It was surely a strange sight, says Muir with an unconscious thrill, which at this time presented itself in the Vale of Mecca, a sight unique in the history of the world. The ancient city is for 3 days evacuated by all its inhabitants, high and low, every house deserted, and as they retire, the exiled converts, many years banished from their birthplace, approach in a great body, accompanied by their allies, revisit the empty homes of their childhood, and within the short allotted space fulfill the rites of pilgrimage. The outside inhabitants, climbing the heights around, take refuge under tents or other shelter among the hills and glens, and, clustering on the overhanging peak of Abu Qubais, thence watch the movements of the visitors beneath, as with the Prophet at their head they make the circuit of the Kaaba and the rapid procession between As-Safa and Marwa, and anxiously scan every figure if perchance they may recognize among the worshippers some long-lost friend or relative. It was a scene rendered possible only by the throes which gave birth to Islam." End quote. In strict conformity with the terms of the treaty, they left Mecca after a sojourn of 3 days. This peaceful fulfillment of the daydream of the Muslims was followed by important conversions among the Quraysh. The self-restraint and scrupulous regard for their pledged word displayed by the believers created a visible impression among the enemies of Islam. Many of those who were most violent among the Quraysh in their opposition to the Prophet, men of position and influence, who had warred against him and reviled him, struck by Muhammad's kindness of heart and nobility of nature, which overlooked all crimes against himself, adopted the faith. Footnote: For instance, Khalid bin Walid, who commanded the Quraysh cavalry at Uhud, and Amru ibn al-Asi, famous as Amru. End of footnote. The murder of the Muslim envoy by a feudatory of the Greek emperor was an outrage which could not be passed over in silence and unpunished. An expedition consisting of 3,000 men was dispatched to exact reparation from the Ghassanid prince. The lieutenants of the Byzantine emperor, instead of disavowing the crime, adopted it, and thus made the quarrel an imperial one. Uniting their forces, they attacked the Muslims near Muta, a village not far from Balka in Syria, the scene of the murder. The Byzantines and their allies were repulsed, but the disparity of numbers was too great, and the Muslims retreated to Medina. Footnote. In this battle, Zayd, the son of Harith, who commanded the Muslim troops, Ja'far, the cousin of Muhammad, and several other notables were killed. End of footnote. It was about this time that the Quraysh and their allies, the Bani Bakr, in violation of the terms of peace concluded at Hudaybiyah, attacked the Bani Khuza'ah, who were under the protection of and in alliance with the Muslims. They massacred a number of the Khuza'ah and dispersed the rest. The Bani Khuza'ah brought their complaints to Muhammad and asked for justice. The reign of iniquity and oppression had lasted long at Mecca. The Meccans had themselves violated the peace, and some of their chief men had taken part in the massacre of the Khuza'ah. The Prophet immediately marched 10,000 men against the idolaters, with the exception of a slight resistance by Ikrimah, the son of Abu Jahl, who fell at Badr, and Safwan, the son of Umayyah, at the head of their respective clans, in which several Muslims were killed. Muhammad entered Mecca almost unopposed. Thus, at length, Muhammad entered Mecca as a conqueror. He who was once a fugitive and persecuted now came to prove his mission by deeds of mercy. The city, which had treated him so cruelly, driven him and his faithful band for refuge amongst strangers, which had sworn his life and the lives of his devoted disciples, lay at his feet. His old persecutors, relentless and ruthless, who had disgraced humanity by inflicting cruel outrages upon inoffensive men and women, and even upon the lifeless dead, were now completely at his mercy. But in the hour of triumph, every evil suffered was forgotten, every injury inflicted was forgiven, and a general amnesty was extended to the population of Mecca. Only 4 criminals, quote, whom justice condemned, end quote, made up Muhammad's proscription list when he entered as a conqueror the city of his bitterest enemies. The army followed his example and entered gently and peaceably. No house was robbed, no woman was insulted. Most truly has it been said that through all the annals of conquest there has been no triumphant entry like unto this one. But the idols of the nation were unrelentingly struck down. Sorrowfully the idolaters stood round and watched the downfall of the images they worshipped. And then dawned upon them the truth, when they heard the old voice, at which they were wont to scoff and jeer, cry as he struck down the idols, "Truth has come, and falsehood vanisheth. Verily falsehood is evanescent." How utterly powerless were their gods. After destroying these ancient idols and abolishing every pagan rite, Muhammad delivered a sermon to the assembled people. He dwelt first upon the natural equality and brotherhood of mankind, in the words of the Koran, and then proceeded as follows. "Descendants of Quraysh, how do you think I should act towards you? "With kindness and pity, gracious brother and nephew," replied they. At these words, says Tabari, tears came into the eyes of the Prophet, and he said, "I shall speak to you as Joseph spake unto his brothers. I shall not reproach you today. God will forgive. He is the most merciful and compassionate." And now was enacted a scene of which there is no parallel in the history of the world. Hosts upon hosts came and adopted the religion of Mohammed. Seated on the hill of Safa, he received the old pledge exacted before from Medanites. They would not adore anything. They would not commit larceny, adultery, or infanticide. They would not utter falsehood, nor speak evil of women. Thus were the words of the Quranic prophecy fulfilled. "When arrives victory and assistance from God, and seest thou men enter in hosts the religion of God, then utter the praise of thy Lord, and implore his pardon, for he loveth to turn in mercy to those who seek him." Mohammed now saw his mission all but completed. His principal disciples were dispatched in every direction to call the wild tribes of the desert to Islam, and with strict injunctions to preach peace and goodwill. Only in case of violence were they to defend themselves. These injunctions were loyally obeyed with one exception. The men of Khalid bin Walid, under the orders of this fierce and newly converted warrior, killed a few of the Bani Jazima Bedouins, apparently mistaking them for hostile soldiers. But the other Muslims interfering prevented further massacre. The news of this wanton bloodshed deeply grieved the Prophet, and he cried, raising his hands towards heaven, "O Lord, I am innocent of what Khalid has done." He immediately dispatched Ali to make every possible reparation to the Bani Jazima for the outrage committed on them. This was a mission congenial to Ali's nature, and he executed it faithfully. He made careful inquiries as to the number of persons killed by Khalid, their status, and the losses incurred by their families, and paid the diya strictly. When every loss was made good, he distributed the remainder of the money he had brought among the kinsmen of the victims and other members of the tribe, gladdening every heart, says the chronicler, by his gentleness and benevolence. Carrying with him the blessings of the whole people, he returned to the Prophet, who overwhelmed him with thanks and praises. The formidable Bedouin tribes, the Hawazin, the Thaqif, and various others who pastured their flocks in the territories bordering Mecca, and some of whom possessed strongly fortified towns like Taif, unwilling to render obedience to the Muslims without resistance, formed a league with the intention of overwhelming Muhammad before he could make preparations to repulse their attack. His vigilance, however, disappointed them. After a well-contested battle fought near Hunain, a deep and narrow defile about 10 miles to the northeast of Mecca, the idolaters were defeated with great loss. Separating their forces, one body of the enemy, consisting principally of the Thaqif, took refuge in the city of Taif, which only 8 or 9 years before had driven the Prophet from within its walls with insults. The rest fled to a fortified camp in the valley of Autas. This was forced, and the families of the Hawazin, with all their worldly effects, their flocks and herds, fell into the hands of the Muslims. Taif was then besieged, but after a few days Muhammad raised the siege, well knowing that the pressure of circumstances would soon force the Taifites to submit without bloodshed. Returning to the place where the captured Hawazin were left for safety, he found a deputation from this powerful tribe awaiting his return to solicit the restoration of their families. Aware of the sensitiveness of the Arab nature regarding their rights, Muhammad replied to the Bedouin deputies that he could not force his people to abandon all the fruits of their victory, and that they must at least forfeit their effects if they would regain their families. To this they consented, and the following day, when Muhammad was offering the midday prayers with his disciples ranged behind him, they came and repeated the request. "We supplicate the Prophet to intercede with the Muslims, and the Muslims to intercede with the Prophet, to restore us our women and children." Muhammad replied to the deputies, "My own share in the captives and that of the children of Abd al-Muttalib I give you back at once." His disciples, catching his spirit, instantaneously followed his example, and 6,000 people were in a moment set free. This generosity won the hearts of many of the Thaqif, who tendered their allegiance and became earnest Muslims. Footnote: the people of Taif were so called. The story told by Muir as a curious illustration of the Prophet's mode of life is apocryphal. It must be remembered, firstly, that the division of the booty had not taken place, and consequently the Prophet could not have given away as gift part of his own share. But this he had promised to the deputies before the division to restore to the Hawazin. The story is a fabrication and utterly worthless. Add a footnote. The incident which followed, after the distribution of the forfeited flocks and herds of the Hawazin, shows not only the hold the Prophet had over the hearts of the Medanites and the devotion he inspired them with, but it also proves that at no period of his career had he any material reward to offer to his disciples. In the division of the spoil, a larger proportion fell to the share of the newly converted Meccans than to the people of Medina. Some of the Ansar looked upon this as an act of partiality, and their discontent reaching the ear of the Prophet, he ordered them to be assembled. He then addressed them in these words: "Ye Ansar, I have learned the discourse ye hold among yourselves. When I came amongst you, you were wandering in darkness, and the Lord gave you the right direction. You were suffering, and he made you happy. At enmity amongst yourselves, and he has filled your hearts with brotherly love and concord. Was it not so, tell me?" "Indeed, it is even as thou sayest," was the reply. "To the Lord and his Prophet belong benevolence and grace." "Nay, by the Lord," continued the Prophet, "but he might have answered, and answered truly, for I would have testified to its truth myself. Thou camest to us rejected as an impostor, and we believed in thee. Thou camest as a helpless fugitive, and we assisted thee. Poor as an outcast, and we gave thee an asylum. Comfortless, and we solaced thee. Ye Ansar, why disturb your hearts because of the things of this life? Are ye not satisfied that others should obtain the flocks and camels, while ye go back unto your homes with me in your midst? By him who holds my life in his hands, I shall never abandon you. If all mankind went one way and the Ansar another, verily I would join the Ansar. The Lord be favorable unto them, and bless them, and their children, and their children's children." At these words, says the chronicler, they all wept until the tears ran down upon their beards. And they all cried with one voice, "Yea, Prophet of God, we are well satisfied with our share." Thereupon they retired happy and contented. Muhammad soon after returned to Medina. End of section 14. Section 15 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, Chapter 8, The Year of Deputations. فاق النبيين في خلقي وفي خلقي ولم يدانوه في علمي ولا كرمي دع ما ادعت النصارى في نبيهم واحكم بما شئت مدحا فيه واحتكمي. Qasidatul Burda. He surpassed all the prophets in constitution and disposition, nor any did approach him either in knowledge or nobleness. Avoid what the Christians assert about their prophet, but declare whatever else thou wishest in his praise, and contend for it. Inna rasula lan-nuru yastada'u bihi, wasarimun min suyufillahi masluli. Banat Suad. Indeed, the prophet is a light from which guidance is sought, and a drawn sword out of God's swords. The 9th year of the Hijrah was noted for the embassies which flocked into Medina to render homage to the Prophet of Islam. The cloud which so long had rested over this land, with its wild chivalry, its blood feuds, and its heathenism, is now lifted forever. The age of barbarism is past. The conquest of Mecca decided the fate of idolatry in Arabia. The people who still regarded with veneration those beautiful moon goddesses, Manat, Lat, and Uzza, and their peculiar cult, were painfully awakened by the fall of its stronghold. Among the wild denizens of the desert, the moral effect of the submission of the Meccans was great. Deputations began to arrive from all sides to tender the allegiance and adherence of tribes hitherto most inimical to the Muslims. The principal companions of the Prophet and the leading citizens of Medina, at his request, received these envoys in their houses and entertained them with the time-honored hospitality of the Arabs. On departure, they always received an ample sum for the expenses of the road, with some additional presents corresponding to their rank. A written treaty guaranteeing the privileges of the tribe was often granted, and a teacher invariably accompanied the departing guests to instruct the newly converted people in the duties of Islam, and to see that every remnant of idolatry was obliterated from their midst. Whilst thus engaged in consolidating the tribes of Arabia under the new gospel, the great seer was alive to the dangers which threatened the new confederation from outside. The Byzantines seem about this time to have indulged in those dreams of Arabian conquests which had once before induced the founder of the Roman Empire to dispatch expeditions into that country. Heraclius had returned to his dominions elated by his victories over the Persians. His political vision could not have been blind to the strange events which were taking place in Arabia, and he had probably not forgotten the repulse of his lieutenants at the head of a large army by a handful of Arabs. During his stay in Syria, he had directed his feudatories to collect an overwhelming force for the invasion of Arabia. The news of these preparations was soon brought to Medina and caused some consternation among the Muslims. If the report was true, it meant a serious danger to the Islamic Commonwealth. Volunteers were summoned from all quarters to repel the threatened attack. Unfortunately, a severe drought had lately afflicted Hijaz and Najd. The date crops had been ruined, and the beasts of burden had died in large numbers, and the country people at large were unwilling to engage at this juncture on an expedition far from their homes. To some the time of the year seemed unreasonable, whilst the intensity of the heat, the hardships of the journey, and the marvelous stories regarding the power of the Byzantine Empire added largely to the fears of the timorous. Many applied to be exempted from service, and the Prophet acceded to the prayers of those who were either too weak or too poor to take up arms and leave their homes, and such others as had no one beside themselves to look after their families. Footnote: these were called al-Baka'un, the weepers, as they were distressed by their inability to join in the sacred enterprise of repelling a dangerous enemy. End of footnote. The unwillingness of the lukewarm was aggravated by the machinations of the Munafiqin, who spared no endeavors to fan it into discontent. Footnote: the machinations of the disaffected are censured in Surah 9, verse 82. These secret conspirators had for their rendezvous the house of a Jew named Suwaylem near the suburb of Jasum. This house was ultimately razed to the ground. It was at this time that the great teacher made the prophecy that there will always be munafiqin in Islam to thwart the endeavors of the true followers of the faith to do good to their people. Add a footnote. The example, however, of the principal disciples and other sincere followers of the faith infused vitality into the hearts of the timorous and shamed the backsliders into enthusiasm, which soon spread among the people. Contributions poured in from all sides. Abu Bakr offered all he possessed towards the expenses of the expedition. Uthman equipped and supplied at his own expense a large body of volunteers, and the other prominent and affluent Muslims were equally generous. The women brought their ornaments and jewelries and besought the Prophet to accept the same for the needs of the state. A sufficient force was eventually collected, and accompanied by the Prophet, the volunteers marched towards the frontier. Footnote: it was called the Jayshul Usra, the army of distress, owing to the difficulties with which it was collected. End of footnote. During his absence from Medina, the Prophet left Ali in charge of the city. The Munafiqin, with Abdullah ibn Ubay, had proceeded with the army as far as the Mount of Farewell, Thiniyatul Wada', but they quietly fell back from there and returned to the city. Here they spread the report that the Prophet had not taken his cousin with him, as he was apprehensive of the dangers of the expedition. Stung by the malicious rumor, Ali seized his arms and hastened after the army. Overtaking the troops, he told the Prophet what he had heard. Muhammad pronounced it to be a base calumny. "I have appointed thee my vicegerent, Khalifa, and left thee in my stead. Return then to thy post, and be my deputy over my people and thine. O Ali, art thou not content that thou art to me what Aaron was to Moses?" Footnote: فقال كذبوا ولكني خلفتك لما تركت ورائي فرجي فاخلفني في أهلي وأهلك أفلا ترضى يا علي أن تكون مني بمنزل هارون من موسى. According to the Shias, the Prophet distinctly indicated in these words that Ali should be his successor. And a footnote. Ali accordingly returned to Medina. The sufferings of the troops from heat and thirst were intense. After a long and painful march, they reached Tabuk, a place situated midway between Medina and Damascus, where they halted. Here they learned to their amazement, and perhaps to their relief, that the apprehended attack was a Grecian dream, and that the emperor had his hands full at home. Finding, therefore, nothing at the moment to threaten the safety of the Medinite commonwealth, the Prophet ordered the Muslims to retrace their steps. After a sojourn of 20 days at Tabuk, where they found abundance of water for themselves and forage for their famished beasts of burden, the Muslims returned to Medina in the month of Ramadan. Footnote: according to Cossin de Percival, middle of December 630 AC. Chapter 4 of the Quran treats vividly of these events. At Tabuk, Muhammad received the submission of many of the neighboring chiefs. And a footnote. The Prophet's return to Medina was signalized by the arrival of a deputation from the refractory and hard-hearted idolaters of Taif, the very people who had driven the poor preacher from their midst with insults and violence. Urwa, the Taifite chief, who had been to Mecca after the Hudaybiyah incident as the Qurayshite envoy, was so impressed with the words of the teacher and his kindness that shortly after the accomplishment of his mission, he had come to the Prophet and embraced his religion. Though repeatedly warned by Muhammad of the dangers he ran among the bigoted of his city, he hastened back to Taif to proclaim his abjuration of idolatry and to invite his fellow citizens to share in the blessings imparted by the new faith. Arriving in the evening, he made public his conversion and called upon the people to join him. The following morning he again addressed them, but his words roused the priests and worshippers of Uzza into frenzy, and they literally stoned him to death. With his dying breath he said he had offered up his blood unto his master for the good of his people, and he thanked God for the honor of martyrdom, and as a last wish prayed his friends to bury him by the side of the Muslims who had fallen at Hunain. The dying words of Urwa had a greater effect upon his compatriots than all his endeavors whilst living. The martyr's blood blossomed into faith in the hearts of his murderers. Seized with sudden compunction, perhaps also wearying of their hostility with the tribes of the desert, the Taifites sent the deputation to which we have referred above to pray for forgiveness and permission to enter the circle of Islam. They begged, however, for a short respite for their idols. First they asked 2 years, then 1 year, and then 6 months, but all to no purpose. The grace of 1 month might surely be conceded, they argued at a last appeal. Muhammad was immovable. Islam and the idols could not exist together. They then begged for exemption from the daily prayers. Muhammad replied that without devotion religion could be nothing. Sorrowfully, at last, they submitted to all that was required of them. They were excused, however, from destroying the idols with their own hands, and the notorious Abu Sufyan, the son of Harb, the father of the well-known Muawiyah, the Judas Iscariot of Islam, one of those who have been stigmatized as the Mu'alafat al-Qulub, the nominal believers, for they had adopted the faith from policy, and Mughira, the nephew of Urwa, were selected for that work. They executed their commission amidst uproarious cries of despair and grief from the women of Taif. Footnote: the great number of deputations received by Muhammad in the 9th year has led to its being called the Year of Deputations, wafud, plural of wafat. The principal adhesions which followed immediately upon the conversion of the Thaqif were of the Himyarite princes of Yemen, of Mahra, of Aman, of the country of the Bahrain, and of the tribes domiciled in Yemama. End of footnote. The tribe of Tai had about this time proved recalcitrant, and their disaffection was fostered by the idolatrous priesthood. A small force was dispatched under Ali to reduce them to obedience and to destroy their idols. Adi, the son of the famous Hatim, whose generosity and munificence have been sung by poets and minstrels throughout the Eastern world, was the chief of his tribe. On the approach of Ali, he fled to Syria, but his sister, with some of his principal clansmen, fell into the hands of the Muslims. They were conducted with every mark of respect and sympathy to Medina. Muhammad at once set the daughter of Hatim and her people at liberty, and bestowed on them many valuable gifts. She proceeded to Syria and told her brother of the nobleness of Muhammad. Touched by gratitude, Adi hastened to Medina to throw himself at the feet of the Prophet, and eventually embraced Islam. Returning to his people, he persuaded them to abjure idolatry, and the Bani Tai, once so wedded to fetishism, became thenceforth devoted followers of the religion of Muhammad. Footnote: the conversion of Adi occurred in Rabi II of the 9th year, July-August 630 AC, and accordingly ought to have been placed before the expedition to Tabuk, but I have followed the order of the Arab historians. When the daughter of Hatim, whose name was Sufana, came before the Prophet, she addressed him in the following words: "Apostle of God, my father is dead. My brother, my only relation, fled into the mountains on the approach of the Muslims. I cannot ransom myself. It is thy generosity which I implore for my deliverance. My father was an illustrious man, the prince of his tribe, a man who ransomed prisoners, protected the honor of women, nourished the poor, consoled the afflicted, never rejected any demand. I am Sufana, daughter of Hatim." "Thy father," answered Muhammad, "had the virtues of a Mussulman. If it were permitted to me to invoke the mercy of God on any one whose life was passed in idolatry, I would pray to God for mercy for the soul of Hatim." Then, addressing the Muslims around him, he said, "The daughter of Hatim is free. Her father was a generous and humane man. God loves and rewards the merciful." And with Sufana, all her people were set at liberty. The Persian poet Sa'di has some beautiful lines in the Bustan concerning this touching episode. And a footnote. Another notable conversion, which took place about the same time as that of the Bani Tai, is deserving of more than passing notice. Ka'b ibn Zuhair, a distinguished poet of the tribe of Mozaina, had placed himself under the ban by trying to incite hostilities against the Muslims. His brother was a Muslim and had counseled him strongly to renounce idolatry and embrace Islam. Ka'b, following the advice of his brother, came secretly to Medina and proceeded to the mosque where Muhammad was wont to preach. There he saw a man surrounded by Arabs listening to his words with the greatest veneration. He at once recognized the Prophet, and penetrating into the circle, said aloud, "Apostle of God, if I should bring before thee Ka'b as a Mussulman, would you pardon him?" "Yes," answered Muhammad. "It is I who am Ka'b, the son of Zuhair." Several people around the Prophet wanted leave to put him to death. "No," said the Prophet, "I have given him grace." Ka'b then begged permission to recite a qasida poem, which has always been considered a masterpiece of Arabic poetry. Footnote: called the qasida of Banat Su'ad, from the opening words of the poem, which begins with the prologue usual in Arabic qasidas. The poet tells his grief at the departure of Su'ad, his beloved. She has left him, his heart is drooping, distracted and unhappy, following her train like a captive in chains. He praises her beauty, her sweet, soft voice, her bright laughter, her winsome smile. The theme suddenly changes, and the poet reaches the climax when he bursts forth into a song of praise of his great subject. The language throughout is sonorous and virile, a quality often wanting in the poems of later times, and the rhythmical swing and cadence are maintained with extraordinary evenness up to the last. End of footnote. When he came to the lines quoted at the head of this chapter, "The prophet is the torch which has lighted up the world. He is the sword of God for destroying ungodliness," the prophet bestowed on the poet his own mantle, which was afterwards sold by his family to Muawiyah for 14,000 dirhams, and after passing into the hands of Umayyads and Abbasids, is now in the possession of the Ottoman caliphs. Footnote. Called the Khirkatul Sharif, the Holy Mantle, which is taken out as the national standard in times of great emergency. The Qasida of Banat Suad, which is sometimes also called the Qasidatul Burda, the Qasida of the Mantle, is different from the Qasidatul Burda of Abu Abdullah Muhammad ibn Sa'id, who flourished in the reign of Malik Zahir, which opens with the following lines: "Amin tadakkuri jiranin bidi salami, mazajta daman jara min muqlatin bidami." Is it from the remembrance of the neighbors at thee, Salam, that thou hast mixed tears flowing from the eyes with blood? End of footnote. Hitherto no prohibition had issued against the heathens entering the Kaaba or performing their old idolatrous rites within its sacred precincts. It was now decided to put an end to this anomalous state, and remove once for all any possibility of a relapse into idolatry on the part of those upon whom the new and pure creed hung somewhat lightly. Accordingly, towards the end of this year, during the month of pilgrimage, Ali was commissioned to read a proclamation to the assembled multitudes on the day of the great sacrifice, Yawm un-Nahr, which should strike straight at the heart of idolatry and the immoralities attendant upon it. Quote, "No idolater shall, after this year, perform the pilgrimage. No one shall make the circuit of the temple naked." Footnote, alluding to a disgraceful custom of the idolatrous Arabs. End of footnote. "Whoever hath a treaty with the Prophet, it shall continue binding till its termination. For the rest, 4 months are allowed to every man to return to his territories. After that there will exist no obligation on the Prophet except towards those with whom treaties have been concluded." End quote. This declaration of discharge, as it is styled by Muslim writers, was a manifestation of far-sighted wisdom on the part of the Prophet. It was impossible for the state of society and morals which then existed to continue. The idolaters, mixing year after year with the Muslim pilgrims, if allowed to perform the lascivious and degrading ceremonies of their cult, would soon have undone what Muhammad had so laboriously accomplished. History had already seen another gifted yet uncultured branch of the same stock as the Arabs settling among idolaters. Their leaders had tried to preserve the worship of Jehovah by wholesale butcheries of the worshippers of Baal. They had failed miserably. The Israelites had not only succumbed under the evil influences which surrounded them, but had even surpassed those whom they at first despised in the practice of nameless abominations. Muhammad felt that any compromise with heathenism would nullify all his work. He accordingly adopted means seemingly harsh, but yet benignant in their ultimate tendency. The vast concourse which had listened to Ali returned to their homes, and before the following year was over, the majority of them were Muslims. End of section 15. Section 16 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali, This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, Chapter 9, The Fulfillment of Muhammad's Mission. إذا جاء النصر الله والفتح فرأيت الناس يدخلون في دين الله أفواجا فسبح بحمد ربك واستغفره إنه كان توابا. When the help of God and victory come, and thou seest the people entering into the religion of God in troops, celebrate the praise of thy Lord, and ask pardon of him, for he is the forgiver. During this year, as in the preceding, numerous embassies poured into Medina from every part of Arabia to testify to the adhesion of their chiefs and their tribes. Footnote: in the 10th year of the Hijrah took place the conversions of the remaining tribes of Yemen and of Hijaz. Then followed the conversions of the tribes of Hazramut and Kinda. And a footnote. To the teachers whom Muhammad sent into the different provinces, he invariably gave the following instructions. Deal gently with the people and be not harsh. Cheer them and contemn them not. And ye will meet with many people of the books, footnote, Christians, Jews, and Zoroastrians, and a footnote, who will question thee, what is the key to heaven? Reply to them, the key to heaven is to testify to the truth of God and to do good work. The mission of Muhammad was now achieved. In the midst of a nation steeped in barbarism, a prophet had arisen, quote, to rehearse unto them the signs of God, to sanctify them, to teach them the scriptures and knowledge, them who before had been in utter darkness. End quote. He found them sunk in a degrading and sanguinary superstition. He inspired them with the belief in one sole God of truth and love. He saw them disunited and engaged in perpetual war with each other. He united them by the ties of brotherhood and charity. From time immemorial the peninsula had been wrapped in absolute moral darkness. Spiritual life was utterly unknown. Neither Judaism nor Christianity had made any lasting impression on the Arab mind. The people were sunk in superstition, cruelty, and vice. Incest and the diabolical custom of female infanticide were common. The eldest son inherited his father's widows as property with the rest of the estate. The worse than inhuman fathers buried alive their infant daughters, and this crime, which was most rife among the tribes of Quraysh and Kinda, was regarded as among the Hindu Rajputs a mark of pride. The idea of a future existence and of retribution of good and evil were, as motives of human action, practically unknown. Only a few years before, such was the condition of Arabia. What a change had these few years witnessed! The angel of heaven had veritably passed over the land, and breathed harmony and love into the hearts of those who had hitherto been engrossed in the most revolting practices of semi-barbarism. What had once been a moral desert, where all laws, human and divine, were contemned and infringed without remorse, was now transformed into a garden. Idolatry, with its nameless abominations, was utterly destroyed. Islam furnishes the only solitary example of a great religion which, though preached among a nation and reigning for the most part among a people not yet emerged from the dawn of an early civilization, had succeeded in effectually restraining its votaries from idolatry. This phenomenon has been justly acknowledged as the preeminent glory of Islam, and the most remarkable evidence of the genius of its founder. Long had Christianity and Judaism tried to wean the Arab tribes from their gross superstition, their inhuman practices, and their licentious immorality. But it was not till they heard, quote, the spirit-stirring strains of the appointed of God, end quote, that they become conscious of the God of truth overshadowing the universe with his power and love. Henceforth their aims are not of this earth alone. There is something beyond the grave, higher, pure, and diviner, calling them to the practice of charity, goodness, justice, and universal love. God is not merely the God of today or of tomorrow, carved out of wood or stone, but the mighty, loving, merciful Creator of the world. Muhammad was the source, under providence, of this new awakening, the bright fountain from which flowed the stream of their hopes of eternity, and to him they paid a fitting obedience and reverence. They were all animated with one desire, namely to serve God in truth and purity, to obey his laws reverently in all the affairs of life. The truths and maxims, the precepts which from time to time during the past 20 years Muhammad had delivered to his followers, were embalmed in their hearts and had become the ruling principles of every action. Law and morality were united. Quote, never since the days when primitive Christianity startled the world from its sleep and waged a mortal conflict with heathenism had men seen the like arousing of spiritual life, the like faith that suffered sacrifices and took joyfully the spoiling of goods for conscience' sake. End quote. Footnote: Muir. Coming from an avowed enemy of Islam, this observation is of the utmost value. End of footnote. The mission of Muhammad was now accomplished, and in this fact, the fact of the whole work being achieved in his lifetime, lies his distinctive superiority over the prophets, sages, and philosophers of other times and other countries. Jesus, Moses, Zoroaster, Sakyamuni, Plato, all had their notions of realms of God, their republics, their ideas, through which degraded humanity was to be elevated into a new moral life. All had departed from this world with their aspirations unfulfilled, their bright visions unrealized, or had bequeathed the task of elevating their fellow men to sanguinary disciples or monarch pupils. Footnote: a Joshua among the Israelites, an Ashoka among the Buddhists, a Darius among the Zoroastrians, a Constantine among the Christians. End of footnote. It was reserved for Muhammad to fulfill his mission and that of his predecessors. It was reserved for him alone to see accomplished the work of amelioration. No royal disciple came to his assistance with edicts to enforce the new teachings. May not the Muslims justly say the entire work was the work of God? The humble preacher, who had only the other day been hunted out of the city of his birth, and been stoned out of the place where he had betaken himself to preach God's words, had within the short space of 9 years lifted up his people from the abysmal depths of moral and spiritual degradation to a conception of purity and justice. His life is the noblest record of a work nobly and faithfully performed. He infused vitality into a dormant people. He consolidated a congeries of warring tribes into a nation inspired into action with the hope of everlasting life. He concentrated into a focus all the fragmentary and broken lights which had ever fallen on the heart of man. Such was his work, and he performed it with an enthusiasm and fervor which admitted no compromise, conceived no halting, with indomitable courage which brooked no resistance and allowed no fear of consequences, with a singleness of purpose which thought of no self. The religion of divine unity preached on the shores of Galilee had given place to the worship of an incarnate God. The old worship of a female deity had revived among those who professed the creed of the Master of Nazareth. The recluse of Hira, the unlettered philosopher, born among a nation of unyielding idolaters, impressed ineffaceably the unity of God and the equality of man upon the minds of the nations who once heard his voice. His quote-unquote democratic thunder was the signal for the uprise of the human intellect against the tyranny of priests and rulers. In, quote, that world of wrangling creeds and oppressive institutions, end quote, when the human soul was crushed under the weight of unintelligible dogmas, and the human body trampled under the tyranny of vested interests, he broke down the barriers of caste and exclusive privileges. He swept away with his breath the cobwebs which self-interest had woven in the path of man to God. He abolished all exclusiveness in man's relation to his Creator. This unlettered prophet, whose message was for the masses, proclaimed the value of knowledge and learning. By the pen, man's works are recorded. By the pen, man is to be judged. The pen is the ultimate arbiter of human actions in the sight of the Lord. His persistent and unvarying appeal to reason and to the ethical faculty of mankind, his rejection of miracles, quote, his thoroughly democratic conception of divine government, the universality of his religious ideal, his simple humanity, end quote, all serve to differentiate him from his predecessors. All affiliate him, says the author of Oriental Religions, with the modern world, end quote. His life and work are not wrapped in mystery. No fairy tale has been woven round his personality. When the hosts of Arabia came flocking to join his faith, the prophet felt that his work was accomplished, and, under the impression of his approaching end, he determined to make a farewell pilgrimage to Mecca. On the 25th of Dhul Qa'dah, 23rd February 632, the Prophet left Medina with an immense concourse of Muslims. Footnote: it is said that from 90,000 to 140,000 people accompanied the Prophet. This pilgrimage is called the Hajjat al-Balagh, the Great Hajj, or Hajjatul Islam, the Hajj of Islam, and sometimes Hajjat al-Wada', pilgrimage of farewell, and a footnote. On his arrival at Mecca, and before completing all the rites of the pilgrimage, he addressed the assembled multitude from the top of the Jabal ul-Arafat, 8th Dhul Hijjah, 7th March, in words which should ever live in the hearts of all Muslims. Ye people, listen to my words, for I know not whether another year will be vouchsafed to me after this year to find myself amongst you at this place. Your lives and property are sacred and inviolable amongst one another until ye appear before the Lord, as this day and this month is sacred for all. And remember, ye shall have to appear before your Lord, who shall demand from you an account of all your actions. Ye people, ye have rights over your wives, and your wives have rights over you. Treat your wives with kindness and love. Verily, ye have taken them on the security of God, and have made their persons lawful unto you by the words of God. Keep always faithful to the trust reposed in you, and avoid sins. Usury is forbidden. Footnote: Riba, or interest in kind, was prohibited, but not legitimate profit on advances or loans for purposes of business or trade. No one who realized the economic condition of Arabia can fail to appreciate the wisdom of this rule. In fact, the same reasons which impelled the great prophet to forbid usury in his country induced the Christian divines up to nearly the end of the 17th century of the Christian era to anathematize against usury. The elder Disraeli's chapter on this subject in his Curiosities of Literature is most interesting. And a footnote. The debtor shall return only the principal, and the beginning will be made with the loans of my uncle Abbas, son of Abd al-Muttalib. Footnote. This shows that Abbas must have been a rich man. In the application of the rule against riba and blood feud, the Prophet set to his fiery people the example of self-denial in his own family. And a footnote. Henceforth, the vengeance of blood practiced in the days of paganism, Jahiliyyah, is prohibited, and all blood feud abolished, commencing with the murder of Ibn Rabi'a, son of Harith, son of Abd al-Muttalib. Footnote. Ibn Rabi'a, a cousin of the Prophet. He was confided in his infancy to the care of a family of the Bani Layth. This child was cruelly murdered by the members of the tribe of Huzail, but the murder was not yet avenged. And a footnote. And your slaves, see that ye feed them with such food as ye eat yourselves, and clothe them with the stuff ye wear. And if they commit a fault which ye are not inclined to forgive, then part from them, for they are the servants of the Lord, and are not to be harshly treated. Ye people, listen to my words and understand the same. Know that all Muslims are brothers unto one another. Ye are one brotherhood. Nothing which belongs to another is lawful unto his brother, unless freely given out of good will. Guard yourselves from committing injustice. Let him that is present tell it unto him that is absent. Haply he that shall be told may remember better than he who hath heard it. Footnote. After each sentence the Prophet stopped, and his words were repeated in a stentorian voice by Rabi'a, the son of Umayyah, son of Khalaf, who stood below, so that whatever was said was heard by the entire assembled host. And a footnote. This Sermon on the Mount, less poetically beautiful, certainly less mystical than the other, appeals by its practicality and strong common sense to higher minds, and is also adapted to the capacity and demands of inferior natures which require positive and comprehensive directions for moral guidance. Towards the conclusion of the sermon, the Prophet, overcome by the sight of the intense enthusiasm of the people as they drank in his words, exclaimed, O Lord, I have delivered my message and accomplished my work. The assembled host below with one voice cried, Yea, verily thou hast. O Lord, I beseech thee, bear thou witness unto it. With these words the Prophet finished his address, which, according to the traditions, was remarkable for its length, its eloquence, and enthusiasm. Soon after, the necessary rites of the pilgrimage being finished, the Prophet returned with his followers to Medina. Footnote. Abdullah the son of Ubay, the head of the Munafiqeen, died in the month of Dhul Qa'dah, February 631 A.C. In his last moments he solicited the Prophet to say the funeral prayers over him. Muhammad, who never rejected the wishes of a dying man, against the remonstrances of Umar, who reminded him of the persistent opposition and calumny of Abdullah, offered the prayers and with his own hands lowered the body into the grave. And a footnote. The last year of Muhammad's life was spent in that city. He settled the organization of the provinces and tribal communities which had adopted Islam and become the component parts of the Muslim Federation. In fact, though the faith had not penetrated among the Arab races settled in Syria and Mesopotamia, most of whom were Christians, the whole of Arabia now followed the Islamic faith. Officers were sent to the provinces and to the various tribes for the purpose of teaching the people the duties of Islam, administering justice, and collecting the tithes or zakat. Muaz ibn Jabal was sent to Yemen, and Muhammad's parting injunction to him was to rely on his own judgment in the administration of affairs in the event of not finding any authority in the Quran. To Ali, whom he deputed to Yamama, he said, "When two parties come before you for justice, do not decide before hearing both." Preparations were also commenced for sending an expedition under Osama, the son of Zayd, who was killed at Muta, against the Byzantines to exact the long-delayed reparation for the murder of the envoy in Syria. In fact, the troops were already encamped outside the city, ready for the start. But the poison which had been given to the Prophet by the Jews at Khaybar, and which had slowly penetrated into his system, began now to show its effects, and it became evident that he had not long to live. The news of his approaching end led to the stoppage of the expedition under Osama. It had also the effect of producing disorder in some of the outlying provinces. 3 pretenders started up, claiming divine commission for their reign of licentiousness and plunder. They gave themselves out as prophets, and tried by all kinds of imposture to win over their tribes. One of these, the most dangerous of all, was Ayhala ibn Ka'b, better known as Al-Aswad, the Black. He was a chief of Yemen, a man of great wealth and equal sagacity, and a clever conjurer. Among his simple tribesmen, the conjuring tricks he performed invested him with a divine character. He soon succeeded in gaining them over, and with their help reduced to subjection many of the neighboring towns. He killed Shahr, who had been appointed by Muhammad to the governorship of Sana'a in the place of Bazan, his father, who had just died. Bazan had been the viceroy of Yemen under the Khosrois of Persia, and after his adoption of Islam was continued in his viceroyalty by the Prophet. He had during his lifetime exercised great influence not only over his Persian compatriots settled in Yemen, who were called by the name of Abna, but also over the Arabs of the province. His example had led to the conversion of all the Persian settlers of Yemen. Al-Aswad, the impostor, had massacred Shahr and forcibly married his wife Marzbana. He was killed by Abna, assisted by Marzbana, when he was lying drunk after one of his orgies. The other 2 pretenders, Tulayha, son of Khuwailid, and Abu Thumama Haran, son of Habib, commonly called Musaylama, were not suppressed until the accession of Abu Bakr to the caliphate. Musaylama had the audacity to address the Prophet in the following terms: "From Musaylama, Prophet of God, to Muhammad, Prophet of God, salutations. I am your partner. The power must be divided between us, half the earth for me, the other half for your Qurayshites. But the Qurayshites are a grasping people, not given to justice." End quote. Muhammad's reply reveals his sterling nature. In the name of God, the merciful and compassionate, from Muhammad, the Prophet of God, to Musaylama, the liar. Footnote: Kadhab, superlative of Kadhib, and a footnote. Peace is on those who follow the right path. The earth belongs to God. He bestows it on such of his servants as he pleaseth. The future is to the pious, i.e., only those prosper who fear the Lord. End quote. The last days of the Prophet were remarkable for the calmness and serenity of his mind, which enabled him, though weak and feeble, to preside at the public prayers until within 3 days of his death. One night at midnight he went to the place where his old companions were lying in the slumber of death, and prayed and wept by their tombs, invoking God's blessing for his, quote, companions resting in peace, end quote. He chose Aisha's house close to the mosque for his stay during his illness, and, as long as his strength lasted, took part in the public prayers. The last time he appeared in the mosque, he was supported by his two cousins, Ali and Fadl, the son of Abbas. A smile of inexpressible sweetness played over his countenance, and was remarked by all who surrounded him. After the usual praises and hymns to God, he addressed the multitude thus: Muslims, if I have wronged any one of you, here I am to answer for it. If I owe aught to anyone, all I may happen to possess belongs to you. Upon hearing this, a man in the crowd rose and claimed 3 dirhams, which he had given to a poor man at the Prophet's request. They were immediately paid back with the words, "Better to blush in this world than in the next." The Prophet then prayed and implored heaven's mercy for those present, and for those who had fallen in the persecutions of their enemies, and recommended to all his people the observance of religious duties and the practice of a life of peace and goodwill, and concluded with the following words of the Koran: "The dwelling of the other life we will give unto them who do not seek to exalt themselves on earth or to do wrong, for the happy issue shall attend the pious." After this, Muhammad never again appeared at public prayers. His strength rapidly failed. At noon on Monday, 12th of Rabi the 1st, 11 AH, 8th of June, 632 AC, whilst praying earnestly in whisper, the spirit of the great Prophet took flight to the, quote, blessed companionship on high, end quote. So ended a life consecrated from first to last to the service of God and humanity. Is there another to be compared to his with all its trials and temptations? Is there another which has stood the fire of the world and come out so unscathed? The humble preacher had risen to be the ruler of Arabia, the equal of Khosroes and of Caesar, the arbiter of the destinies of a nation. But the same humility of spirit, the same nobility of soul and purity of heart, austerity of conduct, refinement and delicacy of feeling, and stern devotion to duty which had won him the title of El Amin, combined with a severe sense of self-examination, are ever the distinguishing traits of his character. Once in his life, whilst engaged in a religious conversation with an influential citizen of Mecca, he had turned away from a humble, blind seeker of the truth. He is always recurring to this incident with remorse and proclaiming God's disapprobation. Footnote: the surah in connection with this incident is known by the title of He Frowned, and runs thus: The Prophet frowned and turned aside, because the blind man came to him. And how knowest thou whether he might not have been cleansed from his sins, or whether he might have been admonished and profited thereby? As for the man that is rich, him thou receivest graciously, and thou carest not that he is not cleansed. But as for him that cometh unto thee earnestly seeking his salvation, and trembling anxiously, him dost thou neglect. By no means shouldst thou act thus. After this, whenever the Prophet saw the poor blind man, he used to go out of his way to do him honor, saying, The man is thrice welcome, on whose account my Lord hath reprimanded me. And he made him twice governor of Medina. See the remark of Bosworth Smith on Muir about this incident. And a footnote. A nature so pure, so tender, and yet so heroic, inspires not only reverence but love, and naturally the Arabian writers dwell with the proudest satisfaction on the graces and intellectual gifts of the son of Abdullah. His courteousness to the great, his affability to the humble, and his dignified bearing to the presumptuous procured him the universal respect and admiration. His countenance reflected the benevolence of his heart. Profoundly read in the volume of nature, though ignorant of letters, with an expansive mind, elevated by deep communion with the soul of the universe, he was gifted with the power of influencing equally the learned and the unlearned. Withal, there was a majesty in his face, an air of genius, which inspired all who came in contact with him with a feeling of veneration and love. His singular elevation of mind, his extreme delicacy and refinement of feeling, his purity and truth, formed the constant theme of the traditions. He was most indulgent to his inferiors, and would never allow his awkward little page to be scolded whatever he did. 10 years, said Anas, his servant, was I about the Prophet, and he never said so much as "Oof" to me. He was very affectionate towards his family. One of his boys died on his breast in the smoky house of the nurse, a blacksmith's wife. He was very fond of children. He would stop them on the streets and pat their little cheeks. He never struck anyone in his life. The worst expression he ever made use of in conversation was, "What has come to him? May his forehead be darkened with mud." Footnote: Mr. Poole's estimate of Muhammad is so beautiful and yet so truthful that I cannot resist the temptation to quote it here. There is something so tender and womanly, and withal so heroic about the man, that one is in peril of finding the judgment unconsciously blinded by the feeling of reverence and well-nigh love that such a nature inspires. He who, standing alone, braved for years the hatred of his people, is the same who was never the first to withdraw his hand from another's clasp. The beloved of children, who never passed a group of little ones without a smile from his wonderful eyes and a kind word for them, sounding all the kinder in that sweet-toned voice. The frank friendship, the noble generosity, the dauntless courage and hope of the man all tend to melt criticism into admiration. He was an enthusiast in that noblest sense when enthusiasm becomes the salt of the earth, the one thing that keeps men from rotting whilst they live. Enthusiasm is often used despitefully, because it is joined to an unworthy cause, or falls upon barren ground and bears no fruit. So was it not with Muhammad. He was an enthusiast when enthusiasm was the one thing needed to set the world aflame, and his enthusiasm was noble for a noble cause. He was one of those happy few who have attained the supreme joy of making one great truth their very life-spring. He was the messenger of the one God, and never to his life's end did he forget who he was, or the message which was the marrow of his being. He brought his tidings to his people with a grand dignity sprung from the consciousness of his high office, together with the most sweet humility, whose roots lay in the knowledge of his own weakness. And a footnote. When asked to curse someone, he replied, "I have not been sent to curse, but to be a mercy to mankind." He visited the sick, followed every bier he met, accepted the invitation of a slave to dinner, mended his own clothes, milked his goats, and waited upon himself, relates summarily another tradition. He never first withdrew his hand from another's palm, and turned not before the other had turned. His hand was the most generous, his breast the most courageous, his tongue the most truthful. He was the most faithful protector of those he protected, the sweetest and most agreeable in conversation. Those who saw him were suddenly filled with reverence. Those who came near him loved him. They who described him would say, "I have never seen his like, either before or after." He was of great taciturnity, and when he spoke with emphasis and deliberation, and no one could ever forget what he said. Quote, "Modesty and kindness, patience, self-denial, and generosity pervaded his conduct, and riveted the affections of all around him. With the bereaved and afflicted he sympathized tenderly. He shared his food even in times of scarcity with others, and was sedulously solicitous for the personal comfort of every one about him." End of quote. He would stop in the streets listening to the sorrows of the humblest. He would go to the houses of the lowliest to console the afflicted and to comfort the heartbroken. The meanest slaves would take hold of his hand and drag him to their masters to obtain redress for ill treatment or release from bondage. He never sat down to a meal without first invoking a blessing, and never rose without uttering a thanksgiving. His time was regularly apportioned. During the day, when not engaged in prayers, he received visitors and transacted public affairs. At night he slept little, spending most of the hours in devotion. He loved the poor and respected them, and many who had no home or shelter of their own slept at night in the mosque contiguous to his house. Each evening it was his custom to invite some of them to partake of his humble fare. The others became the guests of his principal disciples. His conduct towards the bitterest of his enemies was marked by a noble clemency and forbearance. Stern almost to severity to the enemies of the state, mockings, affronts, outrages, and persecutions towards himself were, in the hour of triumph, synonymous with the hour of trial to the human heart, all buried in oblivion, and forgiveness was extended to the worst criminal. Muhammad was extremely simple in his habits. His mode of life, his dress, and his belongings retained to the very last a character of patriarchal simplicity. Many a time, Abu Huraira reports, had the Prophet to go without a meal. Dates and water frequently formed his only nourishment. Often, for months together, no fire could be lighted in his house from scantiness of means. God, say the Muslim historians, had indeed put before him the key to the treasures of this world, but he refused it. The mind of this remarkable teacher was, in its intellectualism and progressive ideals, essentially modern. External, quote-unquote, striving was in his teachings a necessity of human existence. Quote, "Man cannot exist without constant effort. ليس الإنسان إلى ما سعى." The effort is from me, its fulfillment comes from God. السعي مني والإتمام من الله. The world, he taught, was a well-ordered creation, regulated and guided by a supreme intelligence overshadowing the universe. Everything is pledged to its own time, he declared. كل أمر مرهون بأقواته. And yet human will was free to work for its own salvation. His sympathy was universal. It was he who invoked the mercy of the Creator on all living beings. Rahmatun lil alamin. It was he who pronounced the saving of one human life as tantamount to the saving of humanity. His social conception was constructive, not disintegrating. In his most exalted mood, he never overlooked the sanctity of family life. To him, the service of humanity was the highest act of devotion. His call to his faithful was not to forsake those to whom they owed a duty, but in the performance of that duty to earn quote-unquote merit and reward. Children were a trust from God, to be brought up in tenderness and affection. Parents were to be respected and loved. The circle of duty embraced in its fold kindred, neighbor, and the humble being, quote, whose mouth was in the dust. 14 centuries have passed since he delivered his message, but time has made no difference in the devotion he inspired, and today, as then, the faithful have in their hearts and on their lips those memorable words, Ruhi fidaka ya Rasulullah. May my life be thy sacrifice, O Prophet of God. End of section 16.